Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Greetings and welcome to night 4 of the Republican National Convention. We are here. How are you guys doing? I hope you're all doing and living well. As everybody's rolling in, so happy to see each and every one of you on Rumble, on X, on YouTube, of course. Thank you to all of our YouTube members that are scrolling there at the bottom of the screen. Those are our reoccurring members that help monthly to keep the channel going, and they all get a prepaid super chat every month and access to other cool little videos I have. I need to do more with those, but I haven't had a chance in a long time. But thank you guys for being recurring members, and of course over on Rumble, Shelly and Wolfram for being recurring members over there. Thank you guys so much. How's everybody doing this evening? Man, exciting times. We've done a hell of a week here, and we are going to keep on rolling tonight with the keynote speech by Donald Trump. In fact, I got a rundown of the schedule early. Thank you to Merster. Thank you, Merster, for this. So we had some notable people speaking tonight. Some you'll recognize right away. Let's see. Looks like Pompeo is going to speak at some point. We got a bunch of senators, senatorial candidates. And it looks like Tucker Carlson is going to speak tonight. He's on the schedule. Hulk Hogan is on the schedule. Eric Trump and Dana White, of course, our President Donald J. Trump. So yeah, exciting times. And here we go. Let me say hello to the crowd. Thank you, Wolfram, for dropping these links. Thank you so much. And he wipes his paws, lopes in the house, and he is here, folks. And here is Talking Trash and Truth, aka Shelly. She is here, and as you guys roll in, make sure you say hello, and I will say hello back. So to get there's Shelly. Hello. She's saying hello to all the Rumblers out there. And we got some people in X joining us. Hopefully, we have a good night. Hey, Sycophant, how you doing? Welcome. Sycophant is here. All right. As we get rolling along, I'm getting my links straight. We're going to, like I promised yesterday, we're going to talk about Agenda 47. And we're going to run through that real quick, and then we're going to get into more information about the attempted assassination of Donald J. Trump and what's come out next. And we're going to talk more about the virtue of patience in this situation and kind of dissect some things. And maybe we're also going to do some crafting. We're going to see. The more I think about it, the more I kind of see where things are kind of getting bucketed. Right, they're getting bucketed into different categories. Like as you follow a line of thought, right, where it inevitably will lead you. And there's a couple different buckets I want to talk about that people are kind of streaming towards with their logic and their assessments, their speculations, and so on. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about a little bit about how the mind works in these situations. I got some good examples to go with that, and why we kind of see some of the things we do during this. Like, it's always a great time to do further analysis, right? It's always a great, hey, T-Rex truck in, there he is. Hey, Murph's Turf, what's up? Thank you for the for that schedule. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, and so I'll talk about that. I've had some thoughts about, how our minds work in situations where we don't have the let's put it this way, we've never actually seen it happen, right? We don't have an accurate visual reference to go by, so we have to go by what we think it may look like, right? And what do we get that idea from? We have to dig into our experiences, our memories, or our types of things, and then we can go from there. But when we don't have we don't have we never saw it happen, our imaginations automatically try to fill in the gaps for us, right? And I'll show you a great example of that here coming up on the pre-show. This is the pre-show. I dare call it a kickoff show because kickoff shows usually mean we're going to leave YouTube and go to Rumble, but we're not doing that. We're hanging in all 3 platforms for the duration. But first, guys, let's jump into Agenda 47. What does it mean? Because the establishment media that is trying to push that Project 2025 is Trump's agenda, but no, right on his website, you can go there and check it out yourself. It is Agenda 47. And there it is right there. Okay. Here it is right here. So we're going to read through this and we're going to understand ourselves what Agenda 47 really means. That way, when people try to misspeak about it, they try to mislead or subvert people by pushing them over to Project 2025 or are misrepresenting Agenda 47, like Joe Biden has already done. We can push back with the truth, right? Now, Biden came out and said that Agenda 47, that's not really what he really wants. He really wants Project 2025. Well, that's a think tank wish list, really, is what Project 2025 is. It has nothing to do with the Trump platform, the Republican platform, or what he has in store for the country. So let's get to the truth, guys. Let's get to the truth. This is the official party platform. You can read it right here, right? President Trump's 20 core promises to make America great again. It's just as simple, Of course, they're never going to go to the source, are they? They're going to make things up themselves because they want to control your mind. All right. So number 1, seal the border and stop the migrant invasion. Right? We know that. I think a lot of these are going to be like, yeah, we know that. Yeah, we know that. Yeah, of course. Let me just go ahead and make sure I got that link there. I got the links to the other platforms in the description now. And I wanted to do this. I wanted to repost. Wait, can I quote it? Yeah, I want to requote this with the new MAGA. There it is. The new MAGA quote coming to us. Oh, it's doing a little. There we go. All right, let's see if this helps. Oh God, people trying to climb up the water tower. It's like, oh man. Okay, we'll come back to that. X. So you just look at X, and all of a sudden, boom! It's like, huh. All right. Hopefully that worked out right with the hashtagging. Number 2, carry out the largest deportation operation in American history. They sound very familiar, right? 3, end inflation and make America affordable again. These are very broad goals in some cases. Number 4, make America the dominant energy producer in the world by far. We can do that. We did it at one point. We can do it again. 5, stop outsourcing and turn the United States into manufacturing superpower. Well, that's awesome. And I would love to see more outsourcing stopped in the technical world as well, the technology world. Let's keep it here. Let's keep it in-house. Of course, we have a lot of great people around the globe, though, that are really awesome at technology. And collaboration is always key. But as far as sending out, they're lowering the wages basically on jobs. They always want to do this in technology. They want to lower the wages. because when you're technically savvy and you're an expert or a subject matter expert in certain areas, you can get a high rate, like, especially if you've been doing it a long time. And what they want to do is, always, these jobs tend to get dumbed down and saturated, like as far as they get easier to do, and they get saturated by people who aren't maybe as passionate about the technology. And then those people will take the lower paying gigs and lower the entire market. And it's just, I've seen it happen so many times, I can't even tell you. But outsourcing has a lot to do with that. So I'd like to see more jobs, technology jobs, kept here in the United States and not given out to other groups in other countries for lower costs. Because it means lower quality. I mean, it does, even though they're good, it still means lower quality. 6, large tax cuts for workers and no tax on tips. Thank you, Ron Paul, for no tax on tips. That's a Ron Paul platform position. I'm glad that they are picking up some of his ideas. And hey, I think we're all workers, right? What does workers mean? I'm okay with that. I think that means all of us. 7, defend our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, and our fundamental freedoms, including freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and the right to keep and bear arms. Yes. In other words, stop the subversion of the Constitution, which is what the establishment and Marxism always aim to do, right? And I think this is a great thing. Let's not just defend our Constitution. Let's reform anything that subverts the Constitution. Let's get rid of it, right? That's part of defending our Constitution, not against what's coming at us immediately, but what's already been there as well. 8, prevent World War III. That should be everybody's on everybody's agenda. Restore peace in Europe and in the Middle East, and build a great Iron Dome missile defense shield over our entire country, made all in America. Do we need an Iron Dome? I don't know. I don't know if we do or not. It sounds good, but I can't remember the last time we were attacked by missiles. So, okay. Prevent World War III. Yes. Restore peace in Europe and the Middle East, hopefully by example and by treaties and by peace treaties like the Abraham Accords. So if that's what the deal is, yes, in Europe, to restore peace in Europe, we have to do something about the EU. It's a highly corrupted organization. That's going to be on Europe. Well, we would like to assist you in this, Europe. I don't know that we can do it for you, but we would love to assist you by being a great example and by aiding you in any way we can this side of any kind of physical intervention and psychological intervention as well. We want to be a good example. We want to show people that to restore peace, you have to get back to the basics, the fundamental goodness in humanity, and it has to be some sovereignty in place too. They have very open borders. They're very woke in Europe right now. Man, they got hammered by by the invasions in those countries. They need to do some exporting there as well in order to help that restoration of peace happen. So hopefully we can help them in positive ways and not repeating any of the mistakes of the past. So hopefully my voice, try to make sure my voice is coming through good here, because I'm looking at one screen and kind of talking past the mic a little bit. Let me know if it didn't sound good. Kaiwan Calendar, how's it going, buddy? How's it going? Good to see you. Let's see. We are on 9. In the weaponization of government against the American people. Yes, that's another word for saying in the corruption and reform the intelligence agencies so that they are functioning as they should and not subverted and used as weapons against us. 10, stop the migrant crime epidemic, demolish the foreign drug cartels, crush gang violence, and lock up the violent offenders. Yes, I think the wall and deportation will help with the migrant crime epidemic. I guess a lot of that's going to be like more liberty for the police and in different states and cities to take action, immediate action, giving them the means they need to deport. Demolish the foreign drug cartels. That would be awesome. I hope that could happen. we're going to do on upcoming episodes of Old School Watch Party Sunday, we're going to get into a series about drug cartels and about how drugs get into our country. We're going to look at each kind of drug individually and see how realistic this is and what we're actually fighting right now. A lot of people hear this and they think it's just the southern border. It's not just the southern border. In fact, hey, how you doing, Suzanne? I see you there. I see you there. How you doing? Do I get a hug too? Just for Shelly? Can I get a hug too? All right. Graham, what's up? We need to manifest our destiny down to Panama. 60-kilometer border. Easy. Let's do it. Welcome, Graham. Always awesome to see you. Let's see. So yeah, the drug cartel part, that's going to be interesting. We're going to do some deep dives to understand how things get into our country. It's not, like I said, it's not just the southern border. That makes it very easy. Oh, what? Oh man, my heart is broken now. So we'll lock up, crush gang violence. That starts in prisons, believe it or not. Like, we're watching a series right now about that. In fact, this Sunday on Old School Watch Party Sundays, we're going to do part 2 of our how U.S. prison gangs work series with the Bloods, the Crips, and some other Black affiliated gangs. We did Latinos last week. We didn't get to one of them, but we're going to do that at the end. I'll come back to one of the major ones, the MS5 or MS13. That gets talked about a lot. We didn't actually have time to cover that last time, so we'll come back to it. But yeah, we're already covering gang violence, and believe it or not, it's amazing if you don't understand how gangs work and how they are connected to the U.S. Penal system and U.S. prisons. This is a great education for you. So I hope you will join us for that. That's every Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern. That's myself and Shelly talking trash and truths. We do Old School Watch Party Sundays where we watch documentaries, we learn things, and then we watch a movie. Usually a fun old school movie. Sometimes they're new movies, sometimes they're just serious movies, but a lot of times they're just like kind of 80s fun movies. We've watched things like I can go look at the list on a Rumble. Everything's on Rumble. That's a Rumble, pretty much a Rumble exclusive show. We do a kickoff show here for that particular show. But yeah, join us for these 2 topics, drugs and gangs. We're in that realm right now. So lots to learn there. I hope you'll be part of that. Lock up violent offenders. Well, yeah, that should be a given. Evidently, we're not doing a good job at that. 11, rebuild our cities, including Washington, D.C., make them clean, safe, and beautiful again. That's kind of when we have to incentivize states to do that. I get Washington, D.C., I put that kind of low on the list though. So I would probably have put that at 20. Just because, we have more important things to do than decorate, right? So I understand there's a lot of history there. We need to take pride in it. So I'm not scoffing at this, but I just think that there's other things that need to take priority. So hopefully this isn't a priority list. This is just the way they came out. 10, strengthen and modernize our military, making it without a question the strongest and most powerful in the world, and the most integral, the most honest, the most on point, the most efficient. I don't know how to add more to that, but what I want it to be is not what it is right now. We definitely need to always be strengthening and modernizing our military piece through strength, so we don't have to use it, but our guys are ready to take on whatever may come our way. And I want it to be a safe place, and I want it to be an honorable place for young people to be a part, to join and be a part of. Like, I hear so many stories from other people that have been in the military. I know there's a good deal of people here. I want it to be a good place for young people to join and to help build their future. Like Vice President nominee J.D. Vance came from poverty. Enlisted in the military, used that service to put himself through college and law school, and now look at him. He became a senator and a vice president nominee, all from his ability to join the military and do good through that, learning perhaps a lot of things he didn't get to learn growing up by being a part of it. And I would hate to think of our young kids taking orders from trannies and other people that don't have the mental capacity to be in those positions. 12, strengthen and modernize our military, making it, without a question, the strongest and most powerful in the world. Yeah, that's 12. 13, keep the US dollar as the world's reserve currency. That's critical to not experiencing a dollar crisis, a dollar crash. If you ever looked into dollar crashes, if you ever know what that is, that would be a worst case scenario. I've always thought of it as the establishment's end game. And that's probably because I come from, I have a Ron Paul background. He talked a lot about the dollar crashing and what hyperinflation, what that would mean. And it's not a pretty sight if you actually put your mind to thinking about what it would be like to live through that. Right. When there's no food and your neighbors are mobbing up and, it's you got children. It's a scary thought. It's a very highly motivating thought. I think this is one of the most motivating thoughts that pushed me even deeper and further into what I'm doing now, is to try to head this off. Now, I don't know if the dollar, the U.S. Federal Reserve dollar, is the answer in the long term, but in the short term, we need to maintain our world reserve currency status. Otherwise, we'll be in for a hell of a time. So I do agree with that as a short-term solution. I believe long-term, we need to relook at things and make sure that central banks can't control us. 14, fight and protect Social Security and Medicaid. Hold on. Joe Biden said that we wanted to destroy this stuff. Meanwhile, he's giving Social Security and Medicaid benefits to Ukraine refugees who just come here. 500,000 of them are getting this without an issue, while people who need it are having their benefits cut. And he's saying protect it with no cuts, including no changes to retirement age. That sounds great. I hope that works out. And I know that we have always fought to protect this. The establishment loves to use this one against us, but they are actually the ones doing it. It's pure inversion, pure subversion. All right. 15, cancel the electric vehicle mandate and cut costly and burdensome regulations. Yes. You should never be able to do this in America. Mandates. I'm not dating no man. I don't know what they're talking about. I don't go on mandates. That's for the other side. They do that. No, but remember, mandates are always an attack on your liberties and your freedoms, and most of the time, an attack on parental rights. So always be careful when you see the word mandate. It's not a good thing when it's used in these type of ways. A president may say through a unanimous election that he has a mandate for his platform. The American people have given him a mandate for his platform. That's not the same as a government mandate on you. So we always got to be careful of language, right? 16, cut the federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, radical gender ideology, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content on our children. Yes. And I'd love to see this. I hope this can happen. I hope it happens fast. And this is our time when this happens to push forward solution culture, the education arm of solution culture, right? To get into school boards and to get into the decision-making process of what to replace these things with. The Thomas Sowell version of history, where he puts in all the omitted facts about our history that the critical racists have taken out in order to make their narrative stick, make their narrative of this is a racist country be real. The only way they've been able to do that is by omitting history. Thomas Sowell, God bless him, has done the greatest works in putting this history back. And we need his history. In fact, I want him on the history book. All right. We need his history. We need the trivium back in education, early education trivium, teaching kids what logic is and how it comes about and what it's created from, teaching grammar, rhetoric, and logic the proper ways, the way the mind learns them correctly. We had it right at one point, and it took it away because too many people were getting smart and they were resisting mind control. The trivium is the antivirus to mind control. Yes, if you teach it young enough, we have a whole generation coming up understanding what logical fallacies are and false premises are. The ability for grifters, whether they're in the establishment or otherwise, or the conspiracy realm or the grifting realm, to affect people becomes minimal. We minimize the damage. Of course, people will still always be able to be taken in by stuff, but when you have more people who understand what it is, they can be there to protect them and educate them out of it, right? So yes, yes, yes. Of course, we have to get the grooming out of schools. We have to get the grooming out of gender confusion in an age where you're developing is abuse. It is flat out abuse, and those who are the purveyors of abuse should be locked up and run out. We should take away, as who was saying this the other day? Someone said it, and I was like, that sounds like exactly what I was talking about. It was someone on stage at the convention. This is what I've been talking about. Or maybe it was Barnes. I don't know. It's somebody with a big platform and in front of a lot of people who brought up exactly what I was talking about with removing the incentive for groomers to be in schools by putting them under surveillance. That parents should have access to video. I think it was Barnes. It was Barnes. Barnes. I had that idea. We need to talk. Because I have a video out there. It's called something that has to do with that. It's been a long time since I've even looked at that video. If someone can find it, it's way back. But it's like, the solution to grooming in schools or something like that. What I said, we need to put surveillance in schools and have parents run it. If you have parents running it and they're getting involved with their kids, they're involved with their school, right? And it's not in the hands of anybody who may not have skin in the game, who maybe has a political agenda, right? And we would all take turns running our shifts, watching the classes, making sure groomers aren't trying to slide in subversive ideology of gender confusion, right? This gender ideology. And when you remove the incentive for groomers to be there, they will not take those jobs anymore, right? Because what they want is unsupervised access and government protection. And when you take both of those away, they can't groom your kids in private anymore. And that's the epidemic we're facing right now in schools. And poor Generation Z, they've had it the worst. They've got hit in the worst. And now they're doing it to Generation Alpha, right? Or what are they calling it Alpha Generation? I don't know. The next one. The next kids, the kids that are there right now, the little ones, the cute little ones that are there right now, with innocent love and light, just trying to enjoy life. They just want to play and have fun. And they're telling them that there's something wrong with them. They're telling them that there's something wrong with their color, that there's something that they don't know who they really are, that they can be anything. They can be a unicorn. It's not true. It's abuse. We must stop it. And of course, all the other stuff that comes along with that, political content as well. The grooming of the millennials into environmentalism, like radical environmentalism, to climate changing and man-made global warming. That's what they got hit with the most. The UN was in the classroom and they were pushing their agenda on them, Agenda 21 at the time, on them. And that was really, while Gen X got hit with the to their own detriment, the rebellious attitude. We were rebelling against the fundamentalist culture that had been implanted through the neocon right. There's a very fundamentalist, no liberties, control you type of attitude that we were supposed to be rebelling against. We became very rebellious, party hard, have fun, everybody gets laid. That's the Generation X. We could take that rebellion though. I'm going to talk about this at some other point, but we could take that rebellious spirit, and we do. And I'm a shining example of it. Like I really am a shining example of when mind control goes wrong, because I was not political. I never paid attention to the political aspects of it. I just adopted the rebel against the establishment part of it. So as you can tell, I'm still doing it. And the establishment has become now I see what the establishment truly is. That rebellious spirit they put inside me now lives on to their detriment, right? So they messed up with that one. They pushed into further indoctrination to the millennials. Now we're seeing a full-on attack, full-on abuse with Gen X and subsequent the following generations, right? It'll keep going unless we stop it. We must stop this. We must stop this. And politics has no place except for in a civics class or a government class where we learn with an open mind about everything so that we can then, with no agenda behind it, right? And it should be honest. It should be real. History should be real. And the experience for children should be wholesome, good, and educational. 17, keep men out of women's sports. So again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, we're reading down Agenda 47 so we all have an idea of what it is, so that we can then talk about it on an intelligent way with others. 18, of course, keep men's out of women's sports. I can't believe that we have to even talk about this. Hey, 357, how you doing? I see you there. Daisy Girl Williams, how you doing? How you doing? Great to see you. I can't believe we actually have to talk about this. I can't believe this is actually an agenda item. What the frick, man? This is when you know it's clown world, right? Number 18, deport pro-Hamas radicals and make our college campuses safe and patriotic again. Yes, and what they mean by that is like these people that are here from other places that are joining in these pro-terrorist demonstrations, right? Let them lose their visas, let them lose their opportunities to be educated in America and be part of our society. Yeah, they should, right? Because what are they doing? They're indoctrinating, they're radicalizing, they're the ones, right? And they're ruining other kids' a college experience and their opportunities because they get wrapped up in this, thinking they're doing something good, and they end up losing their college degrees. And then what do? And all that money wasted their parents or they put up, gone. 19, secure our elections, including same-day voting, voter identification, paper ballots, and proof of citizenship. This should have been like 2, right? I would have put this at 2. Yeah, absolutely. I said this in 2018 when I witnessed firsthand here in Georgia the operation of Stacey Abrams and others and what they were plotting to do and how they were trying to game the system, rig the system, right? They rigged the game. And I said, if Trump doesn't do this, he may not win in 2020. And this and other things. But this is one of the major ones. You have to do this because they're getting ready to try to steal it. And he sounded like he had it under control. And evidently, unfortunately, the people he surrounded himself with that time, a learning experience, when he learned from and grew from, and hopefully we're going to see a big difference in coming up. They dropped the ball, and therefore he dropped the ball, and he took responsibility for that. And I understand. 20, unite our country by bringing it to new and recorded levels of success. That's great and all, but if people don't realize that that we have done this, like because they've been their minds have been clouded, they've been trapped inside the establishment narrative. If they don't realize that we have a cure, because they don't realize that in 2016 to 2020, we minus COVID, we did raise to a level of success. They don't acknowledge it, and this is the thing that's missing from this list. And this is one of the ones that I said that he must do in order to get reelected in 2020, including number 19. So I'm kind of a little dismayed. I think this needs to be 21, sir, President Trump, sir. I think there needs to be a 21st on here, and that has to be to relinquish the control of language from the establishment. And that's the way I put it. But the control of language is a God level power, right? And we see this is the essence of mind control, that they can make up words, that they can keep, the media can control language, can control communications, and then control the narrative. We have to take this away from their major primary weapon, that's information, the control of information, right? Where they can overwrite our terminology, where they can inject their own terminology and make us adopt it without, and this has a lot to do with corporate America too. And make us adopt these weird made up word genders, and suddenly they've overwritten a gender, something that's been in something that's been decided for centuries. They've overwritten it with language, right? That's how they did it. And they got help from corporate America, private industry, through organizations like the WEF, right? Pushing people in there, making them members, making them adopt the platform of Agenda 2030. We need to, and I tell you what, there needs to be 22 on here. Stop Agenda 2030. Why isn't that on there? That needs to be on there too. Stop Agenda 2030. Put it on there. I need that. I need to see that. I need to see something about reining in censorship, the media, social media, reining in that. Some kind of language that makes sense, that something they can do at their level. That I'll be optimistic and wishful, and like a lot of people wish they could just take care of it all, right? They can't. Some of it's going to fall on us. Some of it's going to fall on private industry. But I need to see 22. I need to see 22 on there. I need to see stoppage in 2030 and other globalist agendas. How about that? There you go. There's 21, and 22 is address the media the media's ability to control language, to create false narratives, and to censor and deplatform and ban people. That has to do with the First Amendment. I think they kind of wrap that in there, but I'd like to see more deliberate, a more deliberate statement on that as an agenda item. So I want 22. He's got 20. Who knows? Maybe one day I'll get to talk to someone who can talk to him or whatever, and we can add these things, or maybe we just make enough noise he notices, and we get to add these things. But a lot to learn from this. I hope you guys understand Agenda 47 a lot better now, and don't let any of those, don't let anybody mislead anyone about this, right? If you see a chance, take the chance to say something, push back on anybody kind of like saying that this isn't his real agenda. This isn't what he really wants. I mean, come on. Right? All right. That's Agenda 47. Any questions? Any statements? Let's talk. I see a lot of lurkins. And hopefully that was informative for everybody. Let everybody know we're streaming today, man. Let everybody know on X and Rumble and YouTube and Discord and all that. We want to get a big crowd in here tonight, and for this big monumental occasion, President Trump will be speaking for the first time publicly since he spoke publicly, but in a private event. So, but this will be his first big speech since the assassination attempt. So, speaking of assassination attempts, here we go. How do I want to start this out today? Got lots to go through, and it's there's different buckets, like I said, that you could fall into in these early stages of trying to figure out what's going on. And just to let you know, we got 1 hour and 20 minutes until we go live. And by the way, the great Lou Dobbs, this is from Donald Trump, tweeting out, the great Lou Dobbs has just passed away, a friend, a truly incredible journalist, reporter, and talent. He understood the world and what was happening better than others. It was unique in so many ways and loved our country. Our warmest condolences to his wonderful wife, Debbie, and family. He will be missed. He will be greatly missed. And that is from President Trump. So in case you didn't know, no ear thing. Don't show the, okay. Oh, maybe fake. Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's kind of, let's do it. I was kind of like going back and forth on that anyways. They took theirs down. Okay. So yeah, I had a video I was thinking about showing about the bullet going through Trump's ears. I didn't think the more I looked at it, the more I didn't think it was real. Again, there's always going to be the clowns out there that want to get clicks and views and grift people, man. And that's my pet peeve right now more than ever. It's my pet peeve that these people that have no regard for, and this is just demoralization on display, right? They have no regard for other people. Star Child, what's up? How you doing? I saw that on the other one. Where is that? Where's Star Child at? How come I don't see that? Marvin Martin. Why is my he was too young. I see a lot of oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong chat. Wake up. 4 days. We've done Shelly and I have done about 26 hours of streaming this week. I went back to Sunday or to Monday. So like all in all, I think we're going on 26, 27 hours of streaming this week. It's a big week. I mean, usually I think we're around 12, somewhere around there. So big week. But I was like, come on, man. I was reading the wrong chat. I was like, where are these people? I'm like thinking I'm looking at my own stream. Hilarious. T-Rex has something to say. There are some overlaps between Project 25 and 2025 and Agenda 47, but they're not exactly the same end of the not exactly the same end of the Democrats pushing back. Should be ashamed of themselves. We need to protect against disinformation. That's right. Yeah, I mean, of course, there's going to be some overlaps because it's coming out of a Republican think tank, right? But the Republican think tanks do not dictate what the president does, right? They can merely ask. But you know what? He's Trump. He's going to do what he has planned. He's not going to listen to these guys. They don't have any influence over him. That's why he's so great. They don't have influence over him. He doesn't need their money or their support or anything. He's got it. He's got the American people. He's got the truth, and he's got his own fortune, which he made. And that keeps him far away from establishment influence. All right, so updates on that, and then the whole ear thing is ridiculous. I think there's no blood, and just all of a sudden this thing appears there, and then they you don't see anything come in, and then right at this one point, you can see kind of like his ear change, so there's definitely some. I don't think it's real, and you don't see the bullet at all. At that speed, you should be able to see it. You should see blood too. There's absolutely no blood, so that's the tell on that. Thank you to everybody who's reposting the stream on X. I really do appreciate it. If you guys have X accounts, and that would really help. I hope that we have a great night here on X, and of course, I think as time goes on, more and more people would join us closer to the actual speeches. I'm here early to hang out with you guys to make sure that we talk about important things, because once it starts, we don't have time. So I've been following this JLR Investigates, and I want to show you something here, just to let you know that here we go. Just to let you know, and as we do investigate and do keep an open mind about things, right? I like to say this. My mind's open to this investigation. What I do is I try to figure out what doesn't work along the way. So we're questioning to the void, always question to the void, right? That means you question until there's no more questions left, right? You get the answers, and if you can't find them, you keep digging. You need the answers. These answers, you question to the void in order to make a logical decision, right? And in doing that, we need to understand how, again, we're kind of like think back about how our minds work. Now, I'm gonna show you this video as an example of that, right? So let's take a look at this real quick. And he even kind of lists it this way, and I think he's a little caught up in this too, honestly. So let's watch it, and then I'll show you what I mean.
Do a little test here to see if you guys can notice anything in my video. Okay, so pay close attention. We'll be right back.
Yep.
You guys notice anything? Is it something that's visible? Can you see this? This is what they missed. The Secret Service missed this. Okay.
Okay, so just keep that guy in mind. All right. He made a video. I think he was trying to be funny, but at the same time, it's a juxtaposition, right? It's a juxtaposition.
I'm here with a ladder too. What you just saw there, ladies and gentlemen, is a man who was trolling the Secret Service. How could the Secret Service?
Okay. He's going to go into how, right? Now, he's got a ladder that's more accurate to what the guy bought. Okay. He's got his ladder is more accurate. Now, you saw what this guy did, right? See this? He's got this, and he's got that right there. How in the world did you miss this? Well, he didn't have a ladder that long. Okay. And we don't know how he was carrying it at all. So let's keep that in mind. Now, let me jump back over to this guy.
What you just saw there, ladies and gentlemen, is a man does not see a guy walking through a field going up to a building with a ladder and a gun in his hand.
Okay. The idea that he had a ladder and a gun in his hand, these are things that people have made up, like right now, because they've never actually seen it with their own eyes, right? So everybody in their mind right now is trying to figure out, this situation with nothing to go by, no references at all, right? It goes to show this guy had a ladder that was ridiculously too long, right? And he had something brandishing, right? Now, if this guy went through the trouble to buy all this stuff and he knew what he was going to do you think that he would have been openly carrying it? Like, because we're all doing this. This is something that human beings do. We're all trying to visualize something we have never seen. So we're having to go through references. We're having to go through experiences. We're having to put together, like AI does, we're putting together our own little video in our head, but it's completely AI. It's like I'm using AI as a reference because we can look at that and say, okay, well, I get what he means, but it's RI, like our intelligence, right? You know, it's funny. Even if I was trying to use the R intelligence, I guess it's OI, right? R intelligence. But we're doing that too. We're doing the same exact thing AI does in this situation, right? We're trying to piece together. There's the ladder. There's this. There's that. As we get more information, the ladder goes from this to this, right? So, this guy obviously has more information than the other guy, right? Unless the other guy's just trying to be funny. But this is what we're doing. This is what everybody's doing right now. And this is what we need to be aware of, that we do this naturally. Okay, so we do it naturally, but let's be aware of that we may be fooling ourselves, right? Here's what I've been doing during this entire time, that I've been using my own OI, all right, to try to imagine this. I've been trying to imagine how he would do it and make it look like he's not doing it, right? I've been trying to think about how, you put the weapon in a duffel bag. You tie the duffel bag inside the ladder you're carrying it, so it looks like it's just some kind of like seat or something, right? It doesn't look like this, right? How many, but I'm going to ask you guys out in the crowd, everybody watching, please chime in. This is a group participation time, okay? Well, we know he bought one. We've heard that he's bought one, all right? We've heard that he's bought one. We've heard them say that he went to Home Depot, official sources, and got a ladder. Did he use it? We don't know. Okay, so maybe he didn't, but there's two on the building. So, and I showed you that picture. I showed you that picture yesterday of Elon. Do I still have it? I think I found that one on my own. Actually, I started making a playlist on X, so I think I put it there. I'll go back and find it in a second after this. But I just want to point out that this is how people's minds are working, right? And me, I always want to dive into to how the mind's working and how they're trying to infiltrate that system, to get to control minds, to box people into narratives, to activate people. This is my thing. This is my wheelhouse. This is the one thing I'm highly interested in, and I've been chasing for a decade and a half. Right? Why? How can people be controlled through information? This is what one of the ways is exploiting something like this, right? So people see something like that, and they're like, yeah, that's ridiculous, right? And then their mind adopts this guy as perhaps the new image, right? Or maybe they adopt this guy as the new image of how he's carrying it. But I want to know how you guys, please tell me in the chat, my awesome, wonderful, insightful, brilliant chat. Please tell me in the chat, how have you been imagining it? How have you, and it's imagining it, right? We're all imagining it. How have you been imagining it? How have you, this is a great mental exercise to try to, and it puts muscles on your brain, right? It builds up strength in your brain to do these type of exercises. How have you been imagining it? Ask yourself that. If you'd like to share it, I'd love to hear it. I'd love to talk to you about it, talk with you about it. But I'll tell you how I've been trying to imagine it. I've been imagining him concealing it. And the other thing I keep in mind too is that, and the small ladder like this, right? He's walking in with a small ladder, like he's in the crowd. But this is the outside crowd. This is not the inside crowd. I saved something somewhere here. I'm going to pull him off for a second, down here, so I can talk. That the way that the place was shaped up kind of looked like a Pac-Man. Like they fenced around the buildings that he was on, instead of, they fenced those buildings out of the perimeter. So inside the perimeter, Secret Service; outside the perimeter, local law enforcement. That's why they're saying that the local law enforcement was supposed to be in charge of that area, right? I don't have a confirmation on that. That's kind of going back and forth, but I would see in the scenario where they gated that building out of the perimeter, that would be the case. I could understand that being the case. I don't have a definite on that, but I know that that he that would make sense, right? Okay, so everything outside the perimeter is you guys, that way we don't get in each other's way, right? So this guy's walking down the road, and do I have a picture of this somewhere? I'm gonna have to go to Watson's stuff. Let me see. Where's my bookmarks? 2024. Oh geez, not this guy. Oh wait, okay, it was on this. Give me a second, guys. Let me find this. And please share your stories. Chat, where are you at? Let's go. Talk to me. I know there's a lot of people lurking, making dinner and doing stuff right now. I get it. But when you get a chance, just throw it in there. I'll remember you. Oh, here we go. Mercer. My theory, he ditched the ladder or didn't take it off his vehicle, hastily used the AC unit or some other structures to hoist himself on the roof. Okay, so I got to find this so we can do some analysis on that theory. Let's do that. That'll be good. All bookmarks. Okay, I didn't save it. All right. Let's save this theory here. Let me pull this back for 1 second here. All right. We'll come back to that if I think we need to. There's other things that he put out today I want to talk about. I want to talk about some of the other classmates speaking out, leaked mess, whatever. There's a lot. This guy's catching all the stuff. This place is kind of like where I can come to kind of catch the latest. He's like really on top of it. So it's been a good source, at least for analysis. Okay, so let me get my history up here. Where'd he go? Oh, here we go. All right. I don't necessarily. Okay. I can listen to all of this.
Investigators now
He
trying
has
to
some good
determine
imagery in here.
whether roof access had been properly locked down. The shooter climbing up seemingly unimpeded, about 400 feet.
See the gate right there? This building was not inside the perimeter.
From the stage with the
right. So they decided to box it out. It's too much to take care of. It was in the way. It didn't need
direct line of sight on the former president.
I would say though, man, with that
roof have been secure, period.
That building in particular has a sloped roof.
Okay, so we're looking around here. I think over here is where his ladder is supposed to be.
Its highest point. And so, there's a safety factor that would be considered there, that we wouldn't want to put somebody up on a sloped roof.
Wouldn't want.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
To put anyone on a sloped roof. Snipers behind Trump, literally on a sloped roof.
That's a little bit old.
Yeah, we all know about the sloped roof.
If you want to really see something that said, take a look at what
There's
happened.
some funny names in here. I'll leave it.
I think they hit him.
Yeah, looks pretty slopey to me. Biggest, baddest, highest budget security agency on the.
This is what Wolfram's. This is what I think too. I think that he may have gone and put it there earlier. But that might have, they're setting up for an event that may have made him more conspicuous, right? So I kind of wonder about that. He arrived and hid the ladder and the bagged rifle in the morning before security perimeter was established. I don't know, but see, now we need to get there. You go. This is great line of thought. This is what I'm talking about. So now we can add to the questions we need answered. Like, what time was the perimeter set up? What time are people there? Like, how likely is what time did he actually buy the ladder? Where was the Home Depot? How long would it have taken him to drive to the place? And was the perimeter set up by then? Was there a presence by then? That's the things that we don't know, we haven't seen, and we're trying to fill in with our imaginations right now, right? But the way that you get out of imagination land and into logic land is to answer questions like the ones that is posed.
The planet, a slightly sloped roof, putting your life on the line.
I think we might find these things out. That's what I'm saying. Don't jump to conclusions about anything right now, because we may find this stuff out later, And then all of a sudden, people who ran out there and said no, and made all these videos, they look ridiculous now, right? I mean, maybe people don't get as embarrassed as I do when I make a huge mistake like that, but then they have to feel that some level of embarrassment for going out in the crowd and saying something that wasn't. They guessed at something, right? And I was just speculating. Okay, well, you may have, if you're an influencer, you may have influenced people with your speculation.
and mad gunman, a slightly sloped roof, threat neutralized. Now let's get off this sloped roof before somebody gets hurt.
That was funny.
Who is most responsible for this happening?
The buck stops with me. I am the director of the Secret Service.
Resign then. Not going to resign. Apparently, she's been told by higher-ups to shut up.
The Secret Service director has been given
So
instructions.
Bongino is here. He's going to say something. He's got Tucker Carlson in the room. He's got Don Jr. in the room, right? And this dude. And he's going to say, he's the authority in this situation because he was Secret Service at one point. Let's listen to
From
what
the
they had to say.
administration and the DHS secretary. If you want to keep your job, you'll keep your mouth shut about this.
We now learn that the shooter was seen acting
Okay, there's a good high level of it.
suspiciously and photographed by police nearly half an hour before the shooting, and that he wasn't just seen carrying and using a rangefinder 3 hours before the shooting, but that he entered the secure area carrying it after being subjected to a search and let go because he didn't have a gun. Just keep an eye on him, they said.
Near the mag.
You know, I mean, we kind of went over that yesterday. Like I guess look, Paul lives in London or UK somewhere. So, I mean, it may seem ridiculous to him that someone may use something like that as a binocular of sorts, right? You know, especially some kid, but this is a 2A crowd. So, you know, they probably didn't think that much about it, but they did red flag it. So they did notice it, but they were like, well, okay, he doesn't have a weapon. Like I said yesterday, I think that the answer here is that if people are doing something suspicious, or if it's even a part that could be used in something, maybe they should not let people bring it in, and they should pull them aside and say, okay, we need to get your name and ID, take a picture of you. This is just for security. If you don't do anything wrong, you'll be fine. But just to let you know, because you brought this in here now, according to policy and procedure, we have to keep an eye on you. All right. So you will be being watched while you're here. You know, as long as you don't act suspicious and don't do anything, you'll be just fine. You know, but if you do, just know our guys are going to be on you in like 2 seconds, and you may be putting your life at risk. Then you just have the conversation, and maybe you have to have 10 of those at every rally. You know, but I think that's the solution, the long-term solution here to fix the hole, the loop, the giant gaping process hole that happened here.
The tometer area where they're screening people in. He's
What I wanna
carrying
show
in
you,
his
though.
hand a range. He have this in his hand for. At that point, they told people keep an eye on this guy, but then he leaves the secure area, the staging area, and he doesn't turn up again for some time.
Right.
So they were trying to keep an eye on him. I'm not going to go into the right. They didn't do it, but they, you know, like I said, if they had addressed him initially, that the way that I spoke about it, I think that would have done the job. I think that would have done the job. And then of course, if he came back, like I talked to that kid. That's Thomas. You know, I know his name. I talked to him personally. I told him the deal. Now he's acting suspicious. Now let's go confront him as he's doing, like walking inside the gate and looking around. Like that gate is so close, right? And nobody's on that gate right there. That is a process and procedure error right there. I guess they figured they had it secured from this side. Hold on, you can't see my mouse. There you go. This side. But the fact that there was nothing going on right here when there was a giant long gate and just a very wide open area, I think is troubling, especially since you could just walk up from the back right here, right? They should have done something about this area right here. Again, that would have been another deterrent.
But then he leaves the secure area, the staging area, and he doesn't turn up again for some time.
Right, so he's carrying a magnification device that you put on the end of an AR-15. Just keep an
okay, time out, guys. Is this correct? Wolfram, is that correct? So I know the roof's almost flat. Do you put is a rangefinder a magnification device? Do you put on the end of an AR-15? Or is it something that you hold in your hand? I'm trying to get my mental imagery right. Is something you hold in your hand? No. Okay, thank you. That's what I thought. I thought it was something you hold in your hand. No. Okay, so again, this guy is from another country. He probably's never. I mean, he's Alex Jones' old buddy, so he probably has held an AR-15. But him, you know, okay. So I take these things nice and slow. No, you don't put it on the end of an AR-15. Okay, that's what I thought. You hold it up, you look through it, then you put it down, You pick up the weapon and you sight in using that, knowing what the range is that you're going to be trying to fire at. And I guess that's to adjust for wind and other things like that. Theory of threat of my art. How you doing, dude? Rangefinders are often used for distancing on golf courses. There you go. Yeah, that makes sense too. It could have been a golfer, right? Rangefinders are handheld like binoculars. There you go. Look like binoculars. Obviously, I think that what they're like, they're mono though. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Yeah, so we're going through this, and we're just kind of talking about how
in here, Aaron, where he's
people
taking
piece
the
things together
rangefinder
before
and
they
he's looking
actually see
through it
them.
at the
We're
counter
trying
sniper
to take a really
positions.
based approach to this.
And one of the counter
all
sniper
options are on
positions
the
is
table.
looking at him through the scope. At this point, there's not a gun in the picture, as I understand it, but they're saying
Right.
he's looking at us, looking at him.
Yeah.
An unimpeachable source, let's just say, on the matter. That post, according to my source, that roof was supposed to be a police post. It was supposed to be someone there. They're now making up excuses, saying the pitch of the roof. My source says to me, no one knows why the post didn't show up. But so that's a nonsense story they're putting out in the media.
Maybe the guy was too.
Okay, so he comes with a lot of credibility on that. So he's saying a police post, not a Secret Service post, a police post. Now I've heard other people say that it's not true, that the police weren't supposed to be responsible for that building. But look at this. Who do you see here when they're trying to get over to the building through the gates? They don't even have a key to the gates. Okay, maybe this guy? I don't know. Maybe, okay, hold on. Definitely this guy. There's one. That guy has to be Secret Service. Everybody else here looks like local police. And here comes a local police car to ram the gate. Come on, hit it like you mean it.
Hit it like you mean it.
There you go. One more time. Yes, let's go. Look. Here comes the guy with the steel chair. I love it. He's got the steel chair. It's like a wrestling match when they come running in. They got the steel chair. There he goes. Steel chair guy. I mean, at least he's sneaking on his toes. It's like we can climb over using the chair.
We're living in a new age of banana republic.
Okay, yeah. You live in the UK, so you're way too close to the camera. High grade. Well, hold on. Now he's doing an ad. Sorry. I want to get to the imagery the image he had where it shows you the perimeter from the top.
Nation plot were uncovered, yet they still went with the Pac-Man perimeter.
There you go, the Pac-Man perimeter. I thought that was kind of funny. Paul is kind of funny, but he's often got little details wrong. Okay, so here you go. That's the perimeter, right? So guys, if anybody knows better than me, let's definitely say something. But I would think that anything inside this perimeter would be Secret Service, and then anything outside is going to be local law enforcement as an assistant to the Secret Service. I know that I've heard they're all on the same radio band. But again, I guess there's type of procedures that are going on that, they're like, well, the local police are handling this. We'll handle this. Let us know if you need our help. So maybe it's not letting them know communication. They need their help. Law enforcement snipers on roofs. Wounded at rally. Okay. Excluded from security bubble. Location of suspect. Okay. Why is it suspected? So we're looking right here, right? This is it right here, right? Or right here. I don't know why they have these things here. But let's take a look. We saw him walk. We saw a video of him right here in this area, walking up in this area, on this gated area, and he's kind of standing there and then turning around and walking back, right? Nobody else was in this area but him. Nobody. That is a process breakdown. That is that's a huge mistake right there. And when they say posted up there, why wasn't there anybody posted on where these entry points would be. Cops should have been posted here. Sorry, you cannot go in this area, off limits. But he wasn't told it was off limits. He wasn't stopped for going in there. And if he had been flagged, he probably should have been, at that point, I believe, he probably should have been grabbed, right? But again, local law enforcement. Now, I'm trying to think where these, and hopefully this is the right picture. I'm trying to think of where, there's those trees. There's the snipers we saw behind Trump right there. Okay. So the redheaded guy, right? I think these guys are over in this area, or maybe even down in this area, kind of like tailgating. A lot of tailgating. Let's see. The number of agencies that were there that day have not been confirmed, but when I see Butler Mayor came forward and said Butler PD was in charge of traffic control, so they're going to fight over whose job it was. So that you know what that tells me immediately? Miscommunication. Absolutely miscommunication. They're going to fight over whose job was what. They did not have clear communication. And when you have communication breakdown, you have these areas that you have these you have loopholes for bad things to happen, right? You create loopholes, or you create, I don't know, I'm not thinking of a good word right now, but you guys, I think you know what I mean. So yeah, speaking of the number of agencies, I wanted to show you guys this. I don't think there's anything more in this video that I need to show you. Oh, well, this one is pretty good. We'll watch this. But I wanted to show you this because this is the area we saw him walking up in. This is where people were shouting from. There's a guy on the roof. There's a guy. They're right in here. But this is probably where the redheaded guy is somewhere too. Like he probably got interviewed somewhere out here, or maybe from this side, right? Like people were hanging out in these areas, just no problem, right? And I don't know where the entry points were. Probably down here. Like I've been to Trump rallies, so it's probably down here at the bottom somewhere is where the entry points are. You're not seeing my mouse, damn it. Okay. And this is where the guy was. This is where the people were shouting. This is where we saw him walk up, the video of him walking up, looking around like he was lost, right? And somewhere around here is going to be where the building, the ladders, and where's the ladder and the tree? That's all over on this side, right? So we'll get a better look at that in a second. I want to pull up Elon's tweet. If someone can help me find it, that'd be great. Elon's tweet that shows the ladders. Like I had it last night and it's gone now, and I really want it back. So if that could show up in private chat, that'd be awesome. Why I do this. Let's see. Okay, so I just want to show you guys that, right, and get that in mind, and say that yeah, this area right here, this little bottleneck right here, choke point, should have been guarded, right? They had a very narrow passage right here. You could have put cops right there. Boom. Okay, you see the guy walking up. You go, okay, suspect 5 just walked over to one of the perimeters and attempted to go into a no access zone. Okay, that's strike 2 for that guy. Let's pull him in. Let's pull him in. That's, you know, if I'm in charge, that's what I'm doing. And let's see, excluded from security bubble. This area here. This is the roof he got on. Okay. So we have to get a more ground level view of this, but just keep this in mind. This area was outside the perimeter. Were the police supposed to do traffic, or were they supposed to also police these buildings as well? This is private property too. So that in mind, let's jump up to this part in the video. I don't really want to see the speculation part by this dude. And remote detonator. Let's see.
Detonator on his person, which was connected to an IED in his car and another in his home. Was he planning to set it
Another in his home?
off as a distraction? Or did he intend to survive after assassinating Trump and go on another rampage against his supporters? And why would he want to blow up his own house where his parents lived?
Good question. Parents that were MAGA, parents that supported Donald Trump, that had signs in the yard. Supposedly, neighbor testimony spoke to that. Are the signs still in the yard? I don't know. Maybe they had them in the yard in 2020 and they don't now. I don't know. But yeah, if he was just trying to go for broke, can you remote detonate that from that far away? He was like 30 minutes from his house. I don't think it would have worked.
He had a bulletproof tactical vest in his car, but strangely chose not to wear it.
Okay, do we know that for sure?
All the
Okay, I gotta not do that. But he definitely didn't have one on. At first, it sounded like he did, but he didn't. You can tell. So he didn't have one on. He wanted to blend into the crowd, probably. But it was in the car. He didn't wear it. A lot of questions. So put that in the question pile.
this preparation, and yet strangely, still no motive, no social media footprint, nothing on his phone, no firm political beliefs, no manifesto.
Okay, he's building suspicion.
You'd at least expect some.
Okay, about no social media presence. I've heard people talking over and over about this. They cannot believe it. But he's definitely Gen Z. And a lot of parents, a lot of people, maybe even like a lot of people in the MAGA community, understand about social credit scores, and the social media is toxic, and can really turn kids the wrong way, right? Put bullying at school on top of that. Let's say that's true. Bullying at school. Why would he want to be on Facebook or any platform where anybody can get to him, right? Why would he want to be? Why would he use his real name if he was? So there's ways to kind of explain this. They say they got his devices and found nothing on him. He wiped them. They haven't done enough technical research on them to find where he's hidden stuff. He evidently had a high aptitude for technology and mechanics, at least, or at least had an interest in these things. But he's a modern kid. So check Discord. Okay, where's Discord? Oh yeah, that one. Okay, we'll get to that too. I mean, we have to be careful. It could be him. It could. Of course, what name was he using? Hold on, you guys aren't seeing this because it's the picture that came out of him as a trainee, supposedly. Supposedly. Really good. It's a really good likeness, but different glasses. So I don't know if he had more than one pair of glasses. I'd really have to get in there close. It's really close. And he does look like he has like a lip ring of sorts. I would like to see more people who knew him face to face to say if that was a thing or if this is some kind of secret life he had, right? So I'll show you this in a second. Thank you for that, T-Rex. Am I missing anybody that came in? Let me see. While I'm on my... Hey, that cool gamer. Right on, buddy. What's going on? How you doing? Welcome. So happy you're here, hanging out with us. All right. So we're talking about this, right? And I think that, okay, could it be difficult? I think they'll eventually find something. Eventually. But could he have totally known this ahead of time and ghosted everything? Could he have never been involved in it in the first place? Yes. So I don't find it as odd as other people do. And I think that given time, we'll figure something out. I'm going to show you a report from a supposed someone who knew him, was in class with him. I'm going to show you something from him next. And that's going to explain that he might not have been a loner, might have had friends. So if that's the case, perhaps these people are going to be found and they'll eventually make their way to a video of sorts and give a report. So we'll have to figure out who his friends were. His parents right now are key. I'm going to tell you that right now. The information his parents may have is really, we really need to understand him better through his parents. Who were his friends? Did you know his friends? What did he do? What was his routine? He worked at a nursing home. He as a starter job, he liked to go to the range and shoot. What else did he like to do? What kind of music did he listen to? These are things that I want to know from the parents, that they're obviously extremely traumatized at this point, and probably need a good amount of time to recover in order to come forward and help us understand what's going on. But we do need them at some point to come help really satisfy a lot of questions. A recent new report said he hid the rifle earlier. Can't be true because he borrowed the rifle from dad earlier, went to a gun range. Now, he said he told his dad he was going to the gun range. Do we know that he actually went? Is there any video of him at the gun range? That goes in the other we need questions answered bucket about that. Yes, the reports were he did borrow it from his father. But we again, that goes in the buckets of questions as to how long he was 30 minutes away, I think 20 to 30 minutes away from his house to the site. What time did he borrow the rifle? What time? And what time did they start setting up? These are questions we need to have answered in order to kind of like figure out this is true or not, because we're all hearsay right now. But yeah, I think the idea that he did borrow the rifle from his father seems to be true. Seems to be proven, I think, at this point, unless his dad comes out and does something with that. But and that he used the excuse that he was going to a gun range. I don't think he went to a gun range. I think that was his cover story for his parents and to get the gun. So instead of going to the gun range, he went and planted it. And that's probably again, timing is everything here. As he's pulling in, I would imagine the setup crew got there very early in the morning. That's my imagination talking, but I don't know until I see a time frame and when they're pulling up, right? And so that goes in the question bucket until we get it answered. We can't make a decision on that. That's just how I operate, so I don't mislead myself. All right, so we'll continue though, and it's still on the table for sure. Threat still on the table. All right, so we'll continue
Bullied
here.
loner incel who wanted to make himself famous and go out with a bang.
I don't think that's what it was, but I don't know. Maybe again, he can be a little hyperbolic sometimes, but I don't mind Paul, but he can be a little hyperbolic, a little too close to the camera for comfort.
Take a look what happened.
Okay, so are they trying to say that 2 bullets went through his ear? I don't understand this. This is why I brought it up. Does anybody know? Because there were initially 3 shots fired, right? And then, or was it initially 2 shots fired, then 3 followed, and then he was taken out? I think he got off a total of 5 shots. Then there was the return fire, which probably got us up to what, 4 more. And then a lot of people, I saw this happen last night on Joe's show, thought that there was a shot fired. I mean, in the chat, that is, a shot fired after they had already rushed the podium and were bringing him off. So did I hear another shot? Did I hear another shot? And I think that's where people are getting this water tower shooter thing from, right? No, they bumped the mic. That's what a bumped mic sounds like, because they were right there. You could hear it was still on because he was like, let me get my shoes. Let me get my shoes, right? And then they were scuffling them through there. Someone bumped the podium that bumped the mic that made it sound like did it sound like that? I don't know. I just hit my mic. Hopefully it didn't sound like total crap. But anyways, yeah, don't, right? It sounded like because those shots were like tack, 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 tack. And you hit it like, oh, boom. The mic similar enough for people that aren't, sophisticated and kind of like understanding these, they're looking for sounds. They're not looking for particular sounds. And they hear something similar, like, oh, that might be another one. That might be number 11 right there. I don't know. I'm not deep into the water tower, theory. I think that's ridiculous, actually. And but there are actually people trying to climb the water tower right now. So go figure. I'm still feel like he didn't have any accomplices. I'm not saying that he wasn't handled in some kind of way. It could have been handled online. Easily, easily. It didn't even have to be face to face. It could have just been someone antagonizing or saying, "Oh, this is what I would do." Oh yeah, let's take a look at it. I'll look it up I'll look up the thing on my, oh yeah, I'd get on top of this building, or just suggesting it. If someone got on top of that building and have a clean shot at him, if they could shoot worth a damn, I could shoot worth a damn. I mean, there's ways that you could psychologically manipulate people like him. Highly suggestible. Even though he was said to be a know-it-all by some people, there's ways that they can be manipulated through ego, right? The know-it-alls that have the big egos, oh well, I could probably make that shot. You couldn't make that shot. And then the memories of being rejected from the rifle team come up. All the kids that laughed and said you couldn't hit the side of a barn. Oh, I'll take out your hero. Then what will you do? Because he definitely didn't like Trump. And there's reports that he's an anarchist. So that's going to lead us into a conversation when I get to that part. And let me keep an eye on the time real quick because I could tell I'm in a heated. I'm heated right now. I'm like just the information's flowing. This is like old winning right here. I'm just dumping it, and then you know what it is? It's because I feel rushed. We have 38 minutes, and that's how I used to feel on the old panels I used to go on, and so people would say, yeah, he and the old scene that I was in, that toxic swamp that we all left and got out of and got away from, of the disgraced YouTuber that is no longer on YouTube. He's there, it just doesn't do anything because nobody wants to hear it. All right, I digress. But I would have things to say, right? And I want to teach people or kind of let them get to know me and what I was about. And I would just go. And I could talk for, when I was in that mode and trying to, in that initial stages, right? I could go and talk and talk and talk and talk. And then no one else was talking, so I talk more and talk more. So I got a little reputation for going a little long in what I had to say. I could feel that energy right now. Like I've got that long-winded energy. Yes, I'll say it. Because I don't mind. I got things to say. At least when I talk, it makes sense and there's something there to it. So anyways, back off the digression here. Let's take one more look at this and then move on. Let's see. Is there anything of importance here?
Sniper Major Nate Norton said the shot would have been a piece of cake for anyone half competent.
Oh, you hear that? The shot would have been a piece of cake for anyone half competent. He sounds so pompous when he talks. It's hilarious. But I don't dislike Paul. I think Paul's a pretty cool guy. So there it is again. So anybody half competent could have made that shot. So it's just really, I think if Trump had turned his head, he would have made the shot. So I'm done with this. I don't like it when people go off that far off and it becomes more about them than what we're talking about here. Now, let's get into more about competency versus inside job. That's the two buckets you're going to find yourself going down or falling into when you're trying to figure this out, right? And you're going to find that it kind of goes back and forth, and there's probably a little bit of both. I don't know. But people aren't going to be happy if they just hear it's incompetency. They want more. They really do. There's a lot of people out there that just aren't going to be happy if it's not an inside job, because it makes sense in a lot of ways that they would. And people are listing it off. First, they come after you in the media. Then they come after you in the courts. Then they come after you. Then they try to take you out, right? It's just, they try to follow this really simple pattern that's easy for them to understand, not realizing the world's complex and full of possibilities, endless possibilities, and endless people creating endless possibilities at all times. The world's a very complicated place when you really put your mind to thinking about it, right? I mean, anything. I need to eat, right? I haven't really eaten yet. I ate a little bit, but I need to eat again. That's the condition I'm in right now. I'm hungry. I'm a little hungry, right? That affects how I'm coming across. It probably affects me in a lot of ways I don't even notice, but I'm a little hungry right now, right? Maybe some of you guys are a little sleepy out there, a little tired, a little sore. These little tiny micro conditions that we have, or I don't call them micro conditions, they're important to us that are going through them, right? These are things that are happening to us right now that could affect us. That's just one set of possibilities. I'm not hungry. I might not get up in a minute and eat. I'll probably get up in a minute and get something to eat, right? But if I'm not hungry, I'm not going to get up and get something to eat in a minute. That affects the future, right? That's just a small example of how possibilities and conditions meet, right? I'm going to eat. I am. As soon as they start talking, okay, we got about another 38 minutes. I got too much to talk to the crowd about, and I love having everybody here. I'm having fun doing these marathon streams, even though they're really tiring. What if I did these every day? I don't know if I get the same amount of enthusiasm of day 25 of me going off about something, but I'm happy that you guys are here for this. This is a special occasion. This is a historic night. In RNC history, in American history, this speech is going to be something. It's going to be important in a lot of ways, and I'm very much looking forward to it. And it may become very historic. It may be a very historic moment. So I'm so happy that we're going to share that together. And I hope you guys will stick with us throughout. We have a great time. All right. So I want to show you this. I want to show you this. I had this from yesterday. But Butler, Pennsylvania, local news or NBC News report. So we're looking at all sides here. We're looking at all opinions, all people. All right. I'm gonna do analysis mode right here. All right. Okay. So this is a man telling a story. I'm gonna speed it up. I already did. So we're on just 1.25 Adderall speed right there. Okay. And we're going to listen to what he has to say. He went to a Trump rally earlier at a different location in Pennsylvania and talked about the difference in security.
Phil Pott, he's from this community, from Butler. Robert, come here and talk to us if you will. You can come a little closer. Sure. You stopped us here. We're here doing our show, and you stopped us. And you wanted to talk to me, and you wanted to tell me something. We just heard the mayor there of Slippery Rock talk about the other Butler rally.
Okay, he stopped them to tell them this. I'm gonna take some notes. I take notes. This is what I do, guys. I'm just showing you in real time. Taking notes. That's a very new hat. It's a very new hat. He's got the sunglasses on. It's outside. I get it. It's sunny. He's got a hat on. So maybe no big deal. I'm just noting it because I'm always keeping my eyes open for infiltrators, people who are not with us, that try to pretend to be with us, like the Patriot Front group, who I'm going to go into here in a little bit. Hopefully I have time. I don't run over, but we need to talk about these alt-right pretenders, right? The people that are trying to merge in, and we're getting ready to take the blame for a lot of their shit. I'm going to show you some stuff on that. They're going to try to mix them in and say they're MAGA. They openly say they're not MAGA. So, so why are they where we are? Why else would they be where we are? To disrupt, to create violence, to create optics, right? It's a hit squad. So we have to be aware of Patriot Front is not a friend, and they are to be called out and to be highlighted and have the light of truth shined on them at all times, especially during this time right now.
That he had been to. You were talking to me about that
I'm
rally
just
as well.
keeping my eyes
Tell
open.
me the message you wanted me to understand, because there was something different about that rally versus this rally that you noticed.
Yeah, my daughter and I went, I guess it was 4 years ago, at the Butler Airport, not even 5 miles from here. It was an awe-inspiring event. We were just like, wow. But the one thing we noticed, we walked in there, and her and I, we're close. And the one thing.
Sorry if there's music in the background. I'm not sure where that's coming from. All right. I did not answer you like you're my mom. Come on. You did not just answer me. No, I answered you like you're someone who cared about me and wants me to eat. Thank you.
I think we noticed that the airport has a lot of hangars, buildings kind of like this, but they hold planes. Every rooftop of every hangar had 3, 4, 5 guys on top of it.
When you say guys, snipers? Law enforcement with long guns on
long
top.
guns,
Okay.
yes. And
He
even
seems
some of them
legit
in the
seems
sniper
legit.
position.
I just know things like
scanning
that.
everywhere. And my daughter turned to me
To the point where you got there, you noticed them right away.
Immediately. It was the first thing she said to me. She goes, "Oh my gosh, Dad, look at this." She
Hey,
goes,
Starlight.
"I never felt so safe in my life." Those were her exact words.
This is 4 years ago in the rally by
Okay,
the
I'll
airport.
take a look.
The other airport.
Right.
Okay.
So she didn't come with me this time because she's eight months pregnant, the heat and everything else, but she really wanted to. So that was so much on our minds there that we talked about it for, I don't know, we just talked about it. We were like so awe-inspired by that. Wow. First thing I did when I got here yesterday was I did a complete look around at every rooftop. And I said to myself, that's strange. I don't see one cop, sniper, nothing. I don't see anything. And I just thought, that was kind of weird.
And at what time is this when you're sort of looking around trying to see what you saw 4 years ago?
It's probably about, 4 years ago, we noticed
today. I mean, or yesterday. What time was that when you started looking?
Probably about 2 hours before he came on stage.
Okay.
But I didn't stop looking because it's something that was in my mind because of it was so noticeable back then.
Sky, Starlight, is that your channel? That's funny, by the way. It's this guy Dreams Anime 8359. Did you make that, or did you just find that and give it to me? Hey, that if you made that, that's really funny. That's hilarious. Yeah, he said sneaky. It's just sneaky. I'll show it in a minute. Let's get through this.
But it was also just as noticeable not being that way.
And then did you notice, because on that barn right there, that's where the law enforcement snipers were that engaged with the alleged assassin. Did you notice them?
I did not. I noticed nobody because I scanned every roof. And I just thought it was strange because when they show the Google Maps looking down, it really doesn't give the entire picture of the area because right beyond that, there's all kinds of buildings. And that's why I looked around because—
You're saying there's a lot of high points. If somebody was on another roof and wanted to fire towards the
right across 68 right here, there's a big sports complex that has a high roof. I knew the AGR building because I know of it.
That's where the assassin was planted on top of.
Correct. I was going to park there because I know a lot of people coming from out, they don't know the area. And I'm thinking that would be a great place to park. It's close. It's real close. I could park right there. I'd be out quick because it's right off the main road.
Yeah.
So, So
we're going to park there, and then you decided not to.
But I decided not to because there was so much traffic on this main road that I couldn't get to it. So I
couldn't get to it. Did you even drive by? Did you see it?
I drive by it every day.
It's easy because I drove by it as well. It's easy to walk into, essentially. Like if you were to drive over there, you could walk right into it.
Well, that's why I was going to park there because I knew that. But I decided not to, only because the traffic was so bad that it would take me an hour to get to it.
Yeah.
So I just parked further down and walked in. But it was I still can't process it. I think that's why I came back here today because I wanted to look at the where I was at.
Okay, what do you guys think of this dude so far? I mean, I get it, but just I don't like. There's certain aspects about this I don't like, and there's certain aspects about it that seem perfectly fine. I just don't know if I'm being a little too analytical, but I don't want to spend too much time on it because, like, I just think that's why I came back here today. Why would you come back there just for that? Just to remember roofs. He's 80. Well, he's on Adderall. I just have it sped up. But yeah, I don't know.
And say, how lucky are? I mean, somebody died. That's a shame, but I still can't. I mean, last night I was up all night. I don't even think I slept well, thinking I just can't believe it. I'm just still shocked.
He definitely likes chewing tobacco.
I can't believe why. I mean, I think the big thing is the why. I mean, have we really come to that point? I mean, I do remember when Reagan was shot. That was different, but that was basically the last time. And I'm still, like, I called my daughter, I called my girlfriend, and we were in tears. We were in tears because as I'm walking away, I walked away from the gunshots. I mean, that's the first thing I did was walk away. And there were vendors with Trump supplies, probably as long as this row here. And this one guy's on the phone and he screams, "They just shot Trump. He's down." So I immediately got on my phone and called somebody. And I called my girlfriend. She's in tears going, "Trump is shot. Trump is down. Trump is..." And then I froze. I didn't know whether to go out, whether to go in. I just stayed there. And I'm like,
I think a lot of rally goers were probably.
All right. I just wanted to say this guy pointed out, for some reason, pulled media aside to say security was different, right? Let me check it on the time. Live. 25 minutes, guys. 25 minutes. We can keep on rolling. Did we ever find that picture from Elon? Let me just look up Elon. Good old Elon. All right. Oh, next, a giant building with an X on it would be wild. As I scroll down through his feed, he tends to tweet a lot. It's like he owns the place. I don't see it. Damn it. Oh, here it is. I found it. Let's go. Guys, I appreciate each and every one of you being here. If you want to help the channel out and you want to help me out, help it out instantly. I think we're going on hour 28 this week. They got the Venmo, we got the buy me coffee. Those things work really great. If you want to do instant and you don't want to pay you don't want YouTube taking a cut. And if you don't mind using those apps, those work really great. If you'd like to super chat and support the channel, I appreciate it. Really appreciate it during these tough times when contracts are lean. This is becoming a more and more an important source of income. So thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate it. Okay, so here's what I tried to show us yesterday. Okay, we're gonna scroll in more as much as we can. Okay, so it's gonna stop me. It's gonna stop. Don't do anything crazy. All right. So this is the big tall ladder. So this is maybe where the guy in the field thought he was getting his information from, but this was just evidently a SWAT ladder. I guess. Well, did SWAT actually get, this is like, so SWAT went up there after the fact, put this ladder there. They got a picture of it. That this is supposed to be his ladder here. Okay, so where are we at in the world in this picture? Right? That's what I'm asking when I see something like this. This is how I start to discern this information. I start to kind of break it down. What? That's just Saddam Hussein right there. What the hell? Is this a joke? Has anybody else seen something like this or something close to it? Let me know. This looks like he bought a small ladder and then used the ladder to climb up here off of something else. Why not just jump? Maybe it's, well, okay, look, first of all, we're looking down on something so we don't have good depth perception of things. We can kind of judge things by the size of what we know a tree looks like in a normal size building. And of course, we all, doors are normally the same size, right? So we can try to start to get an idea of how far that would be. I don't know. Maybe he just wanted to come up this way, go straight on this roof. I would imagine you could just go across this and go over here, right? So I don't know. Maybe this is a misleading post, but this is the area, I guess, where he would have put the ladder. Now, to me, these two trees make great cover, but he didn't have a 10-foot ladder. He had a little small 5-foot ladder, right? So just to get an idea of what people are trying to think about this ladder, like, how did you get it here? How did you drop it off without people noticing it? Well, if you didn't have an eye in the sky watching you at all times, you probably could get away with some stuff. I mean, he had a car, right? Could you drive up? There's cars right here. Could you drive up in this area at some point? If you could drive up in this area at some point, stop his car, and casually drop something off before getting noticed. I don't think it would have sat it like that, but who knows? I would have ditched it back in this area, honestly, and I would have concealed it. So, like Wolfram was saying, he wouldn't walk around with a rifle in his hand and a ladder around his neck, going, "Look at me, look at me." He was trying to be. Well, let's see. I just messed up everything. Let me pull this back down to normal size here. There we go. Oh, that's it. Okay. He was trying to be, as Starlight would say, he's trying to be sneaky. Or he did not use the ladder. Yeah. That perfect, Murph. Yeah. He didn't, or he didn't use it. He didn't use it. Thank you for that, by the way, Murph. I really do appreciate it. I appreciate you retweeting, reposting the show. I hope a lot of people can find us and will join us for the duration on all platforms. I haven't even checked in on Rumble over on my Rumble side. How are we doing over there? We're rocking and rolling. Guys, hit that thumbs up over there. Rumble is up to 443 followers. And X is up to, you guys know there's a big competition going on between X and Rumble right now for who's going to get the 500 first. And they are tied. Dead heat tie. So 443, Rumble X, keep on striving. Who's going to get the 500 first? It's going to be awesome. All right. So let's pull that down. What else do I have here? Okay. So this is the other thing I kind of want to get into. Is there anything else? Oh yeah. Before I jump over to that topic, the alt-right topic, there's this thing we got to talk about here. T-Rex sent this to me. I'm just going to use his I gotta do the whole window. Okay, let me just do this then. Entire window, the screen, this window. Does this work? Let's just do it like this. All right. This picture. Damn good lookalike. If it's not him, it's damn good lookalike. Now, where did this come from? Of course, it's going to come from some place out there on the internet, right? Looks like off someone's phone, probably T-Rex's phone. You need to charge that battery, buddy. But the glasses aren't right. I need to do a side-by-side. Hold on, let me pull this down and stop that. This will let you guys know what we're going to talk about here. Is this him? Does it matter? I mean, I guess kind of, right? Does he fit the description of most of these people? No, they're really out about who they are. Like that one thing that they, like when they get you in the cult or they get you in the tranny cult, one thing they want you to do is really show off. His hair was not quite that long. Yeah, we don't know the age of the picture either. Maybe, you know, was he a catfish? I don't know. The lip ring, he does have that thing on his lip, but that's from 8th grade. And that's probably from braces. Braced, you know, someone punched him in the mouth or something, and he got a cut on his lip from his braces. I used to wrestle with braces. Like, God, that sucked. But I didn't care. Let's see. That kid wouldn't show up at a firing range look like that. No. And a lot of these kids that have been subverted and have been taken by the cult, they the first thing they want them to do is show off. They want them to show their colors. They want them out there, you know, promoting the cult, you know, promoting the lifestyle, promoting that nastiness. Because, you know, that helps them attract more, helps them to bring in more people, helps them normalize it. So younger people who don't know the difference get wrapped up in it. And I think that that's just the way things are. And that's the way things are evolving with their generation. It's not, they don't know that there's the older generations there that are manipulating their minds, using mind control, using trauma to steer them into this lost world. And part of the cult is anti-gun. Yeah, of course they are. They're anything that's going to disarm people so that they can be bigger bullies and bigger and access and do more harm to the innocent. Yeah, anything. Yeah. So I don't know about this. I don't know if it's worth looking into it. I think this is one of those things like in 24 hours we'll find out that it was fake. It's like the other guy. So I'm really sketchy on. I'm really going to be careful when it comes to anything like that right now. And right now, what does it matter? We're not even trying to figure out what his lifestyle was, right? Or his fetish. We're trying to just figure out what the motive was and how he pulled it off, and if it was incompetence or if it was hold on, they found. We're gonna do a react. Usually does pretty good.
Hypocrisy of the left. All right, guys, so the video title and the thumbnail pretty much says it all. We got a lot more details dropping surrounding the shooting, this attempted assassination.
That's kind of funny, like Pennsylvania, Virginia, or something.
Assassination of former President Donald Trump. And yep, pretty much as expected, the more information that drops, the worse it looks for Alejandro Mayorkas and his incompetent DEI hire, Kim Cheadle. Obvious.
So he's going to go into the. Yep, that's right, Heidi. How you doing, Heidi? That's right. He's going to go into the incompetence bucket. So let's go.
Today is no different. Once again, I am calling on Kim Cheadle to resign from her position.
You see what I'm saying about buckets, guys? I'm saying that there's two big buckets that are out there. There's the incompetence bucket, and there's the inside job bucket. So information that you're going to look at is usually going to steer us in one direction or the other.
Let me show you guys all the new video footage, and of course, more importantly, exactly what it tells us. I got some crazy updates to share with you guys. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so as per usual, we're getting that slow drip of information, and more importantly, we're getting that slow drip of video footage. It always works this way. A big event happens, and then slowly over the next couple of weeks, more and more cell phone camera footage will start to drop. Here's the...
Yes, that's so important to understand. That's why we don't jump to conclusions. Get off that mat. Right? Don't jump to conclusions. And like, we got time to figure this out. We don't have to figure it out in 1 hour. And in fact, we're not going to be able to, because most of the information we need, most of the questions we need answered are not accessible right now. You know, we need to talk to the Father. We need to hear the full report. We need to know more. And we don't have enough information to make a logical conclusion yet, to draw a logical conclusion yet. And I mean, maybe some people like going out there and just speculating and being wrong. I don't. So if you're like me, you're in the right spot. Starlight says a lot of people are going to connect that Baldwin trial with the practice cowboy ranch with the dude wearing a demo ranch tee, all together promoting 2A control because it happened. It had in rapid succession. Okay, now this is what I call the Sandy Hook effect. Right? The truth of the matter is I mean, I think I would call it that. Yeah, I would call it that. The truth of the matter is that the establishment is always trying to pivot to their agenda. So they always are waiting. Remember, the establishment never lets a crisis go to waste, but neither do conspiracy grifters, right? They both produce mind control victims equally as a result, right? So this is what I'm, when they start making these wild connections like this, the guy who Demo Ranch came out and said, man, he was wearing my shirt. This has been really wild for us. We don't like it. It sucks being associated with this, but this is not what we're about. He had to come out and make a video about it, right? So I think I played that on one of the nights, probably one of the first nights. But it's a Sandy Hook effect, right? Because what was going on during that time is Obama, if you remember, Obama and them were pushing hard that 2A agenda, right? And they never let a crisis go to waste. And so they take what they do is before the bodies are even cold, they pivot over to their agenda because they don't give a fuck about us, right? They don't care about their integrity and they don't care about the effect they have on people. They want to control their minds. This is part of mind control. And so what happened with that is all the truthers, the Sandy Hook truthers, the non-truthers, right? The people I had to fight night and day to keep from corrupting the base side of reality here. Back in the day, right? They immediately felt everything was fake. It was all fake. It was all set up. It was all everything was like that. And then of course they can get chopped down just by breaking down the story, but they jump to conclusions. But they don't realize the establishment media is jumping to agenda. They always jump to agenda, always. Now that you know it, now that I've told you it, you'll see it. And if you already didn't know it, you'll see it. Most people, I think, by this day and age are getting the picture that this is what they do. So what does that do? It means sloppy journalism. It means incomplete stories. It means getting facts wrong and never coming back and correcting them, never being accountable for the information, never being responsible for what they do to other people. That's what it means. Right. And then what you produce? A bunch of conspiracy groups going, I know the kids, there's no kids in there. And then what they do is they go out there and harass the parents, right? Like criminals, right? And a lot of them paid the price and some of them didn't. And a lot of them are still monetized and doing well here on YouTube. And I think anybody that was involved with that needs to come out and apologize for it and take it back. And those apologies will be perfectly acceptable, because it wasn't maybe, it was the state of the world that caused you to get that perception, right? It was the establishment themselves that kind of manipulated you into that. And I think that they take those things, they run with it as a way to villainize our side. That's always been my stance on it. And that's why I do the deprogramming videos. That's why I don't fall into the conspiracy grifts that are out there and jump to conclusions about things, because it's harmful. It's harmful to our side when we're trying to reach people and pull them out of the establishment narrative. Why are they going to listen to some crazy dude who thinks that they're spraying criminal chemicals out of airliners, or that that no children died when they really did? Why would they listen to you? You don't make any sense, right? We go over this all the time on the channel. If you agree with me, hit the thumbs up button, subscribe, come be part of the crowd. This is the base, it's the place, and you're in the place where the base are. All right. So this is what we do. Just letting you know. And but anyways, we also take our time when we try to figure things out. There's no rush. Let's go.
The latest exclusive drop from DC Drano. New exclusive video shows the shooter walking around by himself, looking up at rooftops near Trump. And the question that DC Drano is asking is, how was he not detained, especially after getting caught with a rangefinder? Take a look.
Are you seeing this? So maybe he's just behind. Yeah, you guys see?
We're learning that the gunman was on law enforcement's radar for 3 hours.
Okay, stop. 3 hours means I don't want to debunk this again. 3 hours means that he had the rangefinder at the first gate. That's what it means. That doesn't mean that they knew he was going to do this. His father calling for the police doesn't mean they knew he was going there. Doesn't. We don't know any of these answers yet. We can't draw conclusions. All right, so I can't react to this anymore because I think we've been through all. Yeah, we've been through all of this. This is a rehash. All right, so I took a chance. Let me get back to business. Let me check it on the time here. Live. We got 8 minutes. 8 minutes. 9 minutes. 9 minutes. Okay, so we got probably time for a couple more. I wanted to show you this because I know I won't want to show you after the stream is over. I mean, after the it's over. I just don't want to leave. And I know you guys are too, because it's going to be a long stream. We usually go for about 7 hours. So we're on hour 2 right now. We got about 5 to go. Unless this one runs long. Where is it? Right here. Okay. This is a 3-minute video. Let's go. I'm going to let it play, then we'll talk. Breaking news from New Jersey.
An 18-year-old man accused of plotting to blow up PSE&G substations.
Federal agents say they took him into custody after he unknowingly revealed his plan to an undercover law enforcement officer. News 4's Pat Battle has the disturbing details.
Federal authorities say this PSE&G electrical substation off Route 27 in New Brunswick was one of 2 that Andrew Takistov had allegedly targeted, even visiting this site with a man he recruited to help destroy it. Only that man turned out to be an undercover agent.
He
was in Scouts with my kid.
Boy Scouts?
Boy Scout, yeah. And he was pretty good. He's an Eagle Scout.
How do you wrap your head around this then?
I don't know. That's a big surprise, yeah.
What could have transpired to take 18-year-old Andrew Takistov from a one-time Eagle Scout to an alleged terrorist? Incomprehensible to Minesh Christian. He lives across the street from the family
Veniskov.
in this quiet East Brunswick neighborhood. Takistov's father declined to talk to News 4 when we went to the house 2 days after federal agents descended on the home where the 18-year-old allegedly concocted a plan to blow up 2 PSE&G facilities and chatted online with an undercover law enforcement officer about his plans.
How convenient.
It looks more like, aspirational more than operational. But you have to go there. You have to check his home. You have to interview his friends. You have to see his online presence. These are going to be the things that to try to pick up communications and see again who put this idea in his head.
Federal authorities have been monitoring Takistov and his online activity for months. U.S. Attorney for New Jersey Philip Selinger.
They knew for months.
Saying in a statement that, quote, his post referenced Adolf Hitler, encouraged violence against Black and Jewish communities, praised mass shooters, and discussed causing death and
This sounds like America's shirts.
destruction on a large scale.
It is chilling.
But I mean, they're monitoring this is what you're seeing here is alt-right rhetoric, right? The quote unquote alt-right, right? They don't fit in anywhere, by the way. They're not really, they're only right because most of them are anarchists. And if you go what left and right really mean, it's like how much government are you willing to tolerate? So an anarchist would tolerate zero government. A paleoconservative or constitutionalist like myself, Ron Paul, Trump and others, what limited constitutional government, right? What was instructed to be as best as possible, close to that. And then you have, as you move more towards the center and the left, total, more and more government until you have communism, until you have total government on the far left, right? The far extreme left wants total government, right? They want everything locked down. And then a lot of times that's the elitist worldview as well. But so watch what they're doing here.
It is chilling. And also the element here that struck me is that he wanted to attack critical infrastructure. And typically what these recruits who are new to this type of an effort, they want to go shoot somebody. They want to plant a bomb, that type of thing. To attack critical infrastructure is usually more of a institutional perspective.
Takistov was arrested at Newark.
It's an interesting point the guy makes. His target spoke to him. Like, what does this mean?
Liberty International Airport, reportedly on his way to Paris, then on to Ukraine.
Okay, so this is interesting, isn't it? What do you guys find interesting about this? How easy is it to get a ticket to Russia these days? Can you actually just fly into Russia? Is it that easy? I know Tucker went there, but he was worried they're going to not let him back. And look, they got flights going from Ukraine to Russia. I mean, are you kidding me? That jumped out at me like you wouldn't believe, man. Like, what? And then what this kid, I mean, literally a kid, got a plane ticket to Russia via Ukraine. I don't know what to think about that.
And eventually to Russia, where federal agents say he planned to hook up with a Nazi military group.
Federal agents say he planned to hook up with a Nazi military group. He was talking to a Fed online. That's when they busted him for wanting to do this thing. Then he was planning on flying to Russia through Ukraine.
For more training.
Just a thing that, that's kind of a mindset.
Yeah, okay, whatever.
there.
Dude's
It's crazy.
dad. It's crazy. I know. This is
But
for
you
emotional
need, yeah. I
reaction.
mean, actually for
Nothing past Eagle Scout was
transparency.
helpful.
A PSE&G spokesperson says, of course, the utility takes.
Okay, yeah, okay. They're just gonna tell you that they have redundancies. But what I wanted to point out about this is that these are the people that they try to put on us, right? And that it just definitely looked like another person that had been handled and steered into this way. Of course, he has a Russian name. He has a Russian name. Russian Nazi group. That's almost like backwards because there's no Russian Nazi groups really. There's like not Russian communist groups. Communist Russia, German Nazis. You know, Ukrainian Nazis. There's a lot of Ukrainian Nazis, but this makes no sense, right? But here's another thing that you have this, and I think we're going to hear with this guy. What I wanted to show you play you next. God damn! I hope we have time. We gotta have to. The countdown's gone. Did they start yet? The countdown back on. Damn it! All right, keep me posted, guys. I need to show you this before we go. Where is it? Where's my dude? Over here. Over here. Get rid of this. All right, let's go back to this. Okay, watch it. I should have not done the liberal hive mind one. Damn it. Here we go. This one, and then okay, real quick. We're gonna get this done. We're gonna do it. It's a quick one. And this is why this was leading up to that. Guys, keep an eye on that for me. Just let me know. 3 minutes. Okay. Victim speaks. Message leaked. This dude.
Jonathan Lee Riches investigates another former classmate of Thomas Matthew Crooks speaks. Listen to this clip right here because he shares a lot of information about Crooks right here. Look at this, folks.
Thomas
Real or not?
Was a quiet kid unless there's something that he was passionate about, politics being one of them. He just did not like politicians, especially with the choices that we've had. He did not like our politicians. It was especially during 2016. It was Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton, all of them. He showed that he just liked all of them, did not like any of them. So I brought up the fact that I'm Hispanic and I'm for Trump. And he said, "Well, you're Hispanic, so shouldn't you hate Trump?" And I was like, "No, he's great. I mean, like he's a great president." And he called me stupid or insinuated that I was stupid. He's like, "Well, that's kind of stupid." If he was a know-it-all. So like once again, if he was passionate about something, he would just talk and acted like he knew everything, especially politics related. And he would say it in a tone that was like, "I'm better than you," in a type of way. And meanwhile, it's like, dude, we're in the same classes. You know what I mean? We're talking about the same stuff here. And whenever it comes to politics, I mean, at the end of the day, I can agree, you can disagree, I can disagree. We're like, like at that point, it doesn't matter. At that point, it's, we're just starting to figure out who we like and all. But yeah, he was real smug, arrogant whenever he was talking. And whether that was his way to try to make friends or be funny, I don't know. But it got under my skin a lot. So his friend group, they were known for being, like I said, like just out there, a little bit more recluse. Some of them didn't even show up to school. Some of them went homeschool. One of them went to like a private school. They were definitely the type, and they did make threats to shoot up our school. And that year, I believe it was our freshman year, because I left our freshman year. Before I left, everyone going through Snapchat, everybody's texting everybody, saying this, that, and the third. Everybody was saying it was Thomas who made a threat, and it was that friend group. Everyone was mainly blaming their friend group, but a name that kept coming up was Thomas. And he never did anything. He left school for a couple of days. It wasn't anything like a suspension or anything. It was just a couple of days. He was not severely bullied. Almost nobody knew. So, for somebody who got severely bullied, I'm not going to name names, but I could name you a few students that were severely bullied, and I remember their names. He's not one of them. The signs were there, and somebody definitely had to know. Somebody, whether he was talking to somebody, or somebody either just didn't realize and just overlooked it, somebody should have known because he was not a loner. And both of his parents being counselors, how do you not see that when he's on here? Anybody who knew him should have seen something, should have known something was up. And I know it's kind of easy to hide, but people are going to get their affairs in order before they do something this bold and this drastic. And nobody saw it. And why?
Interesting, ladies and gentlemen. One, do you believe the classmate? He said a circle of friends were planning a school shooting. That's interesting. Now, a school shooting didn't happen when he went to school there, right? Because he graduated from Bethel High School in 2016. But we said on JLR Investigates, did he have bigger plans after he graduated? For instance, he had bombs in his vehicle.
He did not graduate. He did not graduate from high school in 2016. But I think he's gonna correct that here.
Did he get bombs at his house? Was he planning to do a possible school shooting because other people on the record said that he was bullied when he was in school? So instead of the Trump rally, could he have done a school shooting? That's interesting. Another thing he said, interesting though, I don't know if he's telling the truth here, but he said they were talking about the elections back in 2016, right? Bernie Sanders, he liked all the candidates. But one thing I find interesting is in 2016, he's 20 years old now. That's 8 years ago. It's like 8 years ago, right? And
all right, we're gonna leave it at that. We're gonna leave it at that. Live. Okay, yeah, we're gonna be sliding in sideways, but perfectly. Let me get this going. Okay, we gotta do one very, very important thing first. And that is bring in our co-host. Hi, Shelly.
Hi, honey. You're so silly.
Spokesman said for Biden's campaign, Biden is still Democrat nominee. COVID is not going to stop him. But maybe something will in the hospital. Hey, everybody. Memento Mori. What's up? How you doing, man?
They're gonna let that narrative run back and forth. He's out, he's in, he's out, he's in, he's out, he's in. Because tonight is Trump's night to talk and they want the attention.
Yeah.
So until you see it in writing from that camp, I wouldn't believe anything. Just ignore them.
Okay.
And inspired the free world. So
hi, chat.
People that love freedom around this globe want Donald Trump to be the president of
They're in
the
Auburn,
United
Alabama.
States. And Victor
Howdy
Orban,
doody.
and other
Alabama.
leaders, whether it's Yarbo,
Hey, Memento.
who hopefully can get back
Hi,
from there in
Heidi.
Brazil, and whether
Hello,
it's El
my lovely
Salvador,
people.
the Netherlands, Nigel Farage. Hopefully someday he would be.
You know why
Prime
West Virginians
Minister
love
of
Alabama?
the UK, and in France,
No,
with
why?
with
Gives them
other,
someone to pick on.
patriots that are loving freedom.
Because
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no.
Cool Gamer says hello, talking trash truth.
Hi, honey. How are you? Did you eat?
I have not. Have you heard my mouth stop running since I got on?
long night.
No.
Started streaming. Yeah.
You're in a real chin wagon mood.
In these events, and the American people,
I've never heard something so weird in my life.
we
Chin wagon.
love you. We do.
Chin wagon.
And this is
That's
why
some,
we do
that's
what
some
we do,
Jersey talk.
is
I don't know what
because
that
we love
means.
you. And so,
A fungal. That's Jersey talk.
Oh,
President Trump
stop with the
is
sexy
just,
talk.
just a powerful
Mhm.
man in so many different ways, and a hero to so many different people.
Okay,
And
so
Matthew,
I guess we're
firmly
starting a little
believe
bit
there
late
will
here.
never
Right,
be
Wolfram?
another
Early's on
movement
time.
like this man has started. And
That's all right.
he didn't start it. The American people
Yeah,
started
it
it.
is.
Like they
I wonder if I have time. Now I'm like, do I have time to do more? Do I have time to do more? Yeah, we're gonna have to have special episodes.
He's in the zone, peeps.
Next week for this topic. And we're probably gonna dive into this topic for a while. So we'll just keep on rolling with it.
Just gets his blood up.
the difference between our party and what we stand for.
I didn't even
and
get to the Tim Pool video.
Mm.
Okay, so yeah, it's right here. Do I have time? You guys let me know when it starts. Because I only want to play the first few minutes of this, or seconds. Let me know when it starts. We have to be right on time. We're already there. We're in our seats. I'm just going to the bathroom. That's what it is. Go to get snacks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here we go. I don't know if this is a great thing, but here.
As photo editor and at Popular Publication wants to ban iconic raised fist photo for making GOP nominee look too good.
Mm-hmm.
An editor at a major
irritated me.
press to stop
Wow.
using the iconic photo of the assassination attempt against Donald Trump because it represents free PR for his campaign. I'm going to pause you right there. This is literally a historical photo of a major event that rocked this nation to its core.
And Time Magazine
on par
took
with
it
some of
down.
the worst tragedies in American history, just barely being avoided.
The cover.
And you're saying don't show that photo?
From what I hear.
These people are partisan shills. They work for the Democratic Party. The unnamed editor told Axios that sharing the historic photo of the former president standing after he survived the attempt on his life is dangerous despite how good it is. As I am reading this story, breaking news came in. Secret Service spotted Trump gunman inside rally 3 hours before shooting. I told you, we are going to get notified.
Yeah, okay, hold on.
Within a day or two that they're like, actually, they were well aware of this man. They knew of his plan for a week.
Bullshit. I call you on that. I'll bet you $1 million on that one. It's like
You don't have $1 million, FYI.
Okay, I don't have $1 million. Oh, he doesn't, Tim?
No, you. I know Tim does.
I'm gonna win. I don't bet on things I don't win. Anyways, let's get rid of this. That's the point I wanted to get to. Let's see. Here we go. They still haven't gone yet. Okay, they're still yakking away. Oh wait, it's because it's paused.
That's fine.
All right, here we go.
What the hell are we looking at?
Under Biden, the number of illegals that have
There we
entered
go.
the U.S. is greater than the population of 40 of our states.
I'll talk about that in a second.
Biden's failed Afghan withdrawal leaves 13 service
Seen
members
this.
killed.
Look, we've seen this. The photo is one thing. I knew it 3 hours ahead of time. I'm telling you, that was just him at the gate. He got
Prevailing
flagged at the
view
gate.
among
Probably other people
Americans
did
is
too.
that U.S. influence in the world is weakening.
During
China's as well.
During that video, you see Tim battling between being a truth, be patient truth guy to conspiracy grifting. It's like this internal battle going on between them. It's literally an interesting video to watch, and if you want to see both sides of what's going on in his mind, but yeah, it's not gonna say they knew it for a week. And if you said, well, yeah, at some point someone had reported something about this guy, what does that mean? Again, you can get reported by anybody about anything and at any time. And how many reports that people expect a lot from things they don't understand. That's the point, and that's what I think he's kind of going through right now, right? At 6:45, really? No, I would be surprised, but maybe he does do the keynote first.
Watley of North Carolina.
I'll have the schedule.
No, Trump's not going up till at least 9-10 o'clock.
Here we go. Gavel time.
Good evening.
Yeah,
As
5
we
o'clock
prepare
hour.
to open our final
is what they're
session
doing.
for the 2024 Republican
Steve
National
Gans,
Committee,
Richard Hudson.
I feel compelled to
1,
note
2, 3, 4,
this
5,
has been
6,
a pretty
8
awesome
speakers,
convention.
7, 5 speakers, 7 to 8, 3 speakers, 8 to
We've
9,
heard
and then
from
9 o'clock.
governors,
Donald J. Trump.
senators, members of Congress, candidates, and leaders from across our great party. We've heard from real Americans who've shared their stories of loss and heartbreak, of their bravery and their vision for a better America. We've heard from the Trump family,
That should be right. Yeah.
Donald Trump Jr., Laura, and
Let me know
Tiffany.
if it has any
You
problem.
have all
guys.
been incredible. Almost as good as the president's granddaughter, Kai.
Okay, now I did.
And we've heard from the next vice president of the United States, Senator J.D. Vance. I also feel compelled to note once again that it is a miracle that we are here tonight. The fact that Donald Trump survived an assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania just days ago and is here tonight to accept his nomination is proof that we are all protected by the hand of a mighty God. We have a lot of work to do in this election cycle. Tomorrow,
Castro.
we will all go back to our respective states,
Hey, nerd.
roll up our sleeves, and get to work to win this election. But first, we have some business to attend here tonight. Are you ready? Are you ready to hear from the man who has the vision and strength to make America wealthy again? To make America safe again? To make America strong again? And to make America great again? Are you ready to hear from the next President of the United States? Then let's get this show on the road. I hereby open the final session of the 2024 Republican National Committee.
I kind of wanted him to come out with a mini gavel tonight.
Offering today's invocation, please welcome BJ James McLaughlin from Des Moines, Iowa, Delegate at Large for Iowa.
Good evening. If you bungle raising your children, nothing much matters. Jackie Kennedy's words speak louder today than when she said them over 60 years ago. And this is why we gather on this historic occasion, isn't it? We as parents and grandparents would move heaven and earth to protect our children and the opportunities that a strong, free America offers them. Raising our children is the single most important job we have, which is why we dedicate endless hours organizing, volunteering, and advocating on behalf of President Trump. We owe it to our children to give them the kind of America we all remember growing up in, the proud, patriotic, and safe America that President Trump wants for all of us. Thank you. At home, every night when we finish our prayers with the prayer to Saint Michael. We pray for all the children, our grassroots warriors, our country, and President Trump and his family. Tonight, I would like to add my boys, JJ, Jack, and George, and God bless you, Kevin. And President Trump, Saint Michael the Archangel, defend us in battle. Be our protection against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray. And do thou, O Prince of the heavenly host, by the power of God, cast into hell Satan and all the evil spirits who prowl about the world seeking the ruins of souls. Amen, and God bless President Trump.
Amen, but your name is going to make me go to hell.
Please rise for the presentation of colors. The colors are presented by Veterans for the Flag Honor Guard. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Y'all know the drill. I'm on my feet. You better be.
All left, whole left, right, left, right. Color guard. Mark time, mark. Detail, hold. Left, peace.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and the National Anthem.
Hold.
Please welcome Gabe Guidarini to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you. And may God bless our great nation.
Now to perform the national anthem, please welcome award-winning international singer, Mary Milben.
Look at her.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed the twilight's past gleaming. Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, when the ramparts we marched were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets in vain, the bombs were stinging in. Through the night, that our flag was still there. Oh, saved us that stars spangled and right away. For the flag of freedom. And the home of the brave.
Oh, America, it is the greatest country in the world. I said America, it is the greatest country in the world. Yes, it is.
And still we can see as the years have gone by, there's a dream in our land, like a flame that keeps burning. A lantern of hope.
What's going on?
The heart that still shines. Those who seek freedom.
Just don't sing at all.
To its light are still turning. Now we have to the sky.
Remember this part.
And we lift up
It's because nobody ever sings it.
we shall see our flag. It's our star-spangled
Background. Yeah, I don't know how I felt about that.
How's it coming
Please
across?
remain
Yeah, that was
standing while the
I think,
colors
last
are
night.
retired.
Flyers winner.
Right,
Is it going okay?
forward, who? Hold up, hold up, hold up, right,
Nobody answered me.
right, hold up, hold up, hold up, right, clear.
Wait a minute.
Left, right, left, right, all left, hold left, right, left.
I want to wait till they were done. What did you
Ladies
say?
and gentlemen, please welcome Chairman of the National Republican Senatorial Committee, United States Senator Steve
Thank you.
Daines of Montana.
No, it only glitched for like a second.
Wow, how about that national anthem sung by Mary Milman?
Meh. I agree, Casper.
I'm U.S. Senator Steve Daines, and I represent the great state of Montana right over there. You know, when I was a kid growing up in Montana, my grandma taught me an important lesson, and that is to have a thankful heart, to count your blessings. So this morning, as I was headed down to breakfast, I thanked God for my sweet wife, Cindy, of 37 years. I thanked God for our 4 children and their spouses. I thanked God for our 6 grandchildren. And then I thank God that in 6 months, Joe Biden will no longer be president of the United States. Now think about this moment we're in here this evening. It was just 5 days ago. We were a quarter inch away from having a memorial service instead of a nominating convention. And we thank God here tonight for protecting President Trump. But we have important work to do, because going forward, we must fight, fight, fight. And I will tell you, as chairman of the National Republican Senatorial Committee, I'm working with President Trump to win the Senate majority and to fire Chuck Schumer. Back in early 2023, President Trump and I met at Mar-a-Lago. We agreed our highest priority is electing an America First Senate majority that has his back. Senators that will stand with President Trump. And tonight, I want to speak directly to the voters of West Virginia, of Montana, of Ohio, of Pennsylvania, of Nevada, of Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Virginia, and New Mexico. And here's why. Because your Democrat senators are lying to you. Look, they talk like moderates, but they vote like radicals. You know, they say they're with you, but they vote with Joe Biden. Never forget, these liberal senators voted to impeach President Trump twice. And I will tell you, an America First majority will stand with President Trump. These liberal senators allowed millions of illegal immigrants into our country. An America First majority will secure the border, and we're going to build the wall. These liberal senators shut down the Keystone Pipeline. An America First majority, we're going to drill, baby, drill. These liberal senators want to take away your Second Amendment rights. Those are fighting words back in Montana. An America First majority will protect your precious right to keep and bear arms. These liberal senators covered for Biden after 13 American service members were killed during his botched Afghanistan withdrawal. An America First majority, by the way, I'm the son of a U.S. Marine. An America First majority is going to stand with our military. These liberal senators stood with anti-Semitic mobs. An America First majority is going to stand with Israel. And look, these liberal senators want boys in girls' sports. I'm the father of 2 daughters. They want men in your daughter's and my daughter's locker room. And they can't even define what a woman is. But let me tell you something. Back in Montana, we know the difference between a bull and a cow.
He literally just called women cows.
We must replace these liberal senators with great Republican leaders like Jim Justice and Baby Dog in West Virginia, like Tim Sheehy in Montana, like Bernie Moreno in Ohio, like Dave McCormick in Pennsylvania, like Sam Brown in Nevada, Mike Rogers in Michigan, Eric Hovde right here in Wisconsin, Hung Cao in Virginia, Nella Domenici in New Mexico, and of course, Carrie Lake in Arizona.
My girl.
We must elect an America First Senate majority that will stand with President Donald J. Trump. But look, right now, the left-wing billionaires are massively outspending us. That's what's keeping me up at night. And we need your help. You can go to Senate24.com. Senate24.com today. Help us fight back. Because together, we're going to win back the Senate. We're going to grab that gavel out of Schumer's hands. We're going to deliver a historic victory for President Trump. And we're going to make America great again. God bless you.
What I like about you, the Ramones. Hey.
That or Mellencamp.
ROCK in the USA.
It's Mellencamp.
Herman, what's up? How you doing? Only four copyright claims last night. We did really good.
We must do better tonight.
Yeah. Well, we know this one pretty good, right? I was gonna play hold on. I gotta play something while we have a minute. I'm gonna play you like how I felt about the national anthem. Say, hold on. This sort of reminded me of when we were watching it.
I'm asking, can you see by the dawn and the rocket's red glare, the bumpers they shooting off, popping well in the air, and the home of the
Check your mic.
Everybody collapsed right after that. It cut off a little too soon.
Hey, Herman. James Brown. No rhythm.
Keep cranking it, guys. All right. Keep cranking it. We're just getting started tonight. We're just getting started. Herman, how's it going? We're great to have you here, Herman. Thank you for being here with us. Hang with us. We're going to have a great time tonight.
It's going, Herman. Is going. Don't fall.
They're having a good old time. They're on day 4. Remember I said last night? Always go big on day 4. Go big on day 4.
Well, I mean, that's the way to do it. Always have a big climax. Lovely. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of the National Republican Congressional Committee, Congressman Richard Hudson of North Carolina.
My name is Richard Hudson, and I'm a congressman from North Carolina. Great to see my North Carolina folks over here.
You sure are.
Also want to acknowledge my brilliant, amazing, smoking hot wife, Renee, who worked 4 years in the Trump White House. She's here with us tonight. Love you. I love you too, AJ. I also want to acknowledge my son, Lane, who's at home watching us on TV. And finally, I want to acknowledge God above, who redeemed this center and on Saturday saved President Donald Trump's life. Now, my job as NRCC chairman is to grow the House majority. But in my district in North Carolina, we have the largest military base in the world, Fort Bragg, home of the Airborne and Special Forces. The men and women there, the men and women at Fort Bragg are willing to give their lives for the flag. And if they make that ultimate sacrifice, that same flag accompanies them home on that final journey. They deserve a commander-in-chief who respects them and who honors their service. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump is that commander-in-chief.
Yes, he is.
You see, Donald Trump loves America. He literally embraces the flag. But extreme Democrats, they'll burn it in the streets and on college campuses. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they stand with those flag burners because they want to rule over you. But House Republicans, we stand with President Trump. We stand for America, and we stand up for the flag.
Always.
Because House Republicans understand we don't rule over you. We work for you. In just the last 2 years, House Republicans have passed an historic border security bill that would lock down Biden's open border. We passed legislation to unleash energy production and lower cost. We passed legislation to remove woke indoctrination from our military.
We passed the Parents' Bill of Rights because we think parents ought to make decisions about how their children are educated. And we impeached Biden's failed border chief, Alejandro Mayorkas. But Joe Biden and Chuck Schumer killed those bills and blocked any progress for the American people. For the last 2 years, House Republicans have fought alone. Ladies and gentlemen, we need backup. To save America, we need to grow our majority. And we need President Donald Trump back in the White House.
I keep hearing some chick. She's loud as could be.
A Republican House is also essential to ensuring Donald Trump's success as our president. Can you imagine? Can you imagine what Nancy Pelosi's protege, Hakeem Jeffries, would do if he was Speaker of the House to undermine Donald Trump? If Democrats control the House, they'll block every tax cut, budget, border bill, and crime bill that he proposes. They'll hold sham investigations and hearings to bog down his agenda. They'll impeach him for doing his job. But we're not going to let that happen. Together, a Republican House and President Donald Trump will preserve the historic Trump tax cuts and eliminate taxes on tips.
No taxes
Together,
on
a Republican House and President Donald Trump will fund the police. We will rebuild our military. We will stand up to communist China. And ladies and gentlemen, we will finish the wall. A House majority will make Donald Trump's second term even more successful than his first. So let me ask you, let me hear from you. Who can we count on? Who can we count on to return us to unprecedented American prosperity? Who can we count on to stand up to our enemies? Who can we count on for a secure border and safer neighborhoods? Absolutely right. We can count on President Donald Trump. So let's work together. Let's elect President Donald Trump. Let's grow our House Republican majority. Together, we can make it happen. Thank you. God bless you. God bless Donald Trump. And God bless America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome American businesswoman Diane Hendricks.
Good evening. My name is Diane Hendricks. And I'm living proof that the American dream is possible with hard work and determination. I grew up on a dairy farm in Wisconsin. I was one of 9 girls, no boys. I dreamed of moving to the city and wearing a blue suit. But at the age of 17, I became pregnant. That was not part of my plan. But I truly believe that every life is a sacred gift from God.
Their
And
audio
I give
tonight
thanks
sucks.
every day for my son. As a single mom, I worked 2 jobs to pay the bills. I found my passion in the field of real estate, which is still my passion. When I met my husband, Ken, he was a roofing contractor, and together we saw an opportunity and a need to develop a distribution chain. And we risked everything we had to start that company. Today, ABC Supply employs over 22,000 Americans. We are the largest roofing distributor in the country. But what's even more important is we are creating these jobs right here in the United States of America. I lost my husband 16 years ago. It was the toughest time in my life. Thank God I had our 7 children to be my support. But I had to decide whether to fight or fold. And I chose to fight. Since then, I've quadrupled the size of our companies. And to my surprise, I was recently just recognized as the most successful self-made woman in American history. So to all of you aspiring entrepreneurs out there, if I can make it, you can make it too. My success story as a teenage mom without a college degree was only possible because I was so blessed to be born in the United States of America. But today, the American dream is under threat. Since Joe Biden and Kamala Harris took over the offices, prices have risen over 20%. Aspiring entrepreneurs can't afford to take out a loan at 7, 10, 15% interest. Regulations have surged, and the administration has proposed $7 trillion in tax increases. I know how hard it is to build a company from nothing. And we need a president who understands that too. We need a builder back in the White House. Someone who will cut the job-killing regulations, lower taxes on working families, and give the power back to the American people. In life, it's easy to quit, and it's very hard to win. President Trump is not a quitter. He's a fighter, and I am confident that if we do all of our part, we can and we will win right here in Wisconsin, and he will win for America over the next 4 years. Thank you. God bless you. God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Miss Diane Evans, volunteer and Republican Executive Committee woman from Palm Beach, Florida.
Hello, Milwaukee. My name is Diane Evans. I'm a volunteer with more than 1,000 hours working for the Trump campaign since last year.
Kind of reminds me of Serial
I'd be
Mom.
here 5 years ago, I'd have said you're crazy. But here I am, and I'm very excited to re-elect Donald Trump as President of the United States this November.
Nice, Murph.
I've never spoken at a convention before. I've never used a teleprompter before. But I figure if Joe Biden can, I can manage all right.
I like her. She's a smart ass.
I'm pretty new to politics. I voted my whole life, but I've never got involved as a volunteer. I was busy raising my family, spending time with my husband, starting a small business, and walking the dog. Moms are busy people. When it came to politics, I always figured let everybody else take care of it. But then the 2020 election happened. After that, you better believe I got involved. I joined my local Republican Executive Committee. And when Trump headquarters asked for a volunteer to help with office staff, I started showing up whenever they needed me. Or if they didn't need me, I showed up anyway.
There you go.
I showed up once a week and did little things like refilling coffee creamers, anything that they needed, even taking out the garbage. And now I'm helping to take out the garbage at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. As long as I can remember, these politicians have said what they think we want to hear, then they do just what the hell they want. And Joe Biden has been the worst offender for the last 50 years. President Trump is different. I knew he would get things done for the American people, and he did. He isn't part of the swamp. He's going to drain the swamp. The Democrats are going to do everything in their power to stop him. We can't rest for a minute. If you're not sure how to get involved, reach out to your local Republican Party. And most important, get out and vote Republican on November 5th. Tell 20 people to tell 20 people to vote. That's how we can get our landslide. And they can't cheat or rig their way out of a landslide. I know that together we can win. We can all take out the garbage in Washington, D.C. And we can make America great again. God bless President Trump, and God bless Team Trump. And thank you so much. I'll see you all out there.
Good job.
Living in
Good
America,
job.
James Brown. Nailed it. Instrumental version? Probably. Get down. Get down. Get down. Let's go. All right. So we got coming up next here. Is that Diane?
Sorry, child, interrupt us.
Diane.
Diane who?
There's two Dianes in a row. I mean,
The dueling Dianes.
Linda McMahon, former head of the Small Business Administration, also formerly married to I can't remember his name right now.
Vince?
Vince McMahon, yes, thank you. WWE. Two WWE people in the house tonight.
A couple of them. No wonder they probably had her because Hogan's gonna be there. She's been married to Vince McMahon since 1966. Shit, longer than we've been alive.
Please welcome the 25th Administrator of the United States Small Business Administration, Linda McMahon.
Yep, there's Linda.
Yeah, Wolfram, we got double D's coming.
Thank you. Well, hello, Milwaukee, and good evening, America. Let me take 1 second to say hello to my fellow delegates from Connecticut.
She's 75 years old.
My name
Damn.
is Linda McMahon, and I am the chair of the America First Policy Institute. I'm perhaps one of the few people who's been privileged to call Donald Trump a colleague and a boss, but he's also a friend. Let me share a little story that's probably not the typical Donald Trump story. I had a meeting scheduled with him at Mar-a-Lago. And as he welcomed me, his little 4-year-old granddaughter ran up to him. He scooped her up with delight and asked her, "Who's the most beautiful girl in the world?" And she said, "Me." Then he asked, "And who do you love the most in the world?" And she said, "You, Grandpa." And he kissed her on both cheeks. Then she whisked off his hat and mussed his hair. And he smiled with the love that only a grandfather could have given.
Anybody else would have
I
lost a
first met
hand.
Donald Trump when I was the CEO of World Wrestling Entertainment.
She's like, yeah.
For fun, he
He still loves
became
it.
part of some of the most compelling and highest rated storylines in the company's history. And when he became president, I was honored to serve in his cabinet, running the Small Business Administration. I traveled the country, talking to business owners and job creators. They knew they had a president who understood them and fought for them. He knew that small businesses are the engine of the American economy, and the Trump tax cuts proved to be like rocket fuel for them. Almost every business owner I spoke with was using their tax savings to grow their businesses. And ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. economy was flourishing. But at no moment during my time in the government was more poignant for me than one that happened in 2018. I traveled with the president to view the destruction which Hurricane Florence had levied on my hometown of New Bern, North Carolina. I stepped off of Air Force One and walked side by side with the President of the United States through the hangar where my father had been a shop foreman and my mom had been a budget analyst. I watched Donald Trump walk through neighborhoods of my childhood, comforting those who had suffered such great damages. Because he was a builder, he talked to them about what it would take to rebuild, what kind of materials they should use. And he didn't just show a personal interest, he was one of them. But now Joe Biden and the Democrats want to penalize small businesses again by hiking their taxes. But when he's reelected, Donald Trump will make those tax cuts permanent. And he will also offer new tax cuts like no taxes on tips. Instead of taxing American companies, Donald Trump put tariffs on China that raised billions of dollars and protected American industries. And if reelected, he'll do it again. President Trump is a job creator and the best friend American workers have ever had in the White House. He is a champion of the forgotten men and women, as I have experienced firsthand. But the media doesn't like to acknowledge that very often. Donald Trump is not only a fighter, ladies and gentlemen, he is a good man. He has the heart of a lion and the soul of a warrior. And I believe that if necessary, he would stand at the gates of hell to defend our country. He loves this country, and he would do anything to defend
What's
it
up, Madcore?
and to protect us from all harm.
Hey, Madcore.
I'm confident that he will make America great again. And why? Because he did it before.
Mm-hmm.
So I ask all of you here tonight, and those of you who are watching from home, to re-elect Donald J. Trump as the 47th President of the United States.
Yes.
Thank you, and good night.
Madcore, man, I hope you're doing good, buddy. Good to see you.
Everywhere you look, The Trump economy
Good to see you,
crushes
my
the
man.
Biden economy. Gas prices,
Gotta hang out
they were
sometime.
low under President Trump.
I miss hanging out with you,
They
dude.
skyrocketed under Biden. And credit card fees have increased 50% under Biden. Grocery store prices, everything
Lexington from
meats
down
and
under.
vegetables to apples.
The thunder from down
He's
under.
the thunder down under.
Take home pay.
Stay out of my head.
$6,000 under President Trump. Under Biden, Americans' income has gone down 3 straight years. Mortgage rates, they were low under
How you doing,
President
honey?
Trump. Now they're punishing under Biden. And personal and retirement investments.
One dude,
40%
good
under
dude
Trump.
right there.
Under Biden, your investments fell, along with other things. President Trump, he'll make America's economy strong again.
We're reeling in the years, Steely Dan. I believe they do sing this one. It's probably the guy on the keyboard, I think. If I remember right. So I believe they play this one on night 1. Right on. So happy you're here, dude. Glad you're listening. Nope. This guy.
You grab a piece of something that you think is gonna last. Well, you wouldn't even do a diamond if you held it in your hand. The thing to think of presses I can't understand. Are you reading in the Stowing away the time. Are you gathering up the tears? Have you had enough of mine?
I'll give the RNC this. They got a great music thing going these last 4 nights. I like this band.
Yeah, this band's been awesome.
Now, if they could just get that loudmouth in the front row to shut the hell up, because she's messing with me something terrible.
All the time I've known you, I still don't know what you mean. The weekend at the college didn't turn out like you planned. The things that pass for knowledge I can't understand. Are you reeling in the
Yeah, Bob Newhart passed away today, and Lou Dobbs.
All right. Let's see. Coming up next, Mike Pompeo, former Secretary of State. That should be interesting. Lorenzo Sewell, everyday American and pastor. John Neporte,
I'll be right back.
professional, and one of Mr. Trump's clubs. And Steve Witkoff, real estate investor. These are all the speakers you're going to hear in the 6 o'clock hour.
I've spent a lot of money and I've spent a lot of time.
We got a lot of cheese going on down there. We got some cheese heads. Oh, Wisconsin. There you go. Makes sense.
The things I think are useless I can't understand. Are you reeling in the
Yep, we're all reeling in the years. Quicker and quicker. Get older. Years go by like months, man. We're already halfway through 2024. This has been one of those years where I never want to fast forward years, that I really wanted to go by quickly. That's not a toupee. Yeah, I really wanted to go by quickly because I wanted to get Biden out of office, man. It's been, remember that feeling? Like when we realized that they had, dare I say, won the White House, but took in the White House, knowing that we had 4 years of him to endure. It's like such a long grind. And we're almost through it. I knew we could make it. I was worried at first, but I'm so happy that we actually made it here. We still have a chance.
Can you tell where Wisconsin is?
Yes.
They brought their own cheese things.
Yes, they did. They show off their cheese pride. Trump is the president for the workers and the people. That's another reason the Democrats hate him. He is popular with us deplorables in a flyover country. Or from, yes, indeed.
That's cute. Demon rats. Demon rats. All right, so if they all wear hats to show they're from Texas, cowboy hats, and they all have their cheese wedges to show they're from Wisconsin, what does the show me state do? Because I want them to pan over to that.
Show you.
Oh, goodness.
If you pan over to New Jersey, it's everybody's just fighting. I don't know.
It's the Garden State.
It's the Garden
You want us to show you our tomatoes and cucumbers? Because we will.
Oh, okay.
Never in a million years would you have ever convinced me that I would have spent the last 4 nights, 6 hours a night watching this. Ever. I didn't even watch the Democrat one when I was a Democrat. I was like, oh, an election's coming up. That's nice.
Exercise in mind control, live mind control.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome.
Bro, I didn't know
70th
one
United
politician's
States
name.
Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo.
Now I know their voices. Jesus.
Good evening. Good evening, my fellow Americans. It's great to be with you. A special shout out to Kansas over there, my good friends from Kansas. You know, I had the incredible privilege to serve as President Trump's CIA director and Secretary of State. It was my greatest honor to work with him every single day to serve you, the American people. Now you all are paying attention, so you know what the Trump administration achieved, but it's worth going through a few of these accomplishments. Let's start with this. There were no new American wars. Our border, our southern border, closed. It may seem like a long time ago, but when we took office, there were people's heads being cut off at the beaches. We destroyed ISIS and its caliphate. And you know, here's another fun fact.
Hi, Nacho Kitty.
We never lost our Secretary of Defense for 2 weeks either.
Nacho Kitty!
You'll remember, for those 4 years, the evil of Vladimir Putin was held at bay. When we walked out, January of 2021, the Iranian regime was afraid, and the people of Israel were strong and secure, and we treated like the friend and ally that they need to be. Everywhere we went, religious freedom was protected. We held 3 summits in North Korea, and North Korea was quieted. We'd begun an honorable exit from Afghanistan, and not a single Chinese spy balloon flew across the United States of America. 4 years. Had I been the Secretary of State and a Chinese spy balloon flew across our country, I would have been the former Secretary of State, and rightfully so.
Cool. Thank you, Sermon,
You know,
man.
under
Thank you so
President
much
Trump,
for
the
being
Chinese
here.
Communist Party,
Get
which
some
to this
sleep.
day
Have a
presents the
good night,
greatest
and we'll
threat
see you
to our
soon.
nation from outside of our country. We
Night,
confronted
honey.
it like never before. Look, ladies and gentlemen, in short,
I'm not sure.
we
I'm not
put
sure.
America
Shelley?
first every single day. "42 months on, what has Joe Biden and Kamala Harris done? And their leftist handles, what have they delivered to us for security
You
and
doing,
prosperity?
young?
Almost nothing. Let's start with this. You saw some of them last night.
Young.
13 new
Young.
Gold
Young.
Star families
Pronounce the J like
from
an H.
Afghanistan.
Spanish.
As an Army veteran,
Pretty sure
I
her
wanna
name is
speak to
Shelley.
everybody who served in Afghanistan. I'm
Young
disgusted
forever.
by the Biden administration's incompetent pullout from that country.
Who doesn't want to be hung forever?
To those of you who served there, know this. Know that your service was honorable, that you saved American lives, and that the Pompeos love and admire you for what you did for America. Thank you, and God bless
There you
each
go.
and every one of you.
God bless us, each and every one.
Every one of you has served in uniform, and the families of those, you deserve a president who will not check his watch while he is honoring our fallen brothers and sisters. It was indecent. And of course, it
That's
was
right,
that very
sweetie.
weakness we saw in Afghanistan that prompted Putin's butchery in Ukraine. Last week, we saw what it meant. A children's hospital bombed, innocents killed. It did not have to be. And now, of course, a second war in Gaza. President Biden won't even talk about the fact that Americans are still being held there by the Iranian regime. Contrast that with what we did when Americans were wrongfully held. President Trump sent me to North Korea to bring home 3 American pastors. We brought them home.
Think so.
We
Hopefully.
brought them home along with
Yes, and they're
dozens of
wearing them
others.
correctly.
Dozens
There
of
you
other
go.
hostages, and we did so without paying one single penny to the terrorists.
Unlike a certain DA from Atlanta, Fulton County.
And what about Iran today? When Joe Biden eased up on President Trump's maximum pressure campaign, we gave money to the Ayatollah so he could cut more checks to the genocidal maniacs who conducted attacks, barbaric attacks in Israel. And now, of course, closer to home, a massive national security challenge. Our southern border is a welcome mat. It's a welcome mat for Islamist terrorists, drug dealers, Chinese spies, and violent criminals. Ladies and gentlemen, President Biden sold out our citizens and our security and our sovereignty, and we need to get it back, and I am confident that we will get it back. I had this incredible privilege to serve as your top diplomat. I saw how the world always looks to our nation as the unrivaled example of what a free society should look like. But unfortunately, President Biden struts the global stage. Maybe I
need
should
to
say
get
he
one. I don't have
shuffles
one.
the global stage. He talks a big game about American values. But what's he done at home? What's he shown the world? What have he and his leftist base actually shown other nations? He's censored free
You're here.
speech here at home.
Most
He's
definitely.
put woke into the military that I and you so desperately love. We must reclaim it. He put it in our schools as well. He's weaponized the justice system against our political opponents. And even to this day, as we sit here today, he and Vice President Harris are providing appeasement to the pro-Hamas radicals on our streets here inside the United States. And even worse, today this administration treats illegals better than our own citizens. That is indecent. And the entire administration has failed to tell us the truth that we all know and is so dangerous to our nation. The truth that Joe Biden can't handle that 3 a.m. phone call. Indeed, he won't take a phone call after about 4 p.m. My call to you tonight is really straightforward. It's really simple. We can't trust the Biden administration, and that means we have work to do to uphold American values. It is up to those of us in the room tonight and those of you watching tonight. Donald Trump will every day, I saw it firsthand, he will put America first. So let's do what's right and what's important. Let's elect a president who isn't ashamed of our nation and will never apologize for our country. And when we do, we will put a strong America First leader back in the White House. We'll reelect Donald J. Trump, and we will make America special, exceptional, and of course, great again. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our veterans and the United States of America. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pastor Lorenzo Sewell from Michigan.
What's up, Grim? Grim is back.
Grimmy.
My name is Pastor Lorenzo Sewell. I have the honor and the privilege of being the senior pastor at 180 Church. And we were blessed last month to have President Donald Trump come to Detroit, Michigan.
He is a happy man.
Go! Can you imagine it? Can you imagine President Donald Trump coming to a city and calling a pastor like me, a pastor who was born and raised on the east side of Detroit? I was mentored by murderers. I was a student of the street.
Just got on
I had a
the
radical
Force One.
experience with Jesus Christ that changed my life forever.
Trump isn't slated to speak until
Jesus
10.
still changed lives. Come on, put your hands together and give our great God great glory.
I got him down for 9. Well, 10 our time. 9 their time.
Yeah, 10 our time, 10 Eastern. I go by the real time.
Trump came
right.
to a church that is in a Democratic stronghold. He came to a church to listen to average, everyday Americans like you and like me. He came to a church not to speak to us, but to listen to us. He came into a church, and a lot of people, they were upset. A lot of people, they would ask me questions. Why would you allow Donald Trump to come into your church? How many know that the Bible says we are all sinners and we all need the grace of God? How many know that the Bible says, he who has not sinned, let him cast the first stone? President Donald Trump, he came during his birthday weekend. Let me ask you a question. Grand old party, what would you do for your birthday if you were worth $6.7 billion? What would you do for your birthday? Would you come to Detroit? Would you come into the hood? He came to the hood because he cares about average, everyday Americans. Grand old party, I need to ask you a question. What would you ask for your birthday? If you could go to Mar-a-Lago or if you could go to New York, what would you ask for your birthday? He asked for prayer. I believe that prayer is preventative and prayer is proactive. I believe that praying in the name of Jesus changes everything. And when we prayed for President Trump, only God knew that 30 days later, there would be a miracle by a millimeter. Only God knew that if we prayed for him during his birthday, there would be a miracle by a millimeter. If President Trump had moved 1 millimeter, he wouldn't have been here on Monday to talk to us about how America was going to be made wealthy again. If President Donald Trump would have moved just a millimeter, he wouldn't have been here on Tuesday to talk about how he was going to make America secure again. If President Donald Trump would have moved just a millimeter, he wouldn't have been here on Wednesday to tell us how he was going to make America strong again. And if President Trump would have moved just a millimeter, we would not be hearing tonight how he was going to make America great again. Before I take my seat, I just got to talk to you about something called providence and something called sovereignty. God's sovereignty is his ability to be able to do what he wants when he wants because he's God. And God's providence, it's when he does what he wants, when he wants for all of you. Did you know that President Trump was shot on 6/11? And do you know that Ephesians chapter number 6, verse number 11 says, be strong in the Lord and in his mighty power.
Is it 6 or 7? Oh, wait, 6:11? 6:11 p.m.
So all my Democrat friends, I want to ask you one question. Do you know anybody that was the 45th president? He was convicted of 34 accounts. He raised $53 million in 24 hours and could be the 47th president of the United States in America. And he was shot one time. Do you know anybody like that?
God, Lord is good.
To all my friends back in Detroit who are Democrats, I want to ask you just one simple question. You can't deny the power of God on this man's life. You can't deny that God protected him. You cannot deny that it was a millimeter miracle that was able to save this man's life. Could it be that Jesus Christ preserved him for such a time as this? Could it be? Could it be that when we prayed for him when he came to the round table in Detroit, that Jesus asked and he received, that we sought him and then he found protection? Could it be that the King of glory, the Lord God strong and mighty, the God who is mighty in battle, protected Donald Trump because he wants to use him for such a time as this? If you believe that, come on, put your hands together and give our great God great glory.
Yeah. That guy's probably got a great, fun church to go to. Uh-oh. You know what time it is? Because we can't play this song. We have to play our own song.
I can't with you.
countryside. Snowflakes falling and reindeer outside. Mama got a little too married, had a glass or two. She picked up the phone and dialed her own number. Who knew? Mama dialed herself. Didn't know what she'd done.
Oh, you know, he created it himself.
Was just having some fun. She said, hey, Mrs. Clark.
I used to think Trump's dance was like so silly, and now that like half my body won't work with me, I'm like, yeah, no, I get it. I get it. You use what you got. I love how this goes with this song. It's hilarious. All right, time for an energy drink.
All right, here we go. We're back in.
All right. Now that Mama dialed herself.
Back in black. AC/DC. Probably going to be an instrumental. Oh, steal our melody, man. We'll copyright claim you.
And now,
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
Not to talk, he's just arriving.
Just arriving. Gets the WWE entrance.
That's our Iron Man.
Oh.
Love you. Yeah, Melania, Ivanka, and Jared just got on the plane like 10, 15 minutes ago.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome John Neaporti from Florida.
It's an honor to be here this evening. I'm the PGA head golf professional at Trump International Golf Club in Palm Beach, Florida.
Trump's like, I like him.
We all
I know
that
him.
President Trump loves his family.
Who's the
because we see
underdressed
that.
guy sitting next to Trump?
I have
And we all
no
know
idea.
that President Trump is willing
would
to
have
die
wished,
for our
dude.
country because we just witnessed that.
I
But what
knew
I'm
us
here
would
to
be
tell
sitting
you
next to Trump,
tonight
he
is that Donald Trump is a great boss and one hell of a golfer. At our club championship in March, I watched President Trump hit a perfect 210-yard 4-iron to within 10 feet of the hole. Yep. He needed to sink that putt to win. Do you think he sank it? You better believe you sunk that putt.
He's like, yes, I did.
Donald Trump 21 club championships. Joe Biden, 0.
Gonna set
For
the record
non-golfers
straight
out there, that's
golf
a pretty
tonight.
good record. That's real good. That's not good. That's great.
They take their golf
25
very
years
seriously.
ago, I was working multiple jobs, and one of those jobs was caddying at Trump International, and that's where I met Mr. Trump. My caddy job eventually would turn into a full-time job. One day, I was out caddying for Mr. Trump when he mentioned to me that he needed to find a teaching pro. He knew I could play, so he said, tomorrow, dress like a golf pro and come out and play golf with me. So in true Mr. Trump fashion, on the first tee the next day, he tees up his ball, whacks it right down the middle of the fairway. And I turned to him and I said, hey, I'm pretty nervous. And he said, John, you just relax and play your game. And it was great advice, because after 9 holes, he turned to me and he said, I've seen enough. You've got the job.
Aw.
Thank you. Later, I went on to become the head golf professional, and I'll never forget that moment with Mr. Trump. He truly changed my life. That's who Donald Trump is. For 25 years, I've seen his generosity and his remarkable character. Firsthand, his entire family reflects these values as well. With all the hate the president gets, I think to myself, how can someone go through all this? He could have chosen a quiet life. He could have played more golf. But he cares so deeply about America and our people. He just keeps working, and he does it for us. Now it's our turn to support him. So let's help him. Let's hear it. Make America great again.
There you go.
That's it.
Can somebody get a ball gag for that
Thank you,
lab
President
chick?
Trump, for believing in me and in our country. As much as I'll miss him in the White House or in the clubhouse, we need to vote him back in the White House. Thank you very much.
Aw. I won't back down, Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. Won't back down.
You can stand me up at the gates of
Won't back down. My ground won't be turned around.
and I keep this world from
Dragging me down. Hey, my ground.
All right.
Yeah, Tom Petty passed away about 6 years ago. Yeah, is that their audio that keeps going in and out?
I'm not hearing it on my end. I hear like background audio.
No, the way I hear it, it's going in and out, but I don't think it's not you, it's them.
I mean, it's getting louder and softer.
Yep.
I did turn the volume down a little bit.
I wouldn't do that.
Well, just because it's music and it gives us a chance to talk if we want to. We don't have to shout over the music. So I've been doing that all like for the last 4 days.
Starlight said, try Trump's YouTube channel.
Is it dim? Really? Okay. Okay, I'll look it up.
Yeah, he'll find another feed.
They're not even playing the music right now. They're like on this like donate page.
No, it's definitely not winning. It's whoever's on their side, because I keep picking up all these weird background voices from the convention. They have a mic open somewhere that should not be open.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Zach Witkoff from New York.
Good evening, Milwaukee.
Oh, he
I'm
looks
Zach
frightened.
Witkoff. I am deeply honored to stand before you tonight and introduce my father. This moment holds special significance as I'm about to become a father myself.
All I hear background noise, but I don't hear any
Thank
kind
you.
of coming in and out or
The
any
nation
stuttering.
my son is born into in December will be shaped by the choice we make this November. I saw my father's remarkable journey from relying on a small loan to becoming one of the country's most successful developers. He showed me that success comes from hard work, not handouts. When I joined his business, I started at the bottom, literally, handling plumbing jobs and repairing sewage lines late at night in New York City. That's how he started too. I vividly recall him spending New Year's Eve fixing a broken sewage tank with a bear of a man named Shecky. You see,
Shecky.
they couldn't afford to call in a crew. They were the crew. Years later, Shecky was still by my dad's side, and he became my first boss. He once told me he would run through a wall for my dad because my dad never asked him to do anything that he wouldn't do himself. And that's exactly how my family feels about our dear friend, President Donald J. Trump. We have seen him stand shoulder to shoulder with the American people, time and again, even when it wasn't easy, even when he could be doing something else. Even after getting hit by live sniper fire, he stood with us, my fellow Americans, and that is why we stand with him. And you know what? He makes it fun, too. President Trump and the First Lady were the guests of honor at my wedding at the beautiful Mar-a-Lago Club. The president tore up the dance floor until 3 a.m. with his signature moves. You guys know those moves.
He's like, yes, I did.
The essence of what my dad taught me: hard work, unwavering loyalty, and perseverance. That is the essence of Donald Trump.
That's how we do.
As long
Hurry
as
back,
we stand
Heidi.
united with President Trump, it will remain the essence of the nation that my son and all of our children grow up in. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. And God bless the greatest nation on earth, the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to present my father, Stephen Witkoff.
Jesus. He has his own entrance music.
And the canned music, yeah.
Damn. I thought I was watching Raw for a minute.
Good evening, everybody. That song that you just heard was American Trilogy by Elvis.
Mm-hmm. No,
It
lovely
was playing
song.
for a reason. A lot of people don't know this about my dear friend, President Trump, but he's a big music guy. And he's got a playlist, and he's the DJ wherever he goes.
I bet.
See, I stand before you tonight, not just as a speaker, not just as someone who came up as a builder with the president in the world of real estate, but as someone who has had the profound privilege of calling President Donald J. Trump a true and dear friend for many, many years in good times and bad times. And of all the songs he has shared with me over the years, that is the song that best captures him, especially those words, "His truth is marching on."
Oh, I like Jason Aldean.
I thought of that song after my dear friend was shot a few days ago. I gave him a call. I expected to leave him a voicemail, so it surprised me when he answered the phone. His first words surprised me as well. He'd just come within an inch of his own life ending, but he picked up the phone and said, "Hi, Steve. I'm really glad you called. How are you? How are your kids?" It surprised me, but it shouldn't have. I know this man very well. President Trump is as kind and compassionate a man as I've ever met in my lifetime. I've seen
Now we're
the
live.
truth of President Trump,
We're not behind.
and it marches on with me tonight. I know that many here and watching at home have felt that kind of a connection with the president. It's real. I have never seen him refuse a question from somebody, decline a photo, or ignore someone's story or concerns. Everyone he meets gets a family member's embrace from him. I have felt that warmth so many times over the years. Just last week, I told the president about a moment I had with his 3 sons and how impressed I was with them. He looked at me with a wistful smile, blowing a kiss, and it was a special moment between us as fathers. When my dad fell gravely ill, President Trump didn't just send a note. He didn't just offer words of comfort. He showed up as he always does. He was there, treating my parents with kindness and respect.
I remember Liberace. God.
Including my mom, who's 91 and here tonight dressed in red and is going to be voting for the president.
Nice.
Many Americans have only witnessed his leadership on TV, but I have seen his humanity in the quiet moments, away from the spotlight, in hospital rooms he didn't have to be in, where his presence brought real solace in a dark hour for my family and many other families. That's who he is. When times are really tough, when he's got everything to lose and nothing to gain, Donald Trump shows up and he's there for you. Thank you. When I lost my boy Andrew to an opioid overdose, the pain was unbearable. But as usual, Donald Trump showed up. After he became the President Trump, even amid all the responsibilities of his office, he reached out and invited me to speak about Andrew at a conference on opioids hosted by the First Lady, providing a platform to honor my son's memory.
Oh my God, there's Elvis.
And when the day of the conference came, he went out of his way that day to come and put his hand on my shoulder and say, "Steve," as he led me up to the lectern, "tell the world about your boy." My boy was the best of us. Where we lived in New York City, a Trump building, 502 Park Avenue, there were 12 homeless people who stayed outside by the church next to the property. My son got to know them all. He fed them every evening. He became their friend. When he passed away, all 12 came to his funeral. He and President Trump shared something in common. My boy stood up for people, no matter which side of the train tracks they came from, exactly as the president does for everybody. Standing here today, I still feel my boy's hand on my shoulder. After Andrew passed away, I found myself clinging to my son's memory, even his things. His college ID is in my pocket right now. I wear his ring since he died. And I came today with his watch
It's okay,
on.
Papa.
I kept his guitar. I kept his guitar too, and thought I would keep that guitar forever. But I gave it to my dear friend, Andrew's friend, and fellow music lover, Donald Trump.
Aww.
I wanted President Trump to have something with which to remember my son.
Hey, Paige.
President Trump didn't
Come on
say
in, make yourself
something nice
comfortable.
to me and put it in a closet somewhere. He put it right out front at his Trump International West Palm Beach property, where he and I both see it whenever we walk in and play, and where everyone who walks into that beautiful building sees it as well as an acknowledgement to my boy, a sacred tribute to a true friend who's gone, and a cause that remains opioid abuse.
Kid Rock is supposed to perform tonight.
Thank you. Standing here today with my boy's hand on my shoulder, I know I'll never hear his music again. His mom and I can only hear the chords of memory now, and we will always hear them. But I know my dear friend, President Trump, hears them too. You don't see this man's reverence, his steady loyalty, his true empathy in the TV coverage. But this is the truth about President Trump, the man I have come to know and admire and love, a man whose truth is marching on. It is a dark hour for America, but there's nobody I trust more in this moment than this man. A man who in the darkest hours shows up, listens, cares, and always acts. The kind of man we need now to be the 47th President of the United States.
There you go. Ooh, she had some gorgeous eyes.
Thank you. May God bless you all. May God bless President Trump and his extraordinary wife and his wonderful family. And may God bless America. Thank you so much.
There you go, Papa. You made it through.
From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, I believe that we're going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. I will once and for all secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're
They're
going
playing all the
to have
videos
same-day
on the
voting, voter
Agenda
ID.
47
We're
page.
going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened.
That's
in
right. Put Trump
2020
right next to the
happen.
ivermectin.
But until then, Republicans must win, and we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open because
100%.
these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well.
Watch your mailboxes.
We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them,
They can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important
the battle box.
day
That's
in
right,
the history of
Paige.
our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
Great news, Nacho Kitty.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome attorney and senior advisor. for
Arizona,
President
you
Donald
have
J.
to
Trump,
provide
Alina
citizenship.
Habba.
And apparently yesterday, Tennessee signed into legislation that you won't be able to vote if you don't have ID in all future elections. I believe I read that correctly.
Good evening,
So yay, Tennessee too.
America.
Good job.
Mm-hmm.
My name is Alina Habba, and I have had the great privilege of representing President
They
Donald
sure are.
J. Trump. Now, I know you're all used to hearing
Tucker
me
Carlson is
shouting
next.
outside a courthouse.
Let everybody know.
I like her though.
But tonight, I want to take you behind the law
She was amazing during the
behind the
whole New York
headlines.
court proceedings.
and share with you a side of President Trump that
Like he
reveals
can't
his
talk, but I
character,
can.
his kindness,
Yes, she is, Memento.
and his commitment to saving this great country.
Beauty and brains, and she's ballsy as fuck. Hell yeah.
As a
I'll take
devout
two.
Catholic, a
Oh, don't
proud
get him started on
first-generation
chemtrails.
Arab American woman, and a feisty Jersey girl
Right here. Right here.
who is
You're looking
fed
for her.
up
She's right here.
with
Yep.
far-left corruption in Washington.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
President Trump championed my journey, empowering me to be who I became today. His unwavering support not only shaped my career,
No wonder why I
but
like
has
her.
inspired other young women with big dreams.
Oh, she's from Summit.
President Trump loves this country. He does. And he lifts up those around him. To my children, Luke, Chloe, and Parker.
She's from the seriously
He's a
rich
man
part of
with
Jersey.
one heck of a golf swing that lets them ride in a golf cart with some of the world's most famous golfers so they feel included in
She's a
Mom's
Jersey
job.
girl.
And by the way, he can kick some of those guys' butts. Ken. To my husband, whose family members have survived the Holocaust, he is a champion of the Jewish faith. To my Iraqi parents, he is a mentor to their daughter. But to me, he is my friend.
She's 40. With 3 kids.
Not too long ago, a supporter shouted, "God bless you and President Trump," in the middle of Manhattan after one of our trials. Little did that man know that I was on the phone with the president himself. And he immediately asked me to pause, give the man my phone, and spent time speaking to him and thanking him for his support.
Of course he did. That's freaking awesome.
Despite the lawfare and the politics, President Trump loves the American people and he loves this country. For decades, the Trump Organization transformed skylines and created thousands of jobs. His buildings and businesses are a testament to his commitment to excellence and his drive to turn dreams into reality.
A winning
But
reality.
his greatest construction project was yet to come. The left has tried to demolish President Trump, but there is no bulldozer big enough or strong enough to remove the legacy that he has built or the future he is creating.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
As the 45th president of the United States, Donald Trump built a legacy of putting America first.
Mm-hmm.
And as the 47th president, he will build America stronger than ever for we, the people. As we stand on the brink of a new chapter in America's story, I am reminded of the country my family fled 4 decades ago. A place marked by religious persecution, oppression, and a lack of freedom. They came here because America is a beacon of liberty and opportunity. It is now our duty to protect the values that define us and keep this the greatest nation on earth. Amen.
Amen, girl.
That's right. Every attack on President Trump only strengthens our movement. The left's madness is only a sign of desperation. Sham indictments and baseless allegations will not deter us, because the only crime President Trump has committed is loving America. And America, we are winning.
Yes.
Outside of his family and our country, President Trump also has another love: music. A few years ago, he wanted me to hear a new song he had selected for an upcoming rally. I could hear it blaring in the background at Mar-a-Lago. He landed on a song called "Hold On, I'm Coming." America,
Certainly is, Wolfram.
we no longer have to hold on. We just have to show up.
USA, USA.
So if you're ready to end the Democrat destruction, and if you're eager to unleash the best America has to offer, then let's send Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to the White House in November. The future of America and the world is bright, And it begins with the unwavering spirit of each and every one of us. Because of the resilience and
You can
the
tell she's from
leadership
Jersey. Her
of
hands
my
can't keep
friend,
still.
President Donald J. Trump.
Come on, say the line. Say the line.
Not for nothing.
So let us not forget
Oh, she almost did it.
that President Trump did not just take a bullet in Butler, Pennsylvania. He has and will continue to take them for each and every one of us.
He wants you to say, let me tell you about you.
Trump. God bless you all, and God bless the United States of America.
Ah, you did Jersey proud. Look at you. Yeah, she lives near Chatham, where the rich people in New Jersey look there and go, damn, because they have like, oh my God, so much money. So much.
Coming up next, Tucker Carlson. This should be a big one. Let all your friends know. Get them in here. I went ahead and reposted. If you guys, are you guys on X? Is everybody here in the crowd? Who isn't on X? I'm not talking about, you know what? I'm talking about the platform. And his Twitter. Is everybody here on there? If you would, take a second and just go retweet my stream on there. Just get it some legs. Competing with a lot of
Tucker should be fire. Your ex is doing pretty good.
Yeah.
What are you up to now?
Oh, 443 followers, but we got 20 viewers out there. It looks like we're fighting some monsters out there. Like, for coverage wise, there's then he's got like over 50,000 people. Newsmax over 30. Hogsters about 18. Daily Wire 10. This is in my feed. That's just spicy. Here we go. I'm just curious to see what would happen if like everybody that was here that could retweeted it at one time. If it would like do anything at all or do nothing. It sounds familiar, Nacho. Sounds familiar. I think I've shown some of their stuff. Yeah.
Independent researcher.
A behind the scenes documentary of Trump's campaign. His cameramen were at the Butler rally. That's a good project for him. All right, we just put up 4 on X. Whoever did that, thank you. Down. This guy is earning his money, man. I hope these guys get a great payday for being a house man. Oh, thank you, Starlight. 45. It's helping. It's actually working. Right, Whitting? I thought so too. Looking forward to it being released. Yes, absolutely. I just read Hunter is trying to get his case thrown out based on Trump's immunity ruling. Good luck with that.
How the hell? There's a big difference between like the actions of the president and a president's son snorting crack out of a hooker's blowhole. Hold on. I'm gonna come. Can't believe the clip is out there, Lord.
This is the song that they were just talking about too. Yeah, let's play that one. All right. You know what? Out of all of our thousands of covers we know, hell yeah, a good cover band's got to constantly put new songs in.
Hell yeah.
This guy's got a great sound.
They're very clean. I love that I can actually understand them. So often, like the instruments overpower the vocals, and I can't hear a damn word they're saying. Just a quick world update. The migrants who live in Leeds over, I think that's the UK, are rioting and setting shit on fire. And it's a whole big deal. Because social services showed up to save some of the kids that they were abusing. So now the whole neighborhood is rioting.
One day they'll learn. Their heads out of their asses to take care of that problem. Hopefully, the whole world learns at the same time. You just need to stay where you are, live in your country, make it better. Stop trying to invade other countries and take what they have. You know, if you want to immigrate legally to another country because you appreciate their culture, right, and you want to be part of that culture, that's cool. We have a lot of friends who like Asian culture that are over in Japan right now, like Max Mira, Meme Copium, and others. You know, there's people
over in Korea.
You know,
Get out of my head.
Yep. And of course, we all know Australia's fake, so I won't mention that. But anyways,
but we still love it there.
we have our own Australian AI running around here. His name is Madcore. You might see him here.
They're my favorite imaginary country. Or continent, I should say.
Yes.
Elon put out a meme.
My son likes Japanese culture. I could totally see him living there one day or trying to.
Oh, hell yeah. Except that everything there tries to kill you.
Well, yeah, not Australia, Japan.
Ah, okay.
But I
oh yeah, oh my God, he'd go nuts there.
Okay, hold on, Maria.
Reagan, who has a few questions for you.
Reagan has questions.
All of you will go to the polls. You stand there in the polling place and make a decision. I think when you make that decision, it might be well if you would ask yourself, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Is it easier for you to go and buy things in the stores than it was 4 years ago? Is there more or less unemployment in the country than there was 4 years ago? Is
I love Mel.
as respected throughout the world as it was? Do you feel that our security is as safe, that we're as strong as we were 4 years ago?
And my girl Andrea.
There he is.
If you don't
there he
think
is.
that this
There he
course
is.
that we've been on for the last
He's
4
AI.
years is what you would like to see us follow for the next 4, then I could suggest another choice that you have.
Her face makes me sick.
He'll make America great again.
There you go. Come on, bring my boy out.
Ladies
Bring
and
my boy
gentlemen,
out.
please welcome journalist, author, and American citizen.
Guys,
Tucker
by the way,
Carlson.
their efforts have really helped. X is adding on viewers as we speak.
Oh, this is wild.
Tucker!
Thank you.
I hope he giggles. It makes my day.
Good to see you. Thank you. I feel like
Murph?
I know about half the people in the room.
You've interviewed half the people in the room.
What are you doing? Justin Wells. Thank you, guys. Okay.
Come on,
Can I just
Tucker,
say,
do it.
Peter
Do it.
Navarro is back. Welcome to Peter Navarro. Suffering the fate that has happened to so many who are friends with Donald Trump. Thank you for having me. I have
There you go.
I've been to many conventions. I have never been to a more fun convention or a convention with better vibes.
Hell
They
yeah, it's
literally
been
let
happy
Navarro out of
every
prison.
night, even
First of
through
all,
the tears.
This feels a lot different from what I thought it was going to feel like.
Same.
I can't hear you, but I know it's something good. So
That makes me
I
happy.
watched the video of what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania about 50 times. I think I was one of about 8 billion people around the world who watched it. And the more I watched it, the more it struck me that everything was different after that moment. Everything. And this convention is different. The nation is different. The world is different. Donald Trump is different.
The outlook is
He
different.
stood up after being shot in the face, bloodied, and put his hand up. I thought at that moment, that was a transformation. This was no longer a man. Well, I think it was divine intervention. But the effect that it had on Donald Trump, he was no longer just a political party's nominee or a former president or a future president. This was the leader of a nation.
Hell yeah.
And I think there's a difference. I mean,
He's
I've
everybody's
spent most of my life in
commander now.
Washington, where the president is at the top of the pyramid. Everyone wants to be the president. But if you think about it, the presidency comes with great power, obviously. But if you think about it, that is a title that is bestowed by a process of some sort that can be subverted. And in the end, it does not confer by itself, as no title does, legitimacy. Just because you call yourself the president doesn't mean that much inherently. I can call my dog the CEO of Hewlett Packard. It doesn't mean she is. You know, it's true. And you hate to say it, but it is also true, it is a fact that you could take, I don't know, a mannequin, a dead person, and make him president.
Oh, wait, we did that.
No, you could. You could. I'm just saying theoretically possible. With enough cheating, that could happen. But being a leader is very different. It's not a title. It's organic. You can't name someone a leader. A leader is the bravest man. That's who the leader is. That is true in all human organizations. This is a law of nature. And in that moment, Donald Trump, months before the presidential election, became the leader of this nation. That was the most obvious to me. And I have to say, you know, I think it changed him. He reached out to Trump within hours of it that night. And what he said to me that night, having just been shot in the face, he said not a single word about himself. He said only how amazed he was and how proud he was of the crowd, which didn't run. And I thought two things. The first thing I thought was, well, of course they didn't run. His courage gave them heart. A leader's courage gives courage to his people. And the second thing I thought was, this is the selfish guy I've been hearing about for 9 years. Really? Not a word about himself? About his people, period. And the second thing I noticed, which I don't think anyone has remarked upon in public, but I'm just going to since I don't have a script, like why not, is that
he's freestyling.
turned down the most obvious opportunity in politics to inflame the nation after being shot. To inflame the nation, which is an opportunity that almost every other politician I've ever met, and certainly
Thank you, Murph,
would have taken instantly. And they would have said, well, what is this? How did he get shot? Like, how did this happen? And those are real questions that we have to get to the bottom of. But in the moments, the days, the week after the shooting, he did not say that. He did his best to bring the country together. And I thought, this is the divisive figure. This is the irresponsible person. No, this is the most responsible, unifying behavior of a leader I think I've ever seen. So the question is, where is he leading us? And I could go on for hours, but let me just sum it up. I do think the entire point,
my bad,
from the famous escalator ride 9 years ago until today of Donald Trump's public life has been to remind us of one fact, which is a leader's duty is to his people, to his country, and to no other. That's the point. That's the only point. And another word for this is democracy. Democracy, in case you're a little sick of being beaten in the face with democracy on television, actual democracy is the proposition that the citizens of a country own that country. They're not renters, they're not serfs, they're not slaves, they are the owners of the country. And for that to be true, their leaders have to represent them, which is another way of saying they have to do what the people want them to do, or a close approximation thereof. But if they completely ignore what people want, not just 1 year, but generationally, say for 50 years, then it may be, I don't know what, it's not a democracy. And so I think the entire Trump project, paradoxically, is attacked as an enemy of democracy, is to return democracy to the United States. Hey, let's pay attention to what people actually want. And the lack of interest in that question in Washington is something that ultimately drove me out of the city after 35 years. Lawmakers stepping over the prostrate bodies of their fellow citizens ODing on drugs to go cast votes to send money to some foreign country.
Trump is slated for 10 o'clock.
Yeah, actually, we've lost more Americans from drugs in the past 4 years than we lost in World War II. Yeah,
Christ.
Our bloodiest war, more than we lost in World War II. Does anybody care? It is pathetic. It is pathetic. And do you hear a single word from Washington about doing anything about it? We know where the drugs are coming from. We know the supply routes. The U.S. military spent billions bombing the Ho Chi Minh Trail. You don't see our commander-in-chief suggesting that we use our military to protect our country or the lives of its citizens. No.
Heaven forbear.
That's for Ukraine. And it's too much, actually. It's too insulting. It's too insulting. It's a middle finger in the face of every American. It's a very clear statement, which is unmistakable. And that is, we don't care about you. And Donald Trump, whatever you say about him, and I think he's a wonderful person. I know him well. By the way, the funniest person I've ever met in my life, actually. You can't be funny without perspective or without empathy, which is true. But everything else about Trump aside, he actually cares because he's interested in the people who live here because that's his job. A father's job, his duty is to his family. An officer's duty is to his men. A president's duty is to his citizens. And he seems to be the only one who thinks that. And in his choice for vice president, J.D. Vance, he's made that really clear.
Thank you, Murph.
J.D. Vance, I'll say this about him, is a thoroughly decent man. And I'll just admit it, a friend of mine, one of the very few politicians in Washington who actually is very close to his own wife, which is wonderful to see. And she's wonderful, actually. But J.D. Vance has views that are closer to Trump's voters than anyone else in Washington in office. Therefore, he's the vice president. That's called democracy. So I will stop on just one point, and that is what's happened over the past month since the debate, and particularly on Saturday in Butler. I think a lot of people are wondering, what is this? This doesn't look like politics. Something bigger is going on here. I think even people who don't believe in God are beginning to think, well, maybe there's something to this, actually. And I'm starting to think it's going to be okay, actually. I do think that. In the day after the midterm elections in 2018, Antifa came to my house. The Democratic Party's militia, okay? I was at work. It was obvious when I was at work because it was public. My wife was home alone. They tried to come in through the front door. They terrorized her. She hid in our pantry. It was on television. It was horrible, actually. It was, I mean, I'm not whining about it. I wasn't getting shot in the face, but it wrecked our day. And
oh, God.
The next morning, we're lying in bed, and the phone rings for my wife, and it's Donald Trump, who's not like a regular text buddy of Donald Trump's. She picks it up. Hello? Susie, it's Donald Trump. And it's coming through. I could hear it. And I'm lying in bed. Oh. And the first thing he says is, I'm going to stand guard outside your house. And she goes, oh, it's just so nice. And he says, I'll never forget this as long as I live.
Hey,
he says,
you.
there's a lot of hate out there. And she said, there is, Mr. President. And then he says, but there's a lot of love. There's a lot of love. And we are seeing that love. I don't think it's human love.
Welcome, Hugh.
And
Awesome
I'll
to
just
have
stop
you.
with this.
Inya's
I'm not
hubby.
always convinced that I'm on the right
We
side.
love
I've been on the
Inya.
wrong side
He's awesome.
many times. You'll never hear me say I'm on God's side or God's with me or even I'm with God.
Welcome, babe.
I want to be. Not sure I am. But I will say this unequivocally and conclusively. God is among us. right now. And I think that's enough. God bless you.
Holy crap, that's it?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Golf General Manager, Trump National Doral.
All right, Tucker
Carrie
Carlson, great
Tomasco
speech.
Well,
Ruiz.
before that, you got 5 gifted memberships from Murph's Turf. They went
Thank you,
to
Murph.
Starlight, Cynthia Fire Fairy, Sue, Mama 10, and Gutters Pub. Thank you, sweetie.
I'm not sure
Thank
how
you,
I
and welcome
follow
all the
Tucker,
new winner to the winner circle.
but I'm going to give it a go.
Who's
Good
this?
evening, everyone. My
I
name is
missed it.
Carrie Ruiz,
There we go.
and like some people on this stage this evening, I am not a politician. I am not a public figure. I'm a mom of 3 and a woman of faith who's been fortunate to work side by side with Donald Trump and his amazing family.
Sometimes they show it, sometimes they don't.
Years ago, the Trump organization purchased the iconic Doral Golf Resort after so many companies tried and failed to create a world-class golf experience, all while turning a profit. With his keen eye for business and uncanny ability to make things better, Donald Trump got to work. He poured hundreds of millions of dollars and his own sweat and tears into the property. He had a hand in virtually everything, and no detail was too small.
He is a micromanager.
Just change the carpet or apply a fresh coat of paint. He stripped this legendary resort to its core and rebuilt it the right way.
Watching it is the best sleep aid ever, Memento.
He did the hardest things to make it great
There you go.
again. He also built up the resort's people. Thank you, boss. He empowered us. He listened to us, all of us, and he still does. No matter your role, he asks questions. He wants different opinions. He never demands more of us than he is willing to give. He is as generous as he is brave. And to those who work for him, he provides unwavering support. When he promoted me to the resort's golf general manager position, it was an out-of-the-box choice in a historically male-dominated industry. I am not a golf professional. I cannot break 90 yet. But none of that
to have
mattered
goals.
to President Trump. He looks at things differently. He welcomes the unconventional. And I am proud to be among the countless women he's promoted to leadership positions. I might add, he did it all while no one was looking. The simple truth is, no one can match President Trump's vision and unrelenting drive to make things better. He did it at Doral.
Black
He
and
did it
cream
as
to go on the
president.
plane.
He
But I don't know
will
what she's
do
wearing
it
to the thing.
Again.
I went and looked just for you.
May God continue to bless President Trump, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
She screams South Florida golfer.
This is the final
She really does.
With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel
Yeah, because she was a little
the
wrinkled getting on the
warmongers from
plane.
our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout
Ooh,
the
Hulk
fake
Hogan is
news
next.
media, and
Yay!
we will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
I want to hear him call Trump brother. You got this, brother.
ZZ Top.
Yep. Yeah, but you see, their music audio is horrible tonight. Youngest. If he rips his shirt off, you're hilarious.
They got a lot of nice girls.
Yeah, that's not a character. That's just Hulk Hogan. I don't ever remember him being different. And I remember him in the beginning. I mean, he could rip his shirt off. I'm not against it. I don't care how old he gets. He better be oiled up, though.
Well, I might be mistaken.
It's the white hat. Mm-hmm. Oh, I love that. Private chat. Hilarious. Oh yeah. That's awesome, Kay. Oh my God.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Advocate for Safe Schools, Annette Albright from North Carolina.
Ah, geez, that's not who I wanted. Good. Can we get rid of the Department of Education, please?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Annette Albright. I grew up in the small town of Mount Airy, North Carolina. North Carolina. Like my parents and my grandparents, I was a lifelong member of the Democrat Party. Don't worry, the story gets better from here.
There's your answer. Who let her out there in rainbow colors? She used to be a Democrat.
A degree in criminal justice. I started a career working with the North Carolina Department of Corrections. I left my job in the criminal justice system to work for Charlotte-Mecklenburg School District.
That's
to
right.
engage our youth before they got stuck in the system.
That's right, honey.
It didn't take long.
And I'm a teacher.
for me to realize
So what does that tell you?
schools are a part of the problem.
Yes.
Sadly, too many of our schools are more like prisons than places of learning. That must change.
They demoralize by teaching developmentally inappropriate material.
In one public high school, I witnessed a full-blown riot. I saw many violent altercations between students and physical attacks on staff.
Mm-hmm.
During my 14 years working with the Department of Public Safety, offenders never laid a hand on me. Yet, I was violently assaulted by a group of students in a public high school.
Yep. Hell, I've been stabbed, had my hair cut, and I work with kindergartners.
The uptick in school violence was related to an Obama-Biden policy that
Lefty, what's
directed
up?
schools to
Lefty,
reduce
where's your eggplant?
and keep dangerous students in the classroom. President Trump reversed the Obama policy and put the safety of our kids first. Violence on public school campuses should not be a Democrat issue. It should not be a Republican issue. It is an American people issue.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the classrooms are way too packed.
Sadly, I've repeatedly seen that the Democrat Party cares more about appeasing the teachers union than they do about prioritizing the needs of our kids.
That's true.
They champion safe spaces instead of safe schools. This is completely wrong.
Yep.
Little by little, I began to see the truth. While Democrats spend more money on a broken system, Republicans are empowering parents and fighting for school choice.
Change all the admin.
Follow the child.
While Democrats think school resource officers are a threat to our students, Republicans know that they protect our kids.
We love our resource officers. I'm buddies with all of them.
While Democrats won't admit that our schools are failing, Republicans will fix the system and make our schools safe. That's why this year, for the first time in my life, I am registered as a Republican.
There you go.
He's happy to be out.
I'm about to be the same.
He's happy to be out away from the other side.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to be undeclared, probably, or unaffiliated.
In November, I will proudly cast my vote for Donald J. Trump.
Yep.
Only together we can make America's schools great again. Thank you.
It's the radical
and God
ones.
bless America.
It's the weirdo super libby Democrats that work in education that don't like the resource officers. They don't like police presence. Anything with the badge is wrong. Mine were great to my kids. They were great to all the kids.
Then I'll be saying to you, don't let this go.
And we had so many lockdowns from like shooters in the area and stuff like that. I was happy to have them there. Hell, we had a guy break into the school with a whatchamacallit, a metal pipe that he found. And I'm second classroom from the front door. I was not happy. And he was just smashing stuff. And the resource officers got there quick and they took him right out. Boom. Got him right out of the building.
That's awesome, Kay. That's awesome. Making a difference.
That is awesome.
The radical left and the radical right are rooting for everyone.
Mm-hmm. Always extremism. It's that fundamentalist extremist attitude that ruins everything. They deal in absolutes like Siths. It's amazing, age appropriate, yet the curriculums are written to be 2 years higher than their developmental age so that they are set up before they even start to fail. They don't want them to learn, so they set the expectations beyond what they're capable of achieving. And the ones that do achieve it are gifted and talented.
I wonder what's going on with Hulk Hogan.
Well, he's there. He already did an interview with somebody.
Maybe this one, they're putting together a big entrance for him or something. They do it WWE style.
Yeah. Oh no, our resource officers were suited up and they were strapped. Like, they didn't play around by me. Even our truant officer was an actual police officer. Have him show up on your door. You go to school after that. We called him Chubby. He wasn't. He was a ginormous black dude. Loved
Jacob
him.
Castro on YouTube. What's up, Jacob?
Castro! Welcome to the No Speech platform.
Speaking of Jacobs, I'm surprised we haven't seen Jacob Peets in here this weekend, this week at all.
I'm telling you, he's busy with his new house. It's a lot of work.
Hopefully he'll pop in for the keynote.
One can hope. Let's see. Let me send out my Jacob Peets vibes. He swears I can summon him.
I hope everybody comes in for that.
Yeah.
Everybody comes back for the keynote.
Same memento. We didn't need cops in my school. We had the nuns. Yep. With their damn rulers. God. They'd hide those rulers under the habit. That thing would come out like a whip. Right over my knuckles. That only happened once, by the way.
The X is now up to 444 followers.
Nice.
Take the lead over Rumble. Yep, they got a 1 follower lead over Rumble. If you're watching on Rumble, you haven't followed yet, follow. There's a heavy competition going on between the X
Platform Derby
and Platform Derby between the X and Rumble platforms channels. They're racing to 500. Be a part of it.
The problem with having counselors and psychologists in the school is the kids figure out in the first 10 minutes of kindergarten that if they have a problem, it gets them out of class as much as they want because they get to go sit in the counselor's office and have snacks and play games and talk about their feelings. That's the problem with that. And then you have the counselors with the knee-jerk reaction that rather than talk to the parent, call crisis and have the kid put away for a 72-hour hold. So, yeah, they're a problem. They're a problem. Our school counselor was so overbooked that she literally like ran on Adderall. She couldn't stop taking it. She never slept. She freaked out. She lasted 3 years. It was too much. I love children, but they figure you out quick, and they know how to work the system better than anybody on the planet.
But
what happened?
I don't know.
Check your surroundings.
No download going on, right? No, we're good.
Okay.
Let me check our backups here. Like a YouTube problem. See, Rumble.
Yeah, some kid bullied my kid for a year, and they didn't do shit about it. So when the kid got in my son's face, my son one punch, because that's what Sensei taught him. You stand up to bullies with your fists if you have to. He punched him once. My son got suspended for 2 days, but not the other kid. So I took 2 days off of work and I took him out for ice cream. I did. You don't take shit from nobody. The adults wouldn't intervene, so he had to handle it himself. He was in second grade. Second grade.
I think it's going to be a big entrance. I'm feeling it. The announcer hadn't even spoken yet. Oh, and now you're going to do this to me, right?
Do you have another feed?
Now it's what I like about you, right? Go live.
I agree, Murph. Yeah, they get spiteful, you. Not in my state. They call crisis up and they come with the cops and they take the kid out in front of everybody. That's why when like people tell me, they're like, oh, it's not that bad. Bullshit. Bullshit. It's an experience in humiliation to go to a public school now. There's Elvis.
Kind of like licking Kane.
New Jersey. The parent can sign off on taking them out of the mental health thing, but then they call CPS on the parents. So the parent really doesn't have much of a choice. Unless you're me, in which case I jumped across the table and tried to strangle the counselor when she suggested it. My son did not go to crisis. She almost did.
Look, he's trying to do the Trump dance.
He's got a good smile, though. Oh, New Jersey's insane, girl. Especially my district, where it's the most corrupt district there is. Absolutely horrible. We had a superintendent who's getting $250,000 a year who forgot to tell us that she's not really a doctor because she didn't, finish. And she didn't tell us. We found out 5 years in. Dr. Johnson. They make bank here. Teacher starting salary out the gate is $73,000 a year. And that's with your minimum requirements. Admins start at 125 a year. Young has a question for you.
I could try to figure that out.
I'll make a note.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see what we can do. We could do. Probably be a segment on a show. I don't think
That would
take a
be
whole show to
interesting.
go through that.
That would be interesting, though, to show how to like vet different candidates out before you do voting at different levels. You'd be good for that. It's an idea. Voting 101 with winning reality. I learned pretty quickly in education that they don't care about the kids. And I was never going to fit in because I do. Also, the public school system has learned if you can label a kid special needs in any way, shape, or form, it more than doubles your money from the feds. And that's how they make their money. That's why you have so many special needs classrooms and inclusion classrooms.
It feels like they're trying to buy some time here. They're feeling a long set.
I think Melania is running late because they got on that plane late as hell. Well, she's got to make an entrance. It's her, Ivanka, and Jared.
Where's Hulk Hogan? Sorry,
I don't know. They're probably like you said, trying to draw it out. What I like about you.
What time is it? It's 9:14 here.
Yeah, he doesn't talk for 45 minutes, so there's plenty to do. Hulk Hogan ain't gonna talk for no 40 minutes.
I don't know that he's gonna actually talk. So he may have not.
I hope so.
Well, I mean, they've skipped
He's
him.
lubing up.
They skipped him in the lineup, and now they're playing, a long set. I mean, it's pretty much playing through his talking time. The 8 o'clock, which is 8:14 there now. Frank Graham, Trump, Dana White is supposed to all happen in this hour.
It's the last night. Everything's going to take longer.
They're going into another song. Yep. He got cut.
Definitely, yeah. But he's there.
He got cut. He ain't going up.
Aw.
And it feels like they may be skipping the next guy too. I mean, I'm just judging by how many songs have they played? 4? Hey guys, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. Happy that you're here. Say hello. Love to meet you.
Who? Yeah, well, you're never going to get a bunch of people like that who are going to agree on everything. But I mean, I enjoy that the whole value system as the base is connected. Like it's a good solid foundation to build on. And that's what we're looking for. We don't want to, keep things the same way. Status quo's got to go. We want to rebuild.
Rebuild, reform, optimize.
Yep. The one thing I love about him as president is he knows a lot about negotiation.
Hey, what's
and
up?
how to come out on top. Memento. But yeah, I mean, he's a businessman. Negotiation is what he does, and he's always going to come out ahead. He's not going to close a deal unless it's good in his favor, which means our favor. That's what I have faith in. That guy's playing the sign. Look at him. I thought that was Steve Gosney for a minute.
The band. Go white boy, go away. Yeah. This is a live performance by a cover band. YouTube, don't get weird, okay?
Oh, why did you go?
Fine, it's fair use. They paid their ass cap fees.
Why?
Good.
What's it doing to you?
Nothing.
Oh,
Just
okay.
reminding the AI right now because they can't see very well. That's wild. A lot of people just came in and then get away. There's the brick suit, man. That's right, we are. And if you do have a Rumble account, would love to have a thumbs up from you. Rumble's been a little bit quiet tonight. It's been a little quiet. I don't know, got going early. It's a little quiet. There's a lot of people on Rumble doing the same thing. So thinking the law tube adjacent scene, I'm the only one doing the full coverage over here on YouTube. That is. But you guys did a great job helping out on X, get people to know about the stream on X, because we went, I think, up 15 viewers, and everybody jumped in and did a repost. That was awesome. Thank you. I hope you just goes to show that people know, they will show.
Yeah.
So come on. So hang out. Like base is the place. Let's hang out in the base place. It's in reality, a winning reality. Let's go.
Yep. Young, what you got to understand is people from around here, and I'm literally like across the river from Trump, or where he was at least. We don't set out to be mean. We'll do anything for you. We're very abrasive. We're ball busters, and we're kind of rough around the edges no matter what, because we're tough. We're used to fighting. But let me tell you, you come for me, I'm going to come right back for you. And we go right for the jugular. Because why draw out the fight? That's the personality of everybody here. If you're going to, judge Trump by it, you got to judge the rest of us. Because you got to do that around here to survive. It was not old peaches and cream growing up here.
Yeah. That's probably why I relate to people from that area so well, because my little piece of Virginia was like that, even though that was, not the whole state was that way, but my little piece.
Virginia kind of gets that like power washing on the rest of the state, and they forget about like the hardcore areas. But yeah, no, unless I hate to defend that kind of thing, but that's just how we are. And we're a little broken from it. So good hearts, though. Just don't fuck with us. Yeah, I get it, honey. I get it. And it does that for a lot of people. And that's okay. We're not everybody's cup of tea. I say that all the time. I'm not everybody's cuppa. I'm not tea. I'm coffee. Italian espresso, to be exact.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, I think so, Murph. It's amazing what a brush with death, like real death, not when you're expecting it, can do to you. I've mellowed a lot over the years, but never so much as I have in the last year. Oh, I'll love on you forever, young, but mess with me or mess with somebody I love, that especially, you're done. My
I'm sure
jersey
everybody's
comes
the same
out
way.
quick.
I'm sure everybody's the same way in their own way.
Yeah, but they might not punch you in the neck 9 or 10 times before they, do away with you.
Really.
I'm just saying, violence isn't the answer, except it is.
Wow, they are doing a long set.
Something's going on. Yeah, maybe she just landed or whatever.
Why would Melania be holding everything up? That just makes
Because she's got to make her entrance.
Oh, well, she's not scheduled to speak tonight, so. I mean, this is a 6-song set at least, right? Okay, it's a 6-song set at least.
Murph wants to listen to the DNC.
Oh, man. Yeah, about that. There's no way I can sit through however many days they do that. You know what's interesting is they used to do, and I don't know if they did it in closed sessions or what, but they used to take, this is what they do. They pass like internal laws and propose things and vote on it as a group. That's not going on anymore. I don't know if they do that at a different time now, but it used to be part of the convention. I remember that from Ron Paul days. I never watched much of it ever in my life. But the parts that I did watch, I do remember that. I do remember because there's the famous moment where the Nays had it and the neocon runners that were in charge back then. Yay. I didn't even realize he would take it off.
I didn't know he left.
Yeah.
Maybe he went to go meet her.
They grabbed the grandkids. I don't know. Or some, yeah, grab the family. Yeah.
That looked like Ivanka's hair.
Mm-hmm. That's granddaughter.
Mm-hmm. Then that was Lara. Go back to looking at them. We don't want to see the damn crowd.
There we go. Hulk has made it. They want to get the family in there.
He was waiting for them, yeah.
Now we know. It was all true. Oh, this WWE will totally kill me for this. Yeah. And they won't back down on the copyright claims either. They're terrible about it. This is old school. Don't you dare me.
Aww. Taking me back.
Right? I know. Well, now it's all good. Others doing pictures. We just have to talk over the music enough and we'll be all right.
I didn't see Melania.
It's transformative. You know what? That's right. Here comes Hulkamania, y'all. It's gonna run wild on you.
I tell you, he better call him brother. He came out with a flag. Those knees, man.
You still got it.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you something, brother.
There you go.
Oh, they're hitting all my buttons
when
tonight.
I came here tonight, there was so much energy in this room. I felt maybe I was in Madison Square Garden getting ready to win another world title. Or maybe I thought the vibe was so intense. The energy was so crazy. It felt like maybe I was going to press that no good stinky giant over my head and slam him through the mat, brother.
Aww. Andre.
What I found out was I was in a room full of real Americans, brother.
Heidi.
And at the end of the day, with our leader up there, my hero, that gladiator, we're going to bring America back together. One real American at a time, brother.
Go.
Hey, T-Rex.
Rex.
You know something? I've seen some great tag teams in my time. Hulk Hogan and, ooh, yeah, the Macho Man Randy Savage. But you know something? I see the greatest tag team of my life standing upon us, getting ready to straighten this country out for all the real Americans. You know, even though you guys are real Americans, you better get ready. Because when Donald J. Trump becomes the president of the United States, all the real Americans are going to be nicknamed Trumpites. Because all the Trumpites are going to be running wild for 4 years. So with the power of Donald J. Trump and all the Trumpites running wild, America is going to get back on track. And like Donald J. Trump said, America is going to be great again.
There you go.
You know, when I look out and I see all the real Americans, I think about how Donald Trump, his family was compromised. When I look out there and I see Donald Trump, I think about how his business was compromised. But what happened last week when they took a shot at my hero?
Ooh. There you go. There you go.
And they tried to kill the next president of the United States.
Girl, you manifest that shit. There you go.
I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again.
That's awesome.
Yes. That's epic.
Ah. Everybody's getting their wishes tonight.
You know something, Trumpites? I didn't come here as Hulk Hogan, but I just had to give you a little taste. You know, my name is Terry Bollea. And as an entertainer, I love you too. And as an entertainer, I tried to stay out of politics. But after everything that's happened to our country over the past 4 years and everything that happened last weekend, I can no longer stay silent. I'm here tonight because I want the world to know that Donald Trump is a real American hero. And I'm proud to support my hero as the next president of this United States.
All right.
You know, guys, I've known Donald Trump for over 35 years. You know, hold on a second, hold on. I just had a flashback. Man.
I bet you did.
Really tripping. You know, the last time I was up on stage, Donald Trump was sitting at ringside at the Trump Plaza. I was bleeding like a pig, and I won the world title right in front of Donald J. Trump. And you know something? He's going to win in November, and we're all going to be champions again when he wins.
There you go.
And like I said, I've known that man for over 35 years, and he's always been the biggest patriot, and he still is. He's always told you exactly what he thought, and he still does, brother. And no matter the odds, he always finds a way to win. And when he's back in our White House, America is going to start winning again.
Oh, here we're always winning.
You're always a winner here. You'll always be winning.
You know, guys, over my career, I've been in the ring with some of the biggest, some of the baddest dudes on the planet. And I've squared off against warriors, ooh yeah, savages. And I've even, like I said, body slammed giants in the middle of the ring. And I know tough guys. But let me tell you something, brother. Donald Trump is the toughest of them all. They've thrown everything at Donald Trump. All the investigations, the impeachments, the court cases, and he's still standing and kicking their butts. You know, we never had it better than the Trump years. Back then, we had a thriving economy. We had strong borders. We had safe streets. We had peace and respect around the world. But then we lost it all in a blink of an eye. Crime is out of control. The border is out of control. The price of food and gas and housing is out of control. The only person who can clean this up is Donald Trump. You know, guys, I really, really love this country. And I've lived the American dream. And I want my kids, your kids, and all those little teeny Hulkamaniacs out there to live the American dream too. This November, guys, we can save the American dream for everyone. And Donald Trump is the president who will get the job done.
Yep.
So all you criminals, all you lowlifes, all you scumbags, all you drug dealers, and all you crooked politicians need to answer one question, brother.
Here we go.
What you gonna do when Donald Trump and all the Trumpomaniacs run wild on you, brother? God
There you
bless
go.
you. And thank you.
Because we're Trump-a-maniacs.
He blew him a kiss.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the president and CEO of the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association and president of Samaritan's Purse, the Reverend Franklin Graham.
That was awesome.
That was awesome. That was so worth the wait. That's awesome.
Hard act to follow.
Good evening.
Wow, talk about a family resemblance. Holy crap.
I've got the hardest job tonight. I have to follow Hogan.
Right? That's what we're
But
all
I stand
thinking.
here tonight as a private citizen who loves this country. I've been asked to say a few words and then to pray, and we're going to do that. Last Saturday in Butler, Pennsylvania, President Trump had a near-death experience. No question. But God spared his life. And when we go through those experiences,
Yeah, Tucker talked.
it
He was
changes
good.
us. It can cause us to examine our lives and to reevaluate our priorities, as you should. When President Trump rose from that platform, he rose with his fist raised in strength, showing America his unshakable resolve to fight for them in this nation. I cannot explain why God would save one life and allow another one to be taken. I don't have the answer for that. But one thing I do know is that God loves us, and he wants us to be with him in heaven one day. And that's through faith in his son, Jesus Christ. You see, the Bible says that God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believeth in him shouldn't perish, but should have everlasting life. For as long as I've known the President Trump, I've found him to be a man of his word. Things that he said he'll do, he did. When he told me and our country in 2016 that he was going to appoint conservative justices, guess what? He did. In 2016, he said he would defend religious liberty. And
Yeah,
guess
she's
what?
Hindu.
He did.
Usha.
In 2019, I was with him at the United Nations when the first president of history of this country stood there to advocate for religious liberty worldwide. When American citizen and Pastor Andrew Brunson was being held in a Turkish jail on false accusations, President Trump demanded that he be released. And he applied economic pressure and sanctions until they did that. I'm grateful and thankful for what he did as a 45th president of the United States. And I know that as the 47th president, he will keep his word to the American people to make America great once again. It's an honor for me to be asked to pray for Donald Trump this evening. And so what I'd like to do, I'd like us to pray, but I'd like us all to stand as we call upon the name of the God of heaven. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this evening with grateful hearts. Thank you for saving the life of President Donald J. Trump. In his own words, it was you and you alone who saved him. We pray for the others that were injured on Saturday, for the family who lost their loved one. Put your loving arms around them. Comfort them, and may they sense your presence. We stand before you tonight. We say thank you for the provisions you have given to the United States of America. You have blessed this country more than any country in the world. Sadly, as a nation, we have forgotten who is responsible for all the freedoms, the liberties, and the bounty that we enjoy. It has all come for you. Thank you. This evening, our nation is in trouble. We're divided politically, racially, economically, with millions of people seeking refuge and hope in our dry and thirsty land. You're the only one who can fix the complexity of the problems that we face today. We pray for President Trump, that you would give him wisdom, strength, and a clear vision for the future of this nation and the task that is at hand. Continue to protect him from his enemies. I pray that you would surround him with men and women who will give him sound counsel and guidance. We pray for Melania, for Barron, and for all the President Trump's children and grandchildren. We pray for Senator J.D. Vance, his wife Usa, along with their young family. We're thankful for his strong stand for defending life. As your word instructs, we also pray for the leaders of our nation, whether they're Republican, Democrat, or independent. We know that all authority comes from you. You are a great God, and we ask that if it be thy will that you will make America great once again. And we ask that you'll unite our hearts, bring us together, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we pray this in the mighty name of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. Amen.
Amen. He is good. I'll give him that. Oh, I can't wait for Dana White.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome businessman and executive vice president of the Trump Organization, Eric Trump.
Good evening,
Dana
America.
White goes hard for Trump. Hell yeah.
8 years ago, my father sat our family down. He spoke of a nation in decline, of dreams slipping away, of a future endangered by failed leadership and broken promises. It was in that moment I knew my father had made a decision that would forever change our lives. We realized he had chosen to step into the arena, to fight for the soul of America. He had decided to leave behind the comforts of an unbelievable business empire, to leave behind everything he had ever built, to answer the call to serve our nation. Unlike his predecessor, it was not a decision born out of necessity. Unlike the current president, it was not a decision that would enrich his family. Rather, it was a decision made out of love for this country and a deep concern for America's future. My father was clear it would not be easy, that there would be a huge price to pay, and that the attacks would be vicious. Looking back, that was an understatement. The made-up Russia hoax, the sham impeachments, the efforts to destroy an unbelievable company, a company that I run today, the efforts to cancel us, to silence him, to gag his free speech, and to drag him through every radical left courthouse in America, to take his life. Yet through it all, he's shown unwavering courage and determination, not just in public, but in every private conversation with me and our family. He stood tall, fueled not by personal ambition, but by a profound love for this country and a love for all of you, the American people. That man is my father. That man is the 45th president and soon to be 47th president of the United States. That man is Donald J. Trump. Each time I've stood on this stage, America has been at a dire crossroads. In 2016, many people began to doubt the promise of America. Our economy was struggling, jobs were scarce, our standing on the world stage was weak at best. Veterans were forgotten, our military was in shambles, our educational system was broken, ranked 30th in the world. He could no longer tolerate an inept administration that handed $150 billion to Iran, a country that chants death to America, or witness the continued attacks on our Constitution and our religious liberty, or see the disrespect shown to our unbelievable law enforcement officers who are being disarmed, defunded, and persecuted each and every day. He could no longer stand to see words like Christmas stripped from public use, or the Pledge of Allegiance removed from our schools. But my father saw potential where others saw despair. Donald Trump built the New York City skyline. He did so during a time when businesses were turning away from the city he loved. Crime was rampant. The streets were dirty, but he had the Midas touch, and he turned those streets and neighborhoods into gold. He faced every challenge with tremendous vision and grit. As he did during the 2016 election, he rolled up his sleeves. He remained unapologetic. He did not care to be politically correct. He restored hope. He restored a voice to millions of Americans who had been ignored. He restored the American dream. Under my father's leadership, the economy climbed to record heights. Jobs were created at an unthinkable pace. Unemployment reached historic lows across all demographics. Wage growth soared. He cut taxes for hardworking families and businesses. He slashed regulations. We saw the greatest 401k increase in American history. People bought their first homes in an environment that saw 2 to 3% interest rates. They started their families. My father made the United States energy independent with the lowest gas prices in decades.
Little baby Drew.
My father made the United States safe. Our borders were closed. There was peace in the Middle East. Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, the terrorists were dead. My father made the United States respected again, with the courage to walk into countries like North Korea, with the courage to impose tariffs on China, and with the courage to tear up trade deals that cost Americans their jobs. He brought manufacturing back to America. Small businesses flourished. He did what he promised. He put America first. We were winning. Donald Trump made America great again. But he also created a movement that threatened the special interests in the political elites, a movement that cast a bright light on the institutions weaponized against the American people. You see it in our schools. God bless the moms who fought back. You see it in your workplace. You see it on every news station, in every newspaper. You see it in the military. The most iconic military installations on planet Earth are stripped of their identity and renamed. Fort Bragg, Benning, Fort Hood. You see it in Hollywood. You see it in our two-tier judicial system. They don't even hide it anymore. My father has been censored. The former president ripped off Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook while terrorist organizations remain intact. My father has been persecuted, targeted by far-left Democrats, funded by special interest groups, and hand-picked judges. My father has been pulled off the ballots of states, radical justices attempting to defy the will of millions of Americans who adore who he is and what he stands for. My father even became the target of an assassin who almost killed America's single greatest hope for our future. The swamp is terrified of this incredible movement. They're terrified of it. They're terrified of you and the tens of millions of people watching us on TV right now. They've tried everything to keep him from you, everything, to destroy his legacy, to destroy his family. They have failed, and they will not
Susie.
win.
They shall not pass.
I love my Florida delegation right here. Thank you. My father stands before you with the most votes of any Republican candidate in the history of our nation. He has defied the predictions of every political pundit. He fills stadiums across our country. He energizes Americans to the issues facing this nation and does so with unvarnished honesty. He is not a threat to democracy. He is a threat to those who despise our republic, many of whom are bought and sold, bribed and coerced.
That just made Ellie happy.
People who have never signed the front of a check and who have been dependent on the government their entire adult lives. Today, as it was in 2016, America's at that crossroads again. Energy prices are soaring. Interest rates are crippling. Everything is unaffordable. The US dollar has been diminished. Inflation has made it impossible for Americans to live, to save for their future. Our infrastructure is crumbling. Our border is out of control. Millions are dead and displaced in Russia and Ukraine, a war that has no end and a war that we are funding. The Middle East has become a hornet's nest. Our greatest ally, Israel, totally under siege. Fentanyl is killing our youth and destroying families, while the current administration stands idly by, hoping their inaction will import illegal votes. Crime terrorizes our cities and our suburbs as far-left policies handcuff police. Male athletes, guys my height, 6'5", are swimming in women's sports. Destroying the dreams of young girls who have trained every minute of their lives. We no longer trust our elections. We no longer trust our judicial system, and we no longer believe that our government is working in our best interest. In spite of where we are today as a nation, I'd like to speak to every American. To the homeless veteran sleeping under a bridge as illegal immigrants are housed in the most expensive hotels in New York. I'm sorry. We know it's wrong, and we will fix it.
Hi, Suzanne. Sorry, I had to run
To the
mic.
single mother who can no longer afford her rent, afford groceries, and has been forced to work 3 jobs. I'm sorry. It does not have to be this way. To the parents who lost a son or daughter to fentanyl, including the incredible woman that spoke the other night, while an administration does absolutely nothing. I'm sorry. Your government can do so much better, and it will.
There you go.
To the children who are being brainwashed instead of learning the fundamentals in school, I'm sorry. There are teachers who care, and my father will empower them.
Nice.
To the law enforcement officers, our brave Border Patrol, Secret Service agents who work every single day to protect our communities, knowing damn well that the system will throw you under the bus, I'm sorry. We will stand behind you. To commuters often petrified to take a bus, take a train, or walk the streets in cities across our nation, I'm sorry. That man right there will fix this. To the construction workers, to the middle-class families, to the families with children with disabilities, families who can no longer afford medical benefits or to take a vacation, I'm sorry. We will make America great again. And to my father, who has been ruthlessly silenced, slandered, and attacked by a corrupt administration, I'm sorry. We know, and America knows, that they're not just after you, they're after all of us, and you just happen to be standing in their way.
It's the establishment worth it versus the rest of us.
Mm-hmm.
To all Americans watching tonight, the greatest retribution will be our success. Success not just for ourselves, but for our grandchildren and our children. Under President Donald J. Trump, the swamp will be drained. America will be respected. Our cities will be safe. Our streets will be clean. And our border will once again be secure.
Yes, please.
We will have peace. We will have prosperity. Your hard-earned tax dollars will enrich a better America, not be squandered in corrupt foreign nations. Education will be handed back to the states. We will no longer be 30th in the world. We will be first. Our children will understand family, our children will have values, and our children will love God. Our country will prioritize free speech, respect freedom of religion, and honor our Constitution. As his son, I've never been more proud of a person in my life. A man who has defied all odds more than once. A man who believed in the promise of America when others turned away. A man who saw a nation in need of a champion and answered that call with unwavering determination and courage. A man who survived a bullet that was intended to eliminate him permanently from our future and from our family. Never have I been more proud to be a Trump.
That's saying something. Pride has not been on the ground there.
Never have I been more proud to stand by my father's side. I remain incredibly honored to be part of this journey, a journey with all of you, a journey to save the greatest country on earth, a journey with the most incredible people I have ever met. Dad, 5 days ago, Laura, Luke, Carolina, and I held our breath as we saw blood pour across your face. By the grace of God, divine intervention, and your guardian angels above, you survived.
Why do I hear fireworks?
You are the greatest fighter I have ever seen. You are strong, you are full of life, and you are unapologetic. Your optimism is contagious. Your backbone is unbreakable. Your conviction to fight for what is right and against all that is wrong is truly next level. The whole world saw your strength as you stood up. You wiped the blood off your face, and you put your fist in the air in a moment that will be remembered as one of the most courageous acts in the history of American politics. You shouted, "Fight, fight, fight!"
Had that been his last moments, that's what he wanted us to know. That's what he wanted us to do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm honored to be your son. I'm honored to speak to our great nation tonight. You are a true leader. You epitomize strength. Our country loves you. Our country appreciates you. Our country misses you. And on November 5th, our country will re-elect you as the 47th President of the United States of America.
Hell yeah.
Good night, Milwaukee. God bless you all.
Yeah, but he was addressing religion specifically. So if you are just religion, no matter, he's saying you have the freedom of religion, which is also the freedom to not follow a religion. But that's what he's saying. For those that are going to worship, whatever your God is, you have the freedom to believe in that God, and we will raise our children as we see fit in whichever religion and God we believe in. And for those who don't believe in it, they have that freedom of non-religion. I would spin it that way. There's freedom of religion and freedom of non-religion. Yeah, their kids will love God again because they want to take their Christian values, their Hindu values, any religious values, and reinstill them in the children to have the power to do that as a parent. Whereas now you send your kid to school and they come home saying, I don't have to do what you say. I don't have to believe what you believe. They reject the values that exist in the home and adopt the values that they're taught by their, weirdo teachers. So that's, I think, what he's going at. It goes back to the parents, back to the home values, back to the family. And if you're religious, you're going to raise your kids in that religion just like you were. Don't take this the wrong way, Young, but I think you want to not like what he's saying. Like, I think you want to push back, which is cool. Everybody should have somebody who pushes back. Challenge it. I love it. But yeah, I do believe that's what he meant. I do. But yeah, keep pushing back, girl. I love it. What's not correct? You're examining everything. I think that's cool.
Oh, no one's laughing. No, absolutely not.
Don't laugh at you. I would never.
No, we enjoy your company. And my take on it is that, everybody has their way of kind of communicating things, and and it's never quite perfect. But I think in his heart, he really wants unity, and there's been a lot of religious persecution in our country.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of that tends to come from the other side. And I think it's just him trying to put it into a way that is inclusive, yet puts his beliefs in there as well. Like, obviously a very religious person has his beliefs. So, that's always going to be in the mix when it comes to a person's individual speech, right? I think that we'll hear what Donald Trump has to say. He says that his keynote speech is going to be a big message of unity. Donald Trump is the leader that and the person that will be out there leading the way for policies and the future. So, whereas his son may have his way of putting things and his opinions on things, the real message going out to the base is going to be coming from Donald Trump. I'm looking forward to hearing that for sure.
And I know he had a lot to say. It's got to be hard to fit all that into like a tiny little speech like that. So yeah, I could see where he would brush over some things, maybe not get his point across.
United States, Mrs. Melania Trump.
Melania.
Ah, there
Here
she
we go.
goes.
Oops, like live.
Oh my goodness.
I'm trying to get the volume right. All right. So intro music, I guess. I was trying to not get another
A
clean.
little laggy.
Oh wait, this is her entrance music. She's not going to speak. All right. So okay, we can turn this down.
We don't do hate here, so we know.
Oh, she's in red.
She's in red, looking good.
Who guessed red? Who guessed red? I can't believe what an interesting talking point this has been. I was just amazed by it in the chat. It was just like, wow, this is cool. I would never have thought to even. I don't even think that. I didn't even think that would. I didn't think that would be a thing. You guys taught me something. All the red.
I didn't mean it like that. If you took it that way, I apologize if it came out that way. I did not mean it like that. I know you don't know me well, but I'm not like that. But hey, Paige. She was wearing a cream outfit earlier, but it looked really wrinkly.
Cherish. A story of a life dedicated to dreaming big. A story about giving back to the people in his beloved city. But most of all, this is a story about putting his country first. And it's a story.
Yeah, that's before he got his eyebrows under control.
Young and confident, Donald Trump wasn't afraid to think big and build even bigger. And he left his mark on the New York skyline that greeted visitors from around the world. But he wasn't just an American entrepreneur. He became a folk hero. Celebrities and sports stars wanted to be seen with him. Politicians sought his approval. And New Yorkers just loved him. And he loved them back. And he gave back. Just one example.
Right?
Saving the Woolman skating rink.
The Woolman skating rink in Central Park is open again. The city spent nearly 6 years and $12 million trying to fix it. And then to the rescue, developer Donald Trump. As Tracy Egan tells us now, he accomplished in 3.5 months what the city couldn't do in 6 years.
Donald,
It's true.
you perform a great public service.
What was that, 86?
There was no denying that Donald Trump was the toast of the town. But he was also something even more important, a patriotic American. And like many others,
Because I went there in 87.
increasingly troubled by the direction of our country.
Because I really am tired of seeing what's happening with this country, how we're really making other people live like kings and we're not.
You've said, though, that if you did run for president, you believe you'd win.
Well, I don't know. I think I'd win. I tell you what, I wouldn't go in to lose. I've never gone in to lose in my life. And if I did decide to do it, I think I'd be inclined. I would say that I would have a hell of a chance of winning because I think people, I don't know how your audience feels, but I think people are tired of seeing the United States ripped off.
But who would ever run for president and leave such a glamorous life? Appearances in movies, best-selling books, a widely popular TV show. But for Donald J. Trump, the calling to save his country was even stronger. The mission, more important. The number of Americans being left behind, too large. And so, in Donald Trump fashion, he announced he was running for president, in it to win. And he did.
From his first day in office, the Washington politicians learned something about President Trump. He's not afraid to fight for what he believes in. They call that having the courage of your convictions. First up, the Trump tax cuts, largest in America's history, and it led to higher take-home pay for working families. Unfortunately, today, taxes are up and incomes down. The politicians just never learn. Next for President Trump, secure our border. Check. Miles and miles of wall built.
That is a big ass wall.
Other terrorists deterred. But now, we have the Barney Fife of border security, leading to 250,000 Americans dead from fentanyl coming in. Brutal migrant crime spreading across America.
Waking.
And ISIS now here. President Trump promised he'd keep America out of endless wars. Welcome words to the families of our young men and women who serve. And another promise kept. He started by strengthening our military, then traveled the world, meeting with our allies, and even with our main adversaries. Just so they understood that America's strength and resolve was back. Because that's what a strong commander-in-chief does. And it led to a stable world at peace and our troops safe. Today, a different story. Our enemies smelled weakness, then set the world on fire. Putin saw it, then invaded Ukraine. Hamas saw it, then started a war in the Middle East.
Madcore.
One more thing we've learned about President Trump. He believes so strongly in America, so optimistic for our possibilities, and so committed to fighting to once again make our country great, that there is nothing that is going to stop him.
I saw it, Starlight. I sent it to Winning. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kid Rock.
Oh, not scheduled, but here he is. Got music or speech? Music.
Oh, of course he's doing it for Dana White. Come on.
President Trump to take the stage. I need everybody to stand up.
Oh.
I need everybody to put a fist up in the air. Everybody, get a fist up in the air. Now follow me. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Cause that somebody scream. The devil without a cause. I'm back with the beaver hats and Ben Davis slacks. 30-pack of stroll, straight rock and roll. No Rogaine in the propane flow. The chosen one, I'm the living proof. With the gift of gab from the city of truth. You know I jab, stab, and knock critics back. And I did not start when I said that. I'm going platinum, selling rhymes. I went platinum 7 times. Still they ill and wanna see us fry. I guess because only God knows why. Why? Ooh, they call me cowboy. I'm the singer of black. Throw a fist in the air. Let me see where you at. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. I say Trump. I like ACDC and ZZ Top. Won't see Miss Beasties and the Kings of Rock. Skinner, Cedar, Lipcorn, Stones. David Attico and the No-Show Jones. Yeah, pass that bottle around. Got the rock from Detroit, the soul from Motown. The underground, straight Detroit pimp. With tracks to Mac and slap back to back. Never gain no pay, I don't play with ass. Well, watch me rock with Liberace Flash. Punk rock the Clash, boy bands are trash. I like Johnny Cash and Grandmaster Flash. Flash. Oh, they call me cowboy. I'm the singer of the black. Throw a fist in the air. Let me see where you at. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. I say Trump. I'm an American badass. Watch me, kid. You can roll with rock or you can. I'm the ultimate. I'm like Amazing Grace. I'm on rock and roll. Never rock this place. All super fly. Living double wide. Psychon fly. The big dog you ride. They'll sack to share. Bring it flash to flare. Like a long hair swinging middle finger in the air. Snakeskin boots, chicken box and fail. See me ride and sit and hit a rebel yell. I won't live to tell. So if you do, rock for freedom and rock for truth. Who knew I'd blow like Oklahoma, Florida, Georgia, Arizona. Smell the aroma and check my hits. I know it stinks in here, cause Trump's the shh. They call me cowboy, I'm a singer of black. Throw a fist in the air, let me see where you're at. Say Trump. Say Trump. Say Trump. Say Trump. I need to hear you louder than that. One more time. I'm a cowboy, badass and black. You singing Trump. From side to side, from front to back. Come on, Trump. I put Detroit City back on the map. We singing Trump. King Rock's in the house. This is where I'm at. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the most patriotic American badass on earth, President Donald J. Trump. But first, another American badass, my brother, Dana White. God bless America.
There you go.
Mic drop. All right. I was waiting for Dana White to walk out. I had to catch up there. You could have intro music here.
I would be very disappointed if he had no music of his own. Yeah, I kind of wish it was 50 Cent, but meh. Listen, I got Hulk Hogan tonight. I'm quite happy. Anybody else can just, they're just gravy.
I was fine with Kid Rock. It's fine. It's all good. There, get the rowdy rock rap going.
He had to wake them up because they were in for another 2 hours.
Here we go, Dana White, UFC.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dana White. I am the CEO and president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship. So 2 weeks ago, I got a call from President Trump asking me if I'd be willing to speak tonight. As usual, there was no pressure, no demands. He asked me as a friend, and of course, I said yes. Then, after I accepted his offer, he sent me a text message, and I just want to read to you a little piece of what President Trump wrote to me. Dana, I'm so honored that you will be doing the introduction at the National Republican Convention. Think of it as the biggest fight you ever had, a fight for our country and even the world.
He's feeling it. He's shaking.
I only wish you didn't have to interrupt your family trip, but I hope they understand they love you and they know how important this is.
Trump is just so awesome.
Now think about this.
This
This man's running for president of the United States. He's fighting for the future of this country, and he's concerned about interrupting my family trip. That's the President Trump that I know. A man who truly cares about people. The mainstream media likes to push the narrative that he doesn't care about anyone but himself. I absolutely know that's not the truth because I've been friends with this guy for 25 years. And for the people who know me, they'll know this is true. I just want to make something very clear.
He don't like nobody.
In the Trump campaign has ever told me what to say. Nobody tells me what to say, and I'm nobody's puppet. And I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. And I know President Trump. I know President Trump is a fighter. I've been saying this since 2015. Now look at what's happened over the last 10 years. We have all seen it with our own eyes. I'm in the tough guy business, and this man is the toughest, most resilient human being that I've ever met in my life. The higher the stakes, the harder he fights, and this guy never, ever gives up. So what's at stake here? The answer is in President Trump's text, and I quote, "A fight for our country." I know why he's running for president again. Why else would he put himself through everything he's dealt with just to get back here? We all know he doesn't need this. This guy's got a great life. He has a beautiful family, and he has achieved everything that you could possibly achieve in life. I know President Trump is literally putting his life on the line for something bigger than himself, and he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country. And I know he wants what's best for the American people, all American people. I know he's running for president to save our American dream. I'm living the American dream, and I know the American dream is very real. Whether you were born in this country or came here from someplace else, this is the last real land of opportunity. President Reagan once said, government's first duty is to protect the people, not run their lives. And if you're buried in government red tape, how will you ever start your own business? If you're struggling to pay your bills, how can you ever afford to start a family? And if you don't feel safe in your own town, why would you ever buy a house? I know that President Trump is fighting to save the American dream, and that's what's at stake in this election. We are choosing who we want to lead us in this fight. I know President Trump is a proven leader, a fearless leader, and this country was in a much better place when he was in the Oval Office. In my mind, the choice is clear. But this election, we all get to choose. I know I'm going to choose strength and security. I know I'm going to choose opportunity and prosperity. I know I'm going to choose real American leadership and a real American badass. And I'm not telling you what choice to make, and I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. I know America needs a strong leader, and the world needs a strong America. I know Donald J. Trump is the best choice for President of the United States. My fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce the 45th and soon-to-be 47th President of the United States,
Nice.
Donald J. Trump.
All right, here we go. Big moment. After the band plays a song. Oh no, here's this intro song. Let's go. We'll take the copyright claim on this one. It's for the show.
Tomorrow all the things were gone. I'd worked for all my life, and I had to start again. Just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause our flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. Sing it. God bless the USA.
Just once I want to get through this without crying.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills
Try holding up the
of
lighter.
Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit to Houston, and New York to
That's
LA.
Lee Greenwood,
There's pride
I believe.
in every American heart, and it's
Yeah, that's the one who wrote it.
Yeah.
That'd be wild if Donald Trump had gone out there and sing it with him.
Who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Oh shit. That's right, Jacob. Smash that like. Make sure you're subbed up and following.
Next to you and defend her still today.
Marquand. Hi, honey. Welcome, welcome.
All right. Here we go.
Released in 1984, and it still makes me cry every single time. God, that's got to be hard to stand up there now.
Wow.
Especially like
And thank you,
that many
Dana.
people.
Thank you, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob.
Mm-mm-mm.
And thank you, Lee, right from the beginning. Thank you very much. What a talent. What a beautiful, beautiful soul. Thank you. Friends, delegates, and fellow citizens, I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have an incredible victory, and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Together, we will
Probably,
launch a
Murph.
new era of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you.
Awesome. Right, Murph? That cartilage, that hurts.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we will do it right. Gonna do it right. Let me begin this evening by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday.
Jesus, it hasn't even been a week.
As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened. And you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily,
Hmm.
because I was discussing the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it. Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. In order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly as very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did. They rushed to the stage. These are great people at great risk, I will tell you, and pounced on top of me so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. I felt that. The amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits or stampede, but not in this case. It's very unusual. This massive crowd of tens of thousands of people stood by and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely, but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper, and then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors told me that. I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more. So we learned something, but they just, this beautiful crowd, they didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me. And you can see that love written all over their faces. Incredible people. They're incredible people. Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene. But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out. I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. In watching the reports over the last few days, many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over, but I could see it, and I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight."
Yeah, you did.
Thank you. Once my clenched fist went up, and it was high into the air. You've all seen that. The crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard before. Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania. Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey Comparator. Unbelievable person, everybody tells me. Unbelievable. And seriously wounded, two other great warriors. Spoke to them today. David Dutch and James Copenhaver. Two great people. I also spoke to all three families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody. Was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated, and two precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was.
Yeah.
I want to thank the fire department and the family for sending his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close.
Last roll call.
I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million for the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine just called up. He sent me a check right here. He just got it. $1 million.
Oh.
From Dan Newland. Thank you, Dan. And again, when speaking to the family, I told them, I said, well, I'm going to be sending you a lot of money, but it can't compensate. They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey and the other two. By the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay. They're going to be doing very well. They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey. There is no greater love than to lay down one's life for others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours, and this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody in this room. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never. And everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our nation. We're going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you. This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since That is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country. And very big news, as you probably just read, on Monday, a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon, finding that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against me were totally unconstitutional, and the entire case was thrown out of court.
Oh,
With
yeah.
all of that
Yep.
publicity thrown out of court. If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. And they should do that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy of our people. On this journey, I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania. And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise. I will tell you, it was beautiful. In fact, some very serious people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it? Right, Mr. Congressman? But it captivated so many. So I also want to thank my entire family for being here. Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Baron. We love our Baron. And of course, my 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before. And how good was Dana? Was Dana good? I mean, was he good? You know, he was on probably the only vacation he's had in about maybe ever, because he works, but about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away, beautiful place. And my people called and he said, yeah, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife I can't do it. And they came in, they said, Dana won't be able to do it because he was my first, second, and third choice. I said, well, you know, that's too bad, but I understand he's away and it's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, sir, Dana just called. He's going to do it. And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down. You just can't do it. You have to go. That's a good wife.
Yep.
He said, are you crazy?
So he got on a plane. He got here a little while ago. Now he's going to get on the plane in a little while and he's going to go back home to his wife. But they're great. And I just want to thank her and him and their whole family because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said, I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part because, you know, Kid does his great song, big, big monster song. I had no idea. You know, he became a friend of mine over the last 10 years. And he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. You know, he has rallies, 35, 40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know?
You show him.
And then we have my other friend that I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, a very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. But they all wanted to be here. They called. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he? Is he up? Where is he? Boy, oh boy. You know, they may call that entertainment. I know about entertainment, but when he used to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience, I say maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that can do that, right?
Daisy, welcome back.
You were fantastic.
Hey,
Thank you very
Daisy.
much.
Yeah, you ain't gonna see Mark Hamill
Followed
doing that.
by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here. But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble, and Don last night was incredible. They went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats, crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing, just boom, boom, boom. They've got to stop that because they're destroying our country. We have to work on making America great again, not on beating people. And we won. We beat them in all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them. But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have a much stronger and better country.
That's true. Stop wasting the resources on bullshit.
Yep. That's exactly what they're going to try to do, too.
Yep.
Count on it.
And Jason, the biggest star in country music. Jason, thank you for being here.
Jason Aldean.
Jason, thank you very much. Jason Aldean, he's good. I like his wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you, Jason. But I'm thrilled to have a new friend and partner fighting by my side. The next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha. He's going to be a great Vice President. He's going to be great. He'll be with this country and with this movement, greatest movement in the history of our country, Make America Great Again. When they criticize it, they say, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is Make America Great Again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop. Then they say, oh, that's right. It's very tough to fight it. And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed. But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are two smart people. So, JD, you're going to be doing this for a long time. Enjoy the ride. And a very special thank you to the extraordinary people of Milwaukee and the great state of, oh, there they are. There they are. You are so easy to spot.
With the cheese.
And Green Bay's going to have a good team this year, right? They're going to have a good team. They're going to have a good team. Most of the audience doesn't like it, but it's true. You're going to have a very good team this year.
Go back and watch it,
By the way,
Daisy.
Wisconsin,
Awesome.
We are spending over $250 million here, creating jobs and other economic development all over the place. So I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that.
Head front lines tomorrow.
Yep, that's a
Headlines
soundbite
tomorrow.
right there.
Yeah, front page.
He was doing so
I
well.
promise we will make Wisconsin great again. We're going to make it. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation. To every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic, I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together, we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. We were right there in the first term. We got hit with COVID. We did a great job. Nobody knew what it was, but nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID. And then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. Coming in, did a great job. Never got credit for that. We got credit for the war and defeating ISIS and so many things. The great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts ever, the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much. We did so
Kid
much.
Rock came.
Right to try is a big deal. We got right to try. They were trying to get that for 52 years. Somebody's terminally ill, and hopefully there's nobody in this audience, but it does happen a lot. They're terminally ill and they can't use our new space age drugs and other things that we are way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their records. So I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to Asia, Europe, or someplace, or if you have no money going home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And what's happened is we're saving thousands and thousands of lives. It's incredible. Right to try. It's a great feeling. Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. But to achieve this future, we must first rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent leadership. We have totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which the world has seldom been part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. We're dealing with very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce.
Stand up for you. So tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill. Can you believe what they're doing? But by doing that, we will lead a large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them, but by that time, so much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before, and we'll end lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize I brought taxes way down, way down, and yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher. Most people said, how did you do that? Because it was incentive. Everybody was coming to the country. They were bringing back billions and billions of dollars into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great. I changed both of them, and hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies were brought back into our nation, and we had an economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them at levels that were incredible. China. And they know it. They know it. We'll do it again, but we'll do it even better. I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built. On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress. And I said, oh, that's okay. We won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion. And we built, most of the wall is already built. And we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen. I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president, and the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it? And they had a congressman who was a Democrat say, well, whether you like him or not, Iran was broke dealing with Trump. I told China and other countries, if you buy from Iran, we will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more. And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then we had that horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again. And they took off all the sanctions and they did everything possible for Iran. And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have never happened. This is a shame what this administration, the damage that this administration has done. And I say it often, if you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. Only going to use the term once. Biden. I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common
That'd be
sense.
great. Can I have more of that? Double helping, please.
Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation. Soaring incomes were going. Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago is happening now in reverse. And the world was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for our country. No matter what you make it, it doesn't matter because inflation is eating you alive. People that were putting away money, they were making great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of inflation. Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered great inflation. We've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person. But in less than 4 years, our opponents have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure. Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force and their jobs are taken. By the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The Black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our Black population, our
Thank you.
Hispanic population.
Good night, honey.
and they're
Thank you
also
for
taking
everything.
them from unions. The unions are suffering because of it. Thank you. Thank you. I like you too. Thank you very much. Inflation has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of
Sleep well,
depression
Wolfram.
and despair. That's what it is. It's despair and depression. We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again. Thank you. With proper leadership, every disaster we are now enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future, because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore. With great humility, I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited.
Be excited. Be excited.
And by the way, the news reports, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all here. But every one of them has said this could be the most organized, best run, and most enthusiastic convention of either party that they've ever seen. Every single one. And it's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room. So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it. And we can't let that happen. No, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person. I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave him an idea. No, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with a first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds. Love, it's about love. This week, the entire Republican Party has formally adopted an agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda, and it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds of pages long, and they never read them after they're done. In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House. And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you. A Republican Senate, we have many senators here. And send me back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about just months. It can't come fast enough. We have to get it done. First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again. We have to make it affordable. It's not affordable. People can't live like this. Under this administration, our current administration, groceries are up 57%, gasoline is up 60 and 70%, mortgage rates have quadrupled. And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway. You can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration. Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation, manufacturing, and all household goods. So much starts with energy. And remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far. We are a nation that has the opportunity to make an absolute fortune with its energy. We have it, and China doesn't. Under the Trump administration, just 3.5 years ago, we were energy independent, but soon we will actually be better than that. We will be energy dominant and supply not only ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world with numbers that nobody has ever seen, and we will reduce our debt. $36 trillion. We will start reducing that, and we will also reduce your taxes still further. Next, and by the way, they want to raise your taxes 4 times. Think of it. And all my life, I grew up watching politicians. I always loved politics. I guess I was on the other side. I'd watch and they were always talking about, we will give you a tax cut. We will give you a tax cut. My whole life I was watching, I will give you a tax cut, right, Mr. Congressman? That's all they talked about. This is the only administration that said, we're going to raise your taxes by 4 times what you're paying now, and people are supposed to vote for them? I've never heard it. You're paying too much. We're going to reduce your taxes still further. We gave you the biggest one, as I said. We're going to give you more, and it's going to lead to tremendous growth. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt. And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars that is fueling the inflation crisis. They've spent trillions of dollars on things having to do with the Green New Scam. It's a scam. And that's caused tremendous inflationary pressures in addition to the cost of energy. And all of the trillions of dollars that are sitting there not yet spent, we will redirect that money for important projects like roads, bridges, dams, and we will not allow it to be spent on meaningless green new scam ideas. And I will end the electric vehicle mandate on day one. thereby saving the U.S. auto industry from complete obliteration, which is happening right now, and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per car. And right now, as we speak, large factories just started, are being built across the border in Mexico. So with all the other things happening on our border, and they're being built by China to make cars and to sell them into our country. No tax, no anything. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader of the United Auto Workers should be fired immediately. And every single auto worker, union and non-union, should be voting for Donald Trump, because we're going to bring back car manufacturing and we're going to bring it back fast. They're building some of the largest auto plants anywhere in the world. Think of it, in the world. We're going to bring it back. We're going to make them. We don't mind that happening, but those plants are going to be built in the United States, and our people are going to man those plants. And if they don't agree with us, we'll put a tariff of approximately 100 to 200% on each car, and they will be unsellable in the United States. We have long been taken advantage of by other countries. And think of it, oftentimes these other countries are considered so-called allies. They've taken advantage of us for years. We lose jobs, we lose revenue, and they gain everything and wipe out our businesses, wipe out our people. I stopped it for 4 years. I stopped it. And we're really ready to make changes like nobody had seen before. And remember, USMCA, I got rid of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with USMCA, which is, they say, the best trade deal ever made. Actually, probably the best trade deal was the deal I made with China, where they buy $50 billion worth of our product. They were buying nothing. They buy $50 billion worth. They had to. But I don't even talk about it because of COVID. I don't even mention it, frankly, because of what happened with the China virus. We will not let countries come in, take our jobs, and plunder our nation. They come and do that. They plunder our nation. The way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. Very simple. Build it in America and only in America. And this very simple formula, and Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs. We will take over the auto industry again, and many, many hundreds of thousands of jobs. We lost so many jobs over the years. If you go back 20, 25 years, they've stolen, going to China and Mexico, about 68% of our auto industry manufacturing jobs. We're going to get them all back. We're going to get them all back, every one of them. At the center of our plan for economic relief are massive tax cuts for workers that include something else that's turned out to be very popular, actually. Here it's very popular in this building and all those hotels that I saw that are so nice. I'm staying in a nice one. It's called no tax on tips. No tax no tax on tips.
Include super chats.
I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello. I'll see you there very soon, everybody. And we're having dinner at a beautiful restaurant in the Trump building on the Strip, and it's a great building, and the waitress comes over. How's everything going? A really nice person. How's everything? Oh, sir, it's so tough. The government's after me all the time on tips, tips, tips. I said, well, they give you cash. Would they be able to find him? She said, actually, and I didn't know this. She said, very little cash is given. It's all put right on the check. and they come in and they take so much of our money. It's just ridiculous. And they don't believe anything we say. And they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents to go after them even more. And I said, this shows the level of my, most people go out, they hire consultants, they pay them millions of dollars. But I said to her, let me just ask you a question. Would you be happy if you had no tax and tips? She said, what a great idea. I got my information from a very smart waitress. That's better than spending millions of dollars. And everybody loves it. Waitresses and caddies and drivers and everybody's a large group of people that are being really hurt badly. They make money, let them keep their money. I'm going to protect Social Security and Medicare. Democrats are going to destroy Social Security.
They sure are.
Because all of these people, by the millions they're coming in, they're going to be on Social Security and Medicare and other things, and you're not able to afford it. They are destroying your Social Security and your Medicare. Under my plan, incomes will skyrocket, inflation will vanish completely, jobs will come roaring back, and the middle class will prosper like never, ever before, and we're going to do it very rapidly. But no hope or dream we have for America can succeed unless we stop the illegal immigrant invasion, the worst that's ever been seen anywhere in the world. There's never been an invasion like this anywhere. Third world countries would fight with sticks and stones not to let this happen. The invasion at our southern border, we will stop it, and we will stop it quickly. You heard Tom Homan yesterday. Tom Homan, put him in charge and just sit back and watch. Brandon Judd, the Border Patrol, he's incredible. These guys, they really, their job is a lot easier if they don't have to do anything, but they want to. They're patriots. Brandon Judd, Border Patrol, ICE. ICE goes out. You have to see what ICE does with MS-13. You have these are probably the worst gang, and ICE goes in there. And I know a lot of people in these rows here, and they're very tough people, but they don't want to do this job. They'll go into a pack of MS-13 killers. They're the worst, probably the worst gangs in the world. We have thousands of them. I moved thousands and thousands out in my 4 years. We moved them out, and it was a pleasure. But ICE would go right into a pack of these killers, and you see fists flying, you see everything flying, and then they take them. They put them in a paddy wagon. They take them back, and they get them out of our country. And the other countries weren't accepting them back, and I called up, and I said, tell them that we're not giving them economic aid anymore. And the next day, I got calls from all of these countries that were terminated. Billions of dollars we spend on economic aid to countries that does us, frankly, no good. And the next day, I was called by everybody. I couldn't take all the calls. Sir, what's the problem? I said, you won't take your killers back that you sent in caravans into America. You won't take them back. Well, sir, if you'd like us to, we would give very serious consideration to doing that. And within 24 hours, they were being taken back. For years and years, when I first came in, they said President Obama tried to get him to go back, and they wouldn't accept him. They'd put planes on the runway so you couldn't leave the plane. They'd close the road so you couldn't take the buses. They'd all have to turn back. As soon as I said no more economic aid of any kind to any country that does that, they called back and they said, sir, it would be our great honor to take MS-13. We love them very much. We love them very much, sir. We'll take them back. At the heart of the Republican platform is our pledge to end this border nightmare and fully restore the sacred and sovereign borders of the United States of America. And we're going to do that on day one. That means two things on day one, right? Drill, baby, drill, and close our borders. And by the way, and I think everybody as a Republican, as a patriot in this room, and most Democrats, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come into our country legally. Legally. Less than 4 years ago, I handed this administration the strongest border in American history. But you can see on the chart that saved my life, that was the chart that saved my life. I said, look it, I'm so proud of it. I think it's one of the greatest. It was done by the Border Patrol, one of the greatest charts I've ever seen. It showed everything just like that. You know the chart. Oh, there it is. That's pretty good. Wow. Last time I put up that chart, I never really got to look at it.
Oh, Jesus.
But without that chart, I would not be here today.
He's like, that's my favorite chart, the best chart in the whole world.
Never got to look at
Really frame it and put it on the wall at Mar-a-Lago.
Hell yeah.
I said, you got to see this chart. I was so proud of it. And by the time I got to there, I never got to see it that day. But I'm seeing it now, and I was very proud. And if you look at the arrow in the bottom, that's the lowest level, the one on the bottom, heavy red arrow. That's the lowest level of illegal immigrants ever to come into our country in recorded history, right there. Right there. And that was my last week in office. And then you see what happened after I left. Look at the rest. And if you go out a little bit further, it's getting to be a little bit old.
Disgusting. It looks like
right? But you can go much higher with those numbers.
Looks like Harrenhal.
After that, the invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion. But the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I left. They took over our country. We ended all catch and release. We shut down asylum fraud. We stopped human trafficking and forged historic agreements to keep illegal aliens on foreign soil. We want them to stay on their soil. Under the Trump administration, if you came in illegally, you were apprehended immediately and you were deported. You went right back.
Look at that.
The current administration terminated every single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place to seal the border. I wanted a sealed border. Again, come in, but come in legally. You know how unfair it is? So many people, hundreds of thousands of people have been working for years to come into our country. And now they see these people pour into our country at levels that are unprecedented. It's so unfair. And we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction, ended remain in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions. And they gave it to us, but not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements, demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release. That's catch and release, where we catch them and release them into our country. We catch them and release them into Mexico. There's a slight difference. And took 93, this is the previous administration, 93 executive actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. You know, the press is always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. Love to have you for dinner. That's insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up while crime statistics all over the world are going down because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country. A certain country, and I happen to like the president of that country very much, but he's been getting great publicity because he's a wonderful shepherd of the country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails. He's sending them all to the United States. And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out already. But we become a dumping ground for the rest of the world, which is laughing at us. They think we're stupid. And they can't believe that they're getting away with what they're getting away with, but they're not going to be getting away with it for long. That's what I can tell you. In Venezuela, Caracas, high crime. Caracas, Venezuela, really a dangerous place, but not anymore. Because in Venezuela, crime is down 72%. In fact, if they would ever win this election, I hate to even say that, we will have our next Republican convention in Venezuela because it will be safe. Our cities will be so unsafe, we won't be able. We will not be able to have it there. In El Salvador, murders are down by 70%. Why are they down? Now, he would have you convinced that because he's trained murderers to be wonderful people. No. They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America. This is going to be very bad. And bad things are going to happen, and you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promised to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower from many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever had. Just recently, I spoke to the grieving mother of Jocelyn Nungary, a wonderful woman, a precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, found by some onlookers who couldn't believe what they had witnessed. Charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible, horrible administration that we have right now. I also met recently with the heartbroken mother and sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old mom of 5 beautiful children who was brutally raped and murdered while out on a run. She wanted to keep herself in good shape. It was very important to her. She was murdered. The monster responsible first killed another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. This White House let them in. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. Traveled all throughout the country, doing tremendous damage. Rachel's mother will never be the same. I spent time with her. She will never be the same. I've also met with the wonderful family of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student. She was so proud of being first in her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Yet another American life was stolen by a criminal alien set free by this administration. And these were incredible people we're talking about. These were incredible people who died. Tonight, America, this is my vow. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country. I will keep our sons and daughters safe. As we bring security to our streets, we will help bring stability to the world. I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest. We were the most respected. And you saw this. Hungry, strong country, run by very powerful, tough leaders, tough guy. Press doesn't like him because he's tough. And he came out recently. They were asking him at an interview, the whole world is exploding. What's happening? What's going on? Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, very tough man. He said, I don't want people coming into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people. But they said to him, tell us what's going wrong, what's happening, what is it? He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay. He used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word, because you'd say it was braggadocious. The press would say he was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace. And now the world is blowing up around us. All of these things that you read about were not going to happen. Under President Bush, Russia invaded Georgia. Under President Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing. We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq, something that was said to take 5 years, sir. It'll take 5 years, sir. We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top that are woke. I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well, you know, it's nice to get along with somebody who has a lot of nuclear weapons or otherwise, isn't it? In the old days, they say that's a wonderful thing. Now they say, how could you possibly do that? But no, I got along with them, and we stopped the missile launches from North Korea. Now North Korea is acting up again, but when we get back, I get along with them. He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth. Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that. 13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were horrifically wounded. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs, face explosions, horrifically wounded. And by the way, we have a man in this room who's running for the U.S. Senate from a great state, Nevada, named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. He paid the biggest price probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do
Nice,
great.
Mark.
He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But Sam, I think, paid really, we were talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam, but he paid the biggest price of any senator ever to run for the Senate. I don't think anybody's ever what he did. He was a real hero, a really great person, and he's running, and I hope that everybody gets out and votes for Sam Brown. And we also left behind $85 billion worth of military equipment, along with many American citizens were left behind. Many, many American citizens, emboldened by that disaster, Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people that were incompetent. We took the soldiers out first. No, we're going to take the soldiers out second. If they would have followed my plan, we had a great plan. But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly, and they weren't doing things perfectly, so we said it doesn't kick in. 18 months in Afghanistan, we didn't have one, so they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul, still there, still the head of the Taliban.
I'm very bad.
First got on me, why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever, ever do that again. You got to stop. Because during the Obama administration, many great people and soldiers, a lot of soldiers were being killed from long distance. I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by a country before. And he said, I understand, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency. I wonder if he calls the other guy Your Excellency. I doubt it. The other guy gave him everything. I mean, what kind of a deal was that? He walked out, gave him everything. Do you know that right now Afghanistan is one of the largest sellers of weapons in the world? They're selling the brand new, beautiful weapons that we gave them. But think of it. He actually said to me, but why do you show me a picture of my home? I said, you'll have to ask your people or one of your wives. But he could figure it out. And for 18 months, we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban. 18 months. And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack. And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up. And I liked it not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now. We were keeping that. And now China is likewise circling Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country and we had nuclear submarines in Cuba, I will tell you that the headlines every day would be, what's wrong with our president? You don't even hear this. You're not hearing about this. Russia has nuclear submarines and warships 60 miles away, Mr. Congressman, from Miami, by the way, happens to be here. Correct? In Cuba. And that would not be stood for if it were somebody else. They don't want to mention it, but now maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price.
There you go. Let them know.
With our victory in November, the years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could stop wars with a telephone call. I could stop wars with just a telephone call. If properly stated, it would never start. We will replenish our military and build an Iron Dome missile defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA. We're going to build it in the USA. And Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change, and we gave them a tremendous for essentially what we used to call destroyers. These are now the most beautiful. They look like yachts. I said, we have to take the bow and we have to make it a little nicer and a little point at the top instead of a flat nose. And the people at the shipyard said, this guy sort of knows what he's doing. We have the most beautiful ships, right, Governor? And everybody sitting over there. And it was a big contract that everybody wanted. I gave it to Wisconsin, but we're going to have a lot of that built right here in the state of Wisconsin and all other states. Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it Starship, spaceship, anything to mock him. But he was a very good president, very, very good. But now we have unbelievable technology. And why should other countries have this and we don't? No, we're going to build an Iron Dome over our country, and we're going to be sure that nothing can come and harm our people. And again, from an economic development standpoint, we're going to make it all right here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help. It's America first. America first.
Boy, the leftists are going to spend that.
We will unleash the power of American innovation. And as we do, we will soon be on the verge of finding the cures to cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and many other diseases. We're going to get to the bottom of it. You remember this gentleman that I don't want to mention other than one time I had to, because when you say you're the 10 worst, I had to do it. I didn't want anybody to be confused. But this man said, we're going to find a cure to cancer. Nothing happened. We're going to get to the cure for cancer and Alzheimer's and so many other things. We're so close to doing something great. But we need a leader that will let it be done. We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately. And we will restore and renovate our nation's once great cities, making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And that includes our nation's capital, which is a horrible killing field. So many things. They leave from Wisconsin. They go to look at the Washington Monument. They end up getting stabbed, killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our capital, again, Washington, D.C. America is on the cusp of a new golden age, but we will have the courage to seize it. We're going to take it. We're going to make it a current. We're going to bring this into a golden age like never seen before. Remember this, China wants to do it. Japan wants to do it. All of these countries want to do it. We have to produce massive amounts of energy if we're going to produce the new. If you look at some of the things that have been done, and some of the things that we're going to do. But AI needs literally twice the electricity that's available now in our country. Can you imagine? But instead, we're spending places where they recharge electric cars. They built 8 chargers at a certain location toward the Midwest. 8 chargers for $9 billion. Think of them as a tank for filling up your gas. Think of it. They spent $9 billion on 8 chargers, 3 of which didn't work. And if you were going to do this all over our country, this crazy electric mandate, if you're going to do this, and by the way, I'm all for electric. They have their application. But if somebody wants to buy a gas-powered car, gasoline-powered car, or a hybrid, They're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day one.
Yeah, get rid of that crazy into 2030 bullshit.
So to conclude, just a few short days ago, my journey with you nearly ended. We know that. And yet, here we are tonight, all gathered together, talking about the future, promise, and a total renewal of a thing we love very much. It's called America. We live in a world of miracles. None of us knows God's plan or where life's adventure will take us. I want to thank Franklin Graham for being here tonight. He's an outstanding man. He wrote me a note recently. I have a lot of respect for him. Sir, I love your storytelling. I think it's great in front of these big rallies. But sir, please do me one favor. It won't make any difference. Please don't use any foul language. I was a little embarrassed. I said, he said, it won't make any difference. Actually, it does. The story's not quite as good, but I've been very good. The story is not quite as good, to be honest. I've got to have a little talk with Franklin, but he was great. He's a great gentleman. His father was so incredible. Billy Graham.
Thank you for the $20 super chat.
My father used to love
acknowledge it
taking me to see Billy Graham.
Thank you.
My father would take me to see Billy Graham at Yankee Stadium. He had the biggest rallies you've ever seen. He was a good rally guy, too. But he'd get up, and he was a fantastic guy. My father loved Billy Graham. But I love Franklin Graham. I think Franklin's been fantastic. And I'm working so hard to adhere to his note to me. I'm working hard on it, Franklin. But if the events of last Saturday make anything clear, it is that every single moment we have on earth is a gift from God. We have to make the most of every day for the people and for the country that we love. The attacker in Pennsylvania wanted to stop our movement, but the truth is the movement has never been about me. It has always been about you. It's your movement. It's the biggest movement in the history of our country by far. Can't be stopped. It can't be stopped. It has always been about the hardworking, patriotic citizens of America. For too long, our nation has settled for too little. We settled for too little. We've given everything to other nations, to other people. You have been told to lower your expectations and to accept less for your families. I am here tonight with the opposite message. Your expectations are not big enough. Not big enough. It is time to start expecting and demanding the best leadership in the world, leadership that is bold, dynamic, relentless, and fearless. We can do that. We are Americans. Ambition is our heritage. Greatness is our birthright. But as long as our energies are spent fighting each other, our destiny will remain out of reach, and that's not acceptable. We must instead take that energy and use it to realize our country's true potential and write our own thrilling chapter of the American story. We can do it together. We will unite. We are going to come together, and success will bring us together. It is a story of love, sacrifice, and so many other things. And remember the word devotion. It's unmatched devotion. Our American ancestors crossed the Delaware, survived the icy winter at Valley Forge, and defeated a mighty empire to establish our cherished republic. They fought so hard, they lost so many. They pushed thousands and thousands of miles across a dangerous frontier, taming the wilderness to build a life and a magnificent home for their family. They packed their families into covered wagons, trekked across hazardous trails, scaled towering mountains, and braved rivers and rapids to stake their claim on the wide open, new, and very beautiful frontier. When our way of life was threatened, American patriots marched onto the battlefield, raced into enemy strongholds, and stared down death and stared down those enemies to keep alive the flame of freedom. At Yorktown, Gettysburg, and Midway, they joined the roll call of immortal heroes. So many just so many heroes, so many great, great people. And we have to cherish those people. We can't forget those people. We have to cherish those people.
Thank you, Marquand. I'll fully acknowledge this at the end of the speech. But thank you.
And building monuments to those great people is a good thing, not a bad thing. They saved our country. No challenge was too much. No hardship was too great. No enemy was too fierce. Together, these patriots soldiered on and endured, and they prevailed because they had faith in each other, faith in their country, and above all, they had faith in their God.
I'll be acknowledging all of them together at the end.
Just like our ancestors, we must now come together, rise above past differences. Any disagreements have to be put aside and go forward, united as one people, one nation, pledging allegiance to one great, beautiful, I think it's so beautiful, American flag. Tonight, I ask for your partnership, for your support, and I am humbly asking for your vote. I want your vote. Going to make our country great again. Every day I will strive to honor the trust you have placed in me, and I will never, ever let you down. I promise that. I will never let you down. To all of the forgotten men and women who have been neglected, abandoned, and left behind, you will be forgotten no longer. We will press forward, and together we will win, win, win. Win, 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 win. Nothing will sway us, nothing will slow us, and no one will ever stop us. No matter what dangers come our way, no matter what obstacles lie in our path, we will keep striving toward our shared and glorious destiny, and we will not fail. We will not fail. Together, we will save this country. We will restore the republic, and we will usher in the rich and wonderful tomorrows that our people so truly deserve. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before. And quite simply put, we will very quickly make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Wisconsin. God bless you. God bless you, Wisconsin, and God bless the United States of America, our great country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
All right. There he goes, Donald Trump, next president. All right. Thank you guys so much. You get some dancing going on or what? Look at that crowd. There he is. He's saying hey to the band. Comes the whole family. Oh, check it out. Balloons are falling. Oh. Most definitely. Most definitely, Marquand. Balloons are falling. Man, you guys remember that face Hillary Clinton made when the balloons fell? Look like she was having a stroke. Good night, Heidi. Thank you so much for being here and being here, I think, every day. Thank you so much for taking the journey with us. I hope to see you soon. Be around Saturday night, 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern, winning Saturday night. Hope to see you there. I'm pretty sure Shelly's with me this week too, so we're just doing the marathon. We didn't get it in last time. Well, last time I tried to do it was the night of the assassination attempt. Good night, Outpost. Thank you. Marquand, hang on one second. While they're doing this, we get it, but I gotta thank all my super chatters, and we do it one way. Now this is the way we do it. So let me thank all the super chatters at once with this.
Oh my!
Madcore, Murph, Surf, and Marquand. Guys, thanks so much for the super chats. I really do appreciate it. You guys are awesome. You rock. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's been a blast having you guys here. There we go. Uh-oh. Man, Shelly, where are you at? She can tell us what this song means. She's the only one here that can do it. You. Good night. Thank you so much for being here. Awesome to meet you and see you tonight. Come around, hang out. Have a great night. Have a pleasant tomorrow. Good night, Lex. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure, sir. Look forward to seeing you next time. Keep on winning, dude. This is a live performance, but YouTube wouldn't even get it. This sounds so like, probably recordings quality perfect. But I can't understand it, so my Italian interpreter is occupado. Dude, I could reface this guy, Madcore on this guy, and probably look really good. There we go. How about that one right there? That look good. Good night, Kay. Thank you for being here. Awesome to have you along for the ride. Right? Oh, thank you, Marquand. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. And the other $5 super chat. Thank you so much, man. Yep. Full coverage, just full coverage. Start to finish. I was thinking of we're gonna redirect to Joe next, but I was just thinking about the refacing that on that guy. All I can think about now. It would totally work. I won't do it in special too. Right there. That's the one I would use. Right at the end. Trying to spike up the band. Is this Jailhouse Rock? No, it sounds like it a little bit, but it's not, I'm sure. A lot of songs start the same. I hope that guy sings with the band, or is he singing? No, this isn't Johnny B. Good. It's got the same kind of intro though, just slightly. Rocking and rolling. Ellie, you back?
I didn't mute myself, so I don't know why it was muted.
No,
I didn't know it was muted.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I thought that might have happened to you, but I didn't mute it. I didn't mute you. You said I'll be right back, and that's what you.
And then I unmuted it and said, "Okay, I'm back." I had a whole conversation. I thanked everybody. I said goodnight to people and did not know I was muted this whole time. Some bitch.
You didn't hear? Yeah, I guess. I'm so sorry. But you know what? We all knew you were doing it in spirit.
Mm-hmm. I explained to you all about Puccini, fucking everything.
Yeah, what was he singing about?
That was Puccini's. I even said like Pavarotti was my favorite for that. Normally opera makes my ears bleed, but that song I like. That's Nessun Dorma. And that was written by Puccini and sung by like every top-notch opera singer. But Pavarotti's version was my favorite. My grandmother loved that song. She did. She loved that whole album.
You didn't hear me say, well, I wish Philly was here because my interpreter's occupied.
I did. I was talking to you, but half the time when I talk, you don't answer me anyway, so I didn't notice the difference.
Oh, jeez. It's okay. We're here now. That's all it counts. Just enjoy the moment.
No, but I thanked Marquand and I thanked Madcore. I said they were so sweet. I was so nice, y'all, and you missed it. And I'm not repeating it. I'm a one-trick pony. That's it. One shot, Charlie. But no, y'all were very sweet. I even yelled out boobies. Stupid StreamYard.
American band. Yeah.
But thank you guys again for your support, for being here. This has been an unbelievable week. And I know y'all heard me lose it during the portion where he said goodbye to the firefighter. What you don't know is today, well, yesterday now, but it was today at the time, was the anniversary of my dad passing away, who was a firefighter. So the uniform kind of hit me hard.
Yeah. Well, it had to feel awesome seeing Trump doing a tribute like that.
Thank you, Marquand. Today was a really good day. I had a lot of support from my Discord. Everybody was great. And, but that uniform, man, that last roll call kills me every time. Because that's what they do with firefighters. They lay out their uniform and they pass them by and they ring the siren. And that's so they could attend their last roll call. And unless you've seen it in person, it hits you like nothing you've ever seen before. But that's good. I take that he's with me. No, I had a great dad. So doesn't matter how long I had him. So I was lucky. But thank you. It was an amazing moment. It really was. I went to sleep, Daisy? Nah, not with Trump talking. I saved that for the Senate hearings and the House hearings. I put those on. They're great.
That family. That's the American dream, for sure.
Family goals.
Yeah. Got a little rock and roll, man. They're doing the jam on out for us.
Yep.
Man, like I said, full coverage. As long as Trump is up there, we can stand here and watch. Kiss? It is.
You show us everything you got. Keep dancing in the room gets hot. You drive us wild, we'll drive you crazy. You say you want to go from the spread. The party just began, we let you there. You drive us wild, we'll drive you crazy. You keep on shouting, you keep on shouting.
You got 2 more seconds to name the tune. Oh, too late.
Rock and roll all night. Every day. I haven't heard this song in forever.
Right?
Those balloons are never going to stop. They're huge. Is it me or the blue balls the biggest? They look slightly bigger than the other ones.
Where is Barron? He's definitely not on stage. He'd be the tallest person there.
He's behind Trump.
Barron?
He's ahead of. Look at him. He's a whole head taller than him. Trump is not short.
No, that's
he doesn't look. What? Who's that?
Jared Kushner.
Is it really?
Yes. Daddy next to Ivanka.
Well, I can't see shit now. It's way too far away.
Cool.
Nice.
Oh yeah, classic.
Is it?
Yeah, it's Jared. I'm seeing.
Cool.
What was that? That's
Yeah,
weird.
I see him now.
I don't know where Barron is.
But when they called out Barron before, they didn't show him sitting down, did they?
Yeah. No, he wasn't there. Like I said, I don't think
No.
he was there. Mm-mm.
I think he just wanted to give him a shout out. Maybe the kid had something to do. Maybe he's upset.
What?
No, I'm just saying maybe we don't know how he took Saturday.
Yeah, that's true.
He's young.
Well, his whole family's there. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe he doesn't like big crowds.
Could be.
Yeah, that could have been that too. Mom could have put her foot down, but
She's very protective of him. Thank
How
God.
old is he?
18.
Well, he could have put his foot down too. So, yeah, I'm gonna be there with my brothers and my dad.
Yeah, she doesn't like him in public too much.
Boom. Boom.
I don't blame her. It's not the public safety that I think she worries about. It's the pot shots that the other side takes at him. I mean, he's a kid and they were just all over him when he was little. They were armchair diagnosing him like constantly. You remember that?
Yeah, but I would think he'd feel pretty safe at the Republican convention.
No, but I'm saying the exposure, the other side picks on him. Like they used to say, like he had, this kind of disorder. He was autistic. He was this. He was that. Yeah. And he's really the lone wolf. I mean, the rest of them all have either mom, dad, spouses. If he needed his mother, well, she needed to be next to Donald. So
he's 18. He's probably just hanging out with his girlfriend somewhere.
Oh, stop.
What? That's a better scenario than what you guys are trying to sell me on.
I'm just saying he lived this sheltered life. He does have a very sheltered life, and he does seem quite sensitive. He's a good kid. He worships his dad. This could have been very traumatic for him. I was worried about Trump when he got up there because you figure this is the first big crowd he's been in front of like this since it happened, and it hasn't even been a week. That man is made of pure iron in his veins. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Daisy, me and Daisy are on the same page on this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, also what I was thinking about is he blames himself for
why?
He blames himself because if he wasn't there, that wouldn't have happened to those people. If they weren't after him, that wouldn't have happened to those people.
Yep.
So it probably didn't matter how much you try to say, well, it's this and that and this and that. He's not going to listen to that. He just knows that if he wasn't there that day doing what he was doing, those people would still be alive and not hurt. So, I mean, that seems like that's the kind of person he is. He's like, okay, no matter what, I know I still got to go through and do what I got to do. I know technically I didn't do it myself, but I accept responsibility for it.
Well, it's the vein of thought of the man lost his life coming to support me. I'm not going to let that life be in vain.
Right. Exactly. He was the reason he was there. So that's the way he looks at it. And that's the way anybody with high integrity is going to look at it.
Absolutely.
Oh, big finish. This could be it. We got it.
And now, ladies and gentlemen,
here we go.
Please welcome back the chairman of the Republican National
Remember, we
Committee,
got to. We never forget.
Benediction.
Wrap it up and do the benediction.
There you go. He's so happy he knows what that means now.
The hammer should have gotten bigger at the end and smaller at the beginning. Yeah, that's right.
He better be using a thimble at this point.
That would have been when he came out.
And now,
and then a hugest mallet you ever seen.
This evening's benediction. Please welcome Dr. Mario Dickens from Milwaukee.
Right.
Oh, good. They got a local.
Thank you.
Starlight.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, maybe not pop the balloons. It's a little much.
Thank God for being here and granting me this opportunity to address the Republican National Convention 2024.
They're popping balloons and he looks nervous.
I'm staying on script, but I got to say one thing. Just 4 hours ago, my granddaughter was born.
Oh, nice. Congrats.
Ayana Leah Dickens. Yes, my granddaughter is here. I just wanted to welcome her into the world on this stage. One nation under God. Reflecting on the significance of this phrase is crucial in the days to come. The path we have traveled has not been easy, but it must be navigated with dignity and perseverance. The Holy Scriptures state that the peace of God surpasses all understanding. I pray for peace in this nation, peace on the campaign trail, peace on our streets, and peace in our homes. We extend prayers for Corey Comprator.
Why does that lady keep screaming?
Life in Saturday's assassination attempt. For the innocent bystanders injured and for their grieving families, may the presence of God be with them. It is God who established governments, as explained in Romans 13, verse 1. And for that, we are grateful. My wife, Cherie, I love you. My parents and my children know that God is the ultimate answer. As you leave this Republican National Convention, do so with the confidence that he will guide your path and keep you in his grace. My hope is that we all find joy in the days to come and embrace leadership in the up and coming elections that will guide the next 4 years with wisdom and peace. So please stand with me as I end this prayer. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In Jesus' name we pray. God, we give you the honor, the praise, and the glory. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
President Trump, Senator Vance, may God lead you and guide you. Amen. Thank you. Thank you.
Amen.
The chair now recognizes the delegate from the state of Wisconsin for the purpose of making a motion.
Tradition, I guess.
Chairman Mike Wadley, thank you so much for bringing this convention to the greatest state in America, Wisconsin, a great city of Milwaukee. It's been a great convention. I, Tommy Thompson, former governor of Wisconsin, along with my good friend, Governor Scott Walker, and our chairman, Chairman Brian Shimmy, the whole Republican delegation at this particular time wants to adjourn sine die the 2024 convention. Thank you, all of you, for coming. Drive safely home.
The question now occurs on the motion to adjourn the greatest Republican convention in history. Sine die. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Accordingly, the 2024 Republican National Convention stands adjourned sine die.
All right.
Oh, the big thing's back. You think he might have been drinking? He definitely was drinking. Yep.
Yeah,
yeah, you got it.
Awesome night in Milwaukee. Matthew Alvarez.
You got
Awesome
it.
night in Milwaukee. Thank you so much.
There's
Right Side Broadcast.
I mean, obviously, a great
we will
speech there by
be
President Trump.
leaving you now.
Amazing moment.
Wait, did Daisy send you something?
Thank you so much, Right Side Broadcasting, and we'll see you next time. Okay, so I acted like I was signing off from there. What, did Daisy send you something? I mean, I was just trying to do a segue to this part, but it came across like I was like, signing off with them. All right. Daisy
Confuse me. Don't do that.
Daisy
I don't
sent
know.
me something last night. We've already watched that though.
All right.
What is it that wants to be seen?
I don't know. She was talking about it earlier.
What is it that wants to be seen? The rap song.
Ah, okay.
This isn't copyrighted, I'm sure, right? Okay. Well, whatever. Okay, so it's 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. We can watch this. Sure.
Alrighty.
All right.
Sure can.
Sure can.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Haven't said that in a while.
Yep. Here it is by special request from Inya and Daisy. I don't even know the name of this. It says the app. I'll never delete this app or something. There we go.
Many men like old men wish death upon me. Blood in my eye, dog, and I can't see. The president is what I'm destined to be, but Democrats trying to take my life away. Put a hole in my ear, now you gon' see. Put a call into all my security. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me, cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men, that's a lot of men. Many, 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 many men wish death on me. Lord, I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. These pissy Democrats put the money on my head. Go get your refund, motherfucker, cause I ain't dead. I'm the orange in a fruit bowl that ain't been found. I'm the Republican king, and I ain't been crowned. When I rally, something special happens every time. I'm the greatest, something like America in its prime. I rip the concrete jungle, I ain't never been humble. This race hot, cause I stay ready to rumble.
Very good. Maybe I'll use that that song somewhere in a future promo or something.
There you go.
I do make custom ones for the shows when I can.
You're so good at it.
When I can, it makes sense, right?
Mm.
Awesome, guys. Wow. We did it. We made it for 4 days. It's the first time I've ever watched the whole damn thing.
And today was an 8-hour stream.
Yeah. And I bet for a lot of you, it was the same, huh?
I can honestly say I've never watched even one day of any of them.
Well, there you go.
Not conscious anyway. I might have watched them in my sleep.
Taking you to new places and to see new things.
That's you. Always exposing me to new things.
Oh, man.
That was awesome, though. That was worth it.
On X, on Rumble, here, especially here on YouTube, you guys have been awesome, man. Thank you so much for being part of this and being with us for the entire ride. It meant a lot. It was a great time, but it meant even more that you were here and part of this. Wow. With so much, we still got a ways to go. We still got other things to do, and we'll be doing them right here every time. Will we have a vice presidential debate? Someone was trying to say that they couldn't commit to it because they don't know who the vice president's going to be. I don't know. That's going to be big news too. What's going to happen at the DNC convention? Now, I'm not going to dare give them this type of platform, but I will certainly be reporting on it, and it'll probably just be, a cringe fest, gaff fest, comedy meme hour kind of thing. But yeah, I'll definitely keep us up to date. I'll do the painful part so you don't have to if I have to. But I'll probably just find people that did it already. Man, because it's gonna be a lot of BS. But what I'm really gonna be looking at is the crowd there. I mean, we know the politicians and the celebrities and everybody else are gonna roll out for their convention are full of shit and just reciting the establishment narrative. But I'm gonna be really interested to see how the crowd reacts, what crowd is there, what they look, they look like, what they're doing, how they act, all that. It may just be a giant hate fest, who knows? But I'll bring you that coverage too. Will there be another presidential debate? I don't know. You think they're going to go through with another one? They're supposed to. Let's see if they do it. What are you showing me, Daisy? It's got to be breaking news to get it at this point, 'cause I'm wrapping it up. What you got? Oh, it's the same thing. Okay. Oh, okay. That's where you got it from. Thank you. I saved it. Gotcha. Yeah, it's going to be cringe. It's going to be cringe. We watched the entire DNC with Crowder. Do not do the drinking game. Do not. So you will have alcohol poisoning. Yeah, I mean, for comedy's sake, it's just I don't know. I like I said, we'll do recaps on it. We got that. We got maybe some rallies coming up. I saw there was a rally scheduled with Trump and Vance for this week, I think. So what's that going to be like? Should I stream all the rallies now just so we can keep an eye on things?
Just in case.
Just in case. Would you guys
going to be streaming a lot?
I mean, the rallies are fun, right? It's a good time to get together. A lot of, you hear a lot of the same thing at each rally. So I get it.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I don't do that many. I do have some here and there. Just depends. But, if the crowd, I know. It's a good place to hang out. We are going to be back Saturday night, 9 p.m.
He's
Eastern,
got that one.
For Winning Saturday Night, the one that we didn't get to do last week. We had to make up for it. So we'll do that. I mean, good news can there be? Oh, already I see some good news coming out. Kamala's poll numbers drop amongst Black women voters, and Trump's numbers, poll numbers hit all-time high. So there's some good news we'll be looking at, and other things. We'll find some fun videos to chill with, 20 videos to chill with. Sunday, Old School Watch Party Sundays, 8 p.m. Eastern. We'll be back again, and we'll have we'll be watching more about the U.S. prison gangs, how they work, so we have a better understanding of how to figure out that problem, and if we can, and what to do about that. But it's very interesting nonetheless. It's an education. Like, you see things that you'll learn things on these that you probably didn't know unless you were there, right? So it's a good inside look at that. But Daisy, what is that? What is the movie we're gonna watch? When you're trying, you're talking about
the Hillbilly movie.
Is that what it is? Is that, do you have it? You said you found
Vance, it's on Netflix. Yeah.
That's a good movie to watch.
I've never seen it, but it's the one that J.D. Vance wrote the book and then they made a movie out of it. Right now, the numbers on Netflix are skyrocketing. They're like through the roof for that movie.
And everybody wants to check that out? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We can do that. We can do that. We'll do that. We'll set it up. We'll get it ready. Shelly's gotchas. Okay, gotcha.
I gotcha.
Gotchas. But yeah, it's been a long ride, and gosh, 8 hours. I'm so happy that you guys stuck with us all the way throughout, man. It really means a ton. It means a ton to both of us. And we're gonna let you guys go ahead and get some rest. We're gonna go chill out and get some rest ourselves.
Hell yes,
Guys,
I've been up since 5.
Yep, 5. Oh no, it means we're not gonna get to watch what I want to watch after this.
No, we will. I gotta wind down, so I might fall asleep toward the end, like I usually do. But whatever.
Okay, well, we're gonna do that. We're gonna let you guys go have the rest of your evening and get some rest, everybody. We'll see you soon, and until that time, keep on winning.
I'm going to leave you with this one final message. We're going to win the election. We're going to win it big. We're going to win it bigger than ever before. We're going to do things that nobody believed. It's going to be more important even than 2016. We are going to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.